And live in Florida City, and do know that just south of you, we want to remind everyone there is a tornado warning for the next 12 minutes until 6 p.m. that is affecting No Name Key down to Saddle Bunch Key and down into Key West. Conditions are very ripe. A tornado warning till 6 p.m.
And Betty emphasized that that tornado was moving at about 70 miles an hour, so she wanted to give you the sort of the visual of driving like that in your car at 70 miles an hour. So just be careful, take shelter right now. Don't try to ride that one out. But talk with us certainly in a very safe manner if you are able to via Skype.
Meantime, not driving 70 miles an hour, Janine Stanwood has been driving around the Coral Gables area to give us a sense of how things are there. Janine.
Driving very slowly, very carefully, Lori, Calvin, don't worry. We're here in the Coral Gables area. I'm here with photojournalist William Damas, and we're just sort of assessing the scene while we can, while conditions are still pretty calm right now. I am going to camera so you can see what we see. We've actually been driving down I-95, the 836, and then of course into the Coral Gables area down Lejeune. We've hardly seen any cars on the street. That white car is probably just one of the few that we've seen. And it's been kind of a ghost town, which is good. People are heeding the warnings. Coral Gables, of course, as you know, is known as the City Beautiful, and it's also known for its just lush landscaping and beautiful banyan trees. And so far, we've seen a few palm fronds down, but nothing significant. No trees down. We saw a firefighter. We saw a fire truck just a short time ago, and we asked what it was, and it was just a fire call, fire alarm. So as you can see right here, there's just not a whole lot going on, which is good. It means that people are inside, they're heeding the warnings. So we've been out and about and in assessing sort of the situation here along I-95. We just haven't seen a whole lot. A little bit of ponding here, a couple people walking around, walking their dogs, but other than that, not a lot, which is, for now, sort of the good news. But we're going to be out here sort of assessing the situation in the Coral Gables area for you, watching as the different rain bands come in. But right now, we're in kind of a nice lull, and Calvin, Lori, that's nice to see for now. We know that could change.
It is, and for folks who got out of the Coral Gables area, it's nice for them to see through you, either on our Facebook live stream or on local10.com, how their city is looking. Thank you, Janine.
Let's head now to Hollywood Beach, and we had our Jeff Weinseer out there. He showed us how conditions were really sort of going downhill for him, and now they are really going south on Hollywood Beach based on our tower cam there. Look at those palm trees really swaying in the wind, and we know that the wind speeds were going to kick up, the wind gusts were going to kick up as we moved into the latter part of the day, and it is happening according to schedule.
We don't have our live bug up there, as we call it, but that is a live picture right now. There's no question indeed. Wow. The conditions on Hollywood Beach are really rough right now. It is not a place to be outside, as the mayors in both counties have told us, please stay indoors. This is going to be a long duration, and luckily, hopefully for Miami-Dade and Broward counties, it might be more like Category 1 to 2 conditions, but hurricane force winds will set in. Well, right now it's the tropical storm force winds.
And if you had plans to go outside, this is one deterrent for you. Don't go out, especially if you live in this area, but just stay inside and try to avoid these conditions, because Irma is going to remain over the Florida Straits and then eventually make landfall in the lower Keys sometime tomorrow morning. And then this is going to be a long wind event for South Florida heading into late Sunday night.
Let's get down to Sunset Harbor in the Miami Beach area. Glennon Milberg is there to bring us up to speed. Glennon, what kind of conditions are you seeing?
Deteriorating, I guess, is the headline, Lori, Calvin, and we picked this spot to stop and show you what's going on here, because there's some really significant information I want to give you. Right now, we've tried to surround ourselves with concrete. That's kind of, I think you'll see all of us out in the field as the night goes on. We look for little pockets of protection to stop and bring you conditions. But when it starts to rain, the wind is so strong that it rains sideways, and we are open to the elements nonetheless. But I wanted to show you first the marina. Of course, Miami Beach is one of those cities in South Florida, so many on the coast, where people are, they live the boat life, and right in the marina, just untold millions of dollars worth of boats. This is a huge economy here. And, if you're not a boater, you kind of don't get it. But if you are one, you know that this is so much part of your life, and being out on the water It's very important to do what boaters need to do. It's all done. Batten down. Water will rise and fall, of course. The boats will go with it. But the big danger in the marina, of course, are very powerful winds. And we've seen the aftermath of some of, post hurricanes where people's vessels end up, blocks away or piled up in the corner of the marina. That's kind of the big fear here. There is no one around right now. This area is evacuated. But for some first responders, we still see on the roads, which indicates to us, like right now, the wind kind of stopped and the rain kind of stopped. So we must be between a band. And it comes very quickly. It comes on very quickly. Increasingly, it comes on quicker as the day goes on. What is also very significant about Sunset Harbor, and I want to walk you through the breezeway from the marina out to the street. This is a corner of Miami Beach, which is on the west side. And if you've been in South Florida long enough, you know that the west side of Miami Beach is the side of the beach that got so flooded over the years when even in a pretty insignificant rain event. And this is where the pumping goes. And so when we come back a little bit later, we'll show you so far the streets have not pooled yet. I'm going to throw it back to you for now.
Okay, we look forward to seeing your report. Glenna, thanks a lot.
We do want to remind you that tornado warning is still in effect for another 5 minutes down in the Keys. Everything from No Name Key down to Saddle Bunch Key down to Key West.
And here's a picture of Brickell Key right now, and you can see well, the conditions have really changed for them as well, getting a lot of rain out there and more than likely a lot of wind.
That is the Mandarin Oriental Hotel.
Beautiful
Brickell
hotel,
Key
too.
But you're right out there, and you're right out there on the water. I know I used to have a first place I lived when I moved to town.
We talked about that, yes.
And I remember preparing for storms, especially to go in for a few days. You took everything off the walls. You'd roll towels in front of the sliding glass doors.
Well. Mm-hmm.
And back then, condos didn't have these hurricane-proof glass. But where Will Manso is downtown now,
oh my!
Oh, it's a mess. And most of these new buildings do have hurricane-proof glass.
Yeah, including the one that I'm in right now, Lori, and I'm actually sitting right at the edge of the balcony, meaning the edge about to go onto the balcony so that I won't be in this, because right now it is really, really windy, and I don't know if the pictures do it justice of how much wind it has picked up, and I'm looking at it right now through the viewfinder of photographer David Silver, and it is in the last 3-4 minutes. This is the worst that we've seen in downtown Miami, and this is what we talked about earlier, that you get those little squalls, but for the most part, the squalls have been that sideways rain that doesn't really pelt you. But you see these cars, I mean, look at these cars go by now. When the cars go by, the puddles that they have to go through now when they go by. It's really getting to the point now where it's very dangerous to be out. This is a reason why there's that mandatory evacuation. And we're actually right now in an evacuation zone. This was part of Zone B in this area right next to the American Airlines Arena. And this isn't just that sideways squally rain that we see all the time. We've got another, let David know, we've got another car coming through just about to cross right in front of the arena. And you see what I mean about the puddling. I mean, look at the way the water kicks up as it drives through. There's another car right behind it. I mean, that's very dangerous. And sadly, you're seeing people with their cell phones out getting video. Not exactly the smartest thing to do. But this is why this is an evacuation area. It's so close to the water. If there's at any point some sort of storm surge with Biscayne Bay right there, it could certainly get dangerous. But Lori and Calvin, we'll let you kind of look at the pictures. I think they kind of explain themselves at what we've got going on right now in downtown Miami.
Well, the rain is coming down sideways.
Yeah, and not only is it that squally sideways rain, but it's hard rain, meaning it's a lot of rain. Sometimes you get that misty sideways rain where, you know, you stand there earlier when we had our live report. I mean, it's raining sideways, but it's not really affecting you. This is the kind of rain that you stand in front of it. It is pelting you, and it really hurts. That's why we're stepping outside of the balcony now. And I know Betty mentioned earlier, we're on the 3rd floor, by the way, of this particular building across from the American Airlines Arena. So we're a little bit higher, so the wind tends to be a little bit stronger, even though we're not that high. That rain, when it pelts you down, it really does hurt. And I mentioned David Silver, a photographer. He's standing there trying to get his balance and kind of counterbalance, and he's getting pelted with that rain. It's not easy to stand in front of. So we're lucky enough to give you a vantage point where we don't have to get pelted with that rain. But I think you get a pretty good idea at the force right now, the winds that are picking up and the force of that rain here in downtown.
It's really hard to even see the AAA based on the pictures that David is showing us here. But we'll let you endure that, and we'll check back in with you very shortly from downtown Miami.
Oh, when those traffic signals sway, they're built to do that. They're built to move, but it's still an unsettling thought.
Well, let's go to Kristen De La Rosa now, who is at the Miami Yacht Club. And this is a popular, trendy place where a lot of people go, especially on the weekend. But Not so much this weekend, clearly, that evacuation order. I believe that the yacht club would be in one of those evacuation zones, if I'm not mistaken.
It definitely is,
Yeah.
and he told us that people were really helping each other to tie down their boats, even out there today a little bit. And let's join in with Christian now and see, are you finding most boats tied down, Christian?
You know, members out here are doing everything they can. They're literally working against the clock to keep things like that from happening. So we've been talking to them. The rain has increasingly gotten heavier and heavier. We're also being told, though, of non-members who are out there and they're anchored boats right now out there in the water. And I was speaking to one of the members out here earlier, just a little while ago. Here's what he had to say.
Just keeping an eye on what's happening and making sure that these, and coming up into tonight especially, with as the wind clocks around toward the east-southeast, that we're prepared for it, that the loads are equally distributed on the lines, and that with that and some luck, they won't be destroyed, or the pilings. And then, but we won't know come probably Monday morning.
Back out here live, you can see just how choppy the water is. We are told that at least one boat did
Hopefully
break off
Christian's
its
microphone
anchor.
back going here with us.
Oh, Christian, go ahead.
Yeah, earlier we were told by members out here at the yacht club that at least one boat did break off its anchor and was just blown away. It's just, you can't see it from here, but it's just on the other side of the yacht club past those trees. So again, the concern is as the rain picks up and the wind picks up, that type of stuff will happen. You see what the wind has done to those boats. Of course, there are boats out here near the pier that just have been at the pier for a really long time. Some of those boats are now underwater, but the concern is if conditions deteriorate and things get really, really bad, what's going to happen to the people that are out on boats right now. We're told that a lot of these people are very experienced boaters, that they've been out here for years, they've been through the drill, they've been through very, very rough storms, and that they should be fine, but they will certainly need some luck to ride this out if things get really bad. Back to you.
And Christian, it's not so much right now, it's over the course of the next 24 to 36 hours. How are they going to sustain those winds that are going to be coming in, topping at least 40 miles an hour?
You know, that's a good question, and I got to tell you, there seems to be people that, you know, they care so much for some of these boats. For many of them, this is their, you know, their livelihood, and we know that some members from the yacht club are actually inside the yacht club right now. This is where they are taking refuge and also keeping an eye on their boats and on the situation out here just in case things get really bad over the coming hours. The overnight hours will be very telling. There's a lot of uncertainty about what this will look like tomorrow morning.
Okay, our Christian De La Rosa at the Miami Yacht Club. Christian, thanks a lot for that.
And right now, at the top of the hour, we are tracking Hurricane Irma. It's a Category 3 storm, still expected to strengthen to a Category 4 as it heads for landfall in the lower Keys in the wee hours of tomorrow morning. We're glad you're with us, everyone. I'm Lori Jennings.
And I'm Calvin Hughes. It is 6 o'clock now, and in Broward County under a curfew indefinitely, and they're asking people not to go outside. And all of South Florida, by the way, under hurricane warning, a storm surge warning, a flood watch until Monday evening, and a tornado watch until midnight.
And here is a live look outside across South Florida as we begin to feel the impacts of Irma. It's been a few hours now. It is just so random the way these bands come through, and that is what it's always like. But we are really seeing even some worse conditions up here in Miami-Dade and Broward County compared to the Keys. But good news, that tornado warning down in the Keys expired with no incident that we know of yet.
And right now we are waiting on Governor Rick Scott to give his news conference, as he has done for the past several days, to focus on those areas that are going to be hit hard by Hurricane Irma. He is now focusing on the southwest coast of Florida, where we believe Irma will soon be making its way in the next couple of days.
Let's start off with our Weather Authority team. Hurricane specialist Max Mayfield is here, and meteorologist Betty Davis, our chief certified meteorologist. Betty, just be ready to toss to the governor as soon as he begins.
Okay, we will make that happen. For now, I'll bring you up to speed on Hurricane Irma. As of the latest, we can let you know that tropical storm conditions are occurring over the Keys. We are tracking Irma as it moves toward the west-northwest at 9 miles per hour. That center of circulation starting to pull away from that north shore of Cuba. Maximum sustained winds 125 miles per hour, pressure at 933 millibars, and those rain bands mean business across the Keys and farther north into parts of Miami-Dade and Broward as well. But let's start in the Keys, where we're finding the lower Keys under a tornado warning. It seems that has extended. I'm not noticing it being lifted from the graphics, so I'll have to get the latest information on that. We were tracking a storm moving southwest at 70 miles per hour. Doppler radar indicated rotation. Obviously, lots of squally weather occurring over the Keys with all these rain bands as they continue to pile on. So from Marathon to Isla Mirada, the weather just worsening all the way around. The heavy rainfall, and then of course there is the storm surge threat, all with that onshore flow associated with Irma. So that's the situation in the Keys right now, even into areas of deep South Dade, some rain moving in and some more shower thunderstorm activity banding offshore of South Dade. So though we've been in a little lull, say around Homestead and Florida City, we should definitely keep an eye on things because I think the action is going to start to pick back up into those regions. Miami, there was a storm, a gusty one sitting over you. It now seems as though that has moved off toward the west-northwest. So I'll zoom in. We'll get a view of what's happening right in the heart of downtown Miami. So that is the storm that came across and brought the heavy rain and that burst of heavy winds. Now it's over Miami International Airport and Miami Springs. No doubt that one is a fast mover, and that's the trend with any storms that we do get going out there. They will be quick movers because those winds coming in around Irma are steering the storms, and those winds in some cases sustain 30, 40. Some cases these storms are moving toward the west-northwest around even 50 miles per hour. Broward still being impacted by this band, and it is just some nasty stuff for tracking all the way out toward Hollywood Beach. So let's focus on some of these areas that are into the rains. Here's another storm, had a little break around Hollywood. Here's another one that's about to move in. It's going to quickly push toward the beach and then head on over. And yes, this stuff is translating inland. That means places like Pembroke Pines and Davie involved in some unsettled weather now. Some of that nasty, squally type weather with a storm even producing lightning. There's going to be more of that to come. It's lined up out over the Atlantic waters, and it's being shoved into our communities this afternoon. So things are going as we knew they would with those rain bands associated with Irma. So you can see all the showers and storms out there over the Atlantic and how they are pushing onshore. So there will be breaks from time to time, but there will surely be more that come in and bring some winds that are quite gusty. I should remind you the entire area under a tornado watch until midnight. So there is that chance for a few brief spin-ups with any of the storms that do come through. Here's another look at what's happening around Miami-Dade, by the way. Here's a storm that's going to be making its way on over toward Coral Springs. I do see a lightning flash with that. It looks like it may have just disappeared, but occasionally there will be lightning lighting up the sky in addition to the torrential downpours. Weston in the thick of it, Southwest Ranches probably too, as more of those banding type features roll across areas of South Florida. Our hurricane specialist Max Mayfield is standing by. He has us covered in terms of Irma, what it's going to go through next, and where it's headed.
Okay, I was just thinking about the track, and here a couple of days ago we had it, sort of going up the east coast of Florida, and it shifted over to the west coast, and that does have huge differences for where that core really impacts. But the truth is that's 50 miles across. It's very, very close, and I think when the verification's all said and done, the track forecast is going to be much below average. Let's take a look at the cone quickly here as it moves through the lower Florida Keys as a Category 4, and then by tomorrow afternoon near the southwest coast of Florida, at least the same latitude as Miami or so, and then headed northward beyond that time. It looked like it was going to get picked up by a trough there for a little while, but now the long-range forecast has it days 4 and 5 days stalling out in the vicinity of western Tennessee. So that could end up being a big rainfall event up there. Now, if we look at the, I'm going to look at the water vapor here. If we zoom in here, we can see the, this is a little different than we normally look at, but here's the center of the hurricane here. And in the low levels, that air flows into the center and then spins counterclockwise around the eye, and then it spirals up into the high levels of the atmosphere. And we've been talking about the excellent outflow for days and days here, it seems like. And you can see some of that in close like this. And the idea is that, the air flows in at the bottom and flows out at the top. If you evacuate a lot of mass at the top, you've got to replace that at the bottom. Anyway, that's very efficient for strengthening. So take a look at this. If we zoom out, you don't see this very often. Look at this band of high cloud. Now this is this is probably 40, 50, even 60,000 feet up in the atmosphere. It goes from Irma all the way off the mid-Atlantic coast, Nova Scotia, New England, and way out over the North Atlantic. I measured that. That's over 3,000 miles that it's evacuating the upper level air from the hurricane. And this is really associated with this really strong mid to upper level trough. This is the trough that eroded that high to the east of Irma, and it's allowing it to turn. We also have this upper level low here in the Atlantic, and the flow around that is also helping to evacuate mass from the hurricane. So this is just a really efficiently operating hurricane, and unfortunately that middle upper level trough of the eastern United States is going to lift out pretty quickly. It's not going to really pick up the hurricane and steer it out to the northeast, and that's why the Hurricane Center stalls that they're in about 4 or 5 days here. Calvin?
And based on this too, Max, based on this picture here, did you think that some things would change as it connected with land in Cuba last night?
Well, the surprise to me is that, when it got involved with land, it didn't weaken faster than it did. It actually strengthened, it spun up. Sometimes as the air flows over land, the friction slows it down, and you can get some convergence there, and it actually can spin the circulation up a little bit, and that's what happened. But then eventually it did weaken as it stayed involved, and the last recon flight really did not show it had regained that strength yet. But as it moves over that warm and deep water in the Florida Straits, and with this very efficient outflow pattern, there are good reasons to think that it could regain that Category 4 hurricane status.
And what time in the morning, Max, would you expect landfall in the lower Keys?
Well, very early pre-dawn hours, 6 to 8. If you have to define landfall some way, and the only intelligent way to do that is to say the center of the eye crosses over landmass, and so that's going to be very early tomorrow morning. But that eye wall is going to be ahead of it, and the truth is, in the Keys, with all these rain bands we're getting now, it's going to go downhill from here on out. And again, I know I've said this often, but for our friends in the Keys, those bands are going to get more frequent and more intense the closer the core of the hurricane comes to you.
Reason why there's a major concern for flooding and storm surge, and our Max Mayfield is on top of it for us. Max, we'll see you in about 17 minutes.
And based on that radar, it looks like Hollywood Beach could be seeing an outer band right now. Let's check in with Jeff Weinseer on the conditions there. Jeff.
Lori, Calvin, we've been able to read the sky out here. Right there where you see that dark cloud, that is a feeder band, the band that Betty was talking about. Right before that came through, we had some blinding rain pounding this area, and that is the next band that is coming in. And Frank, if you pan over here slowly to the right, you can see the sky is clear. So that is how we're able to tell that that is one of the bands. We have been having sustained winds out here in Hollywood for the past half hour, sustained at about 35 miles an hour. We've come under cover to protect some of our gear, but we do have a wind meter out here, and there has been The highest that I have recorded out here is about 44, and that was one gust a few minutes ago. But there again, that's the direction to the left here of Fort Lauderdale. So that would be coming in North Hollywood Beach, Fort Lauderdale, that rain band there. There is no one on the Hollywood Broadwalk right now. There is no one on A1A in Hollywood either. In fact, earlier there were people surfing out here. There were people walking around, tourists taking pictures, locals taking pictures as well. The police came through, did a sweep. They got on their PAs. They said, get off the beach. And since that happened, we haven't seen police here either at all. Only TV news crews right now are the only ones that we have seen on the beach here and on A1A as well. An earlier feeder band causing some palm fronds that are on A1A right now, but we see no major damage from some of these bands at this point. But you are looking at a live look. What they do is they come in, they pound the area for maybe 3 or 4 minutes, and then all of a sudden they're gone. The wind dies down to maybe 15 miles an hour, sometimes 10 miles an hour. And then we wait a half hour. We see that black cloud heading our way. It comes in with force, pounding rain. Most of the businesses along the Broadwalk in Hollywood are boarded up. They have their shutters up. There are sandbags up as well. The garbage cans have been all removed from this area. The seawall they have right here, or the wall that separates the sand from the Broadwalk, is keeping most of the sand onto the beach. But again, here it is a fluid situation. We are able to read the sky. We know when they're coming in. They come, they go. There is some standing water in some of the low-lying areas along the beach here. But I got to tell you, Calvin and Lori, the people are, earlier there were people out here. They were surfing, they were taking pictures, and there is no one on the Broadwalk at this hour.
Jeff, which is the point I want to make here. You've been covering these storms for a very long time for us, and based on your past experience, to not have anyone out there right now, what does that say to you?
Listen, there are always those characters that come out. They want to surf. We rarely see waves like this, but to see no one on. In fact, we were commenting on it when we drove up, because we drove all the way from Hollywood Beach here. We're close to the old Hollywood Beach Hotel. We drove all the way up to Dania Beach. There was not we didn't pass one car on the road. It was kind of eerie. I had mentioned that to my photographer as well, except for us and another news crew. No police officers whatsoever. Earlier, probably 2 or 3 hours ago, there was probably a police officer every 5 blocks in Hollywood. Again, then they did a sweep up and down the Broadwalk. There were plenty of people here. They told everyone to get off of the beach, and we haven't seen anybody out here in at least an hour.
That is remarkable. Our Jeff Wine's here, Hollywood Beach. Jeff, we're going to be checking back in with you. Thanks a lot.
And we are waiting to hear from Governor Rick Scott in Tallahassee with an update for the state. And in the meantime, we're able to join the National Hurricane Center, and we believe it is Ed Rappaport. Yes, it is. Ed, thanks so much for your time again. You've had that storm surge video behind you, and that is still a big concern for the lower Keys.
Yes, that's the concern we have, and it's also a teachable moment for us here on the southeast coast. This is what storm surge looks like and what storm surge can do. We're not going to have the kind of surge that they have down in the Keys and the southwest coast on the southeast coast this time, but we still could have 4 to 6 feet of surge from about North Miami Beach on southward, and 2 to 4 feet to the north. So we still have some coastal flooding that's going to be possible, enough in fact that you want to be away from the coastline.
And Ed, you may have a graphic for this, but for the folks who are at home and who may be tuning in for the first time today after watching some college football, give us a timeline of what we can expect over the next several hours here.
Okay, for the next few hours, we're going to see these rain bands well to the north of the center coming ashore. We had one come over us about an hour or two ago, and that's when we got tropical storm force winds and gusts to almost hurricane force. Those bands are going to be increasing in number as we go through the night and the day tomorrow, and each band will be a little bit stronger than the one before.
When do you expect really the worst conditions?
When we have the center passing its closest point of approach to South Florida during the day tomorrow, so the frequency of these bands will increase. Until then, the winds will increase, and then we'll have them with us on and off through Sunday night.
And in the Florida Keys, is it the water that is the big concern, the storm surge, or the wind?
The storm surge is always the biggest concern, particularly for barrier islands and along the coast. 5 to 10 feet of surge with battering waves on top is a recipe for potential disaster in the Keys. We're hopeful that they'll be able to weather this, but we have some great concern.
And where do you believe the storm, where Irma will then get its power and become a 4? How far across the waters?
That's hard to know. We do already see what appears to be some re-strengthening. The eye looks a little bit more well-defined. The pressure in the center is beginning to drop based on reports we got from the hurricane hunters who have flown through it. And we're not going to be surprised if it does re-intensify to Category 4 by the time it reaches the Keys tomorrow morning.
And Ed, you have told us before that Irma is going to spend a lot of time over the Florida Straits. How much time do you think it'll actually spend over the Florida Straits?
If you take a look at the forecast map, we can see that pretty clearly here. This is going to be 2 a.m. tomorrow morning. This M means major hurricane, Category 3, 4, or 5. And the Florida Keys are located just to the north. So if this is 2 a.m., we're talking about a landfall in the Florida Keys near daybreak tomorrow.
Daybreak tomorrow. Okay, our Ed Rappaport from the National Hurricane Center. Ed, thanks a lot for your time.
And we have a chance right now to check in with some of our crews as we do await the governor. Governor Rick Scott will be speaking any moment to update the state, and certainly the big concern along the southwest coast. But Carlos Suarez is in Pompano Beach for us right now. Carlos, it's coming down.
It is coming down. It's a deluge out here, guys. Jeff Weinzer was talking about how a couple minutes will pass by and then you'll get a sudden downpour and some rather strong winds. Just to the north of us is where that next squall line is making its way up to Pompano Beach. We are at the fishing pier here along the beach that was damaged by Hurricane Matthew as well as Superstorm Sandy and then Hurricane Wilma back in 2005. The last time we talked to you, we had a bit of the break in the weather, and then all of a sudden, boy, did the rain come down. It came down by the bucketful. The winds out here have got to be more or less what Jeff was seeing down in Hollywood. That same line of storms that we were hit most likely made its way south. The winds out here have got to be anywhere between 35 to 40 miles an hour. The good news is we still have we've yet to see anybody on the actual beach. Donnie, if you can show them further south from where we are. We saw 1 or 2 people when we first got here. Guys, I'm going to toss it back to you.
Okay, all right, Carlos, thanks a lot. Governor Rick Scott now from Tallahassee. Let's listen in.
Here's the weather. South Florida is already experiencing tropical storm force winds, dangerous seas. Hurricane Irma is battering South Florida and the Florida Keys with dangerous winds and continues to remain a catastrophic and life-threatening major Category 3 storm with winds of 125 miles per hour. The center is getting better organized and will intensify as it approaches Florida. The core will move across the Keys early tomorrow morning and go across our state on Sunday. It will impact northwest Florida on Monday. The Keys will see direct impact of the eye of the storm. There will be 18 to 15 inches of rain across the state and up to 25 inches in the Keys. Tornadoes are possible in South Florida this evening and Central Florida tomorrow. Hurricane conditions will be felt across the west coast beginning Sunday morning. But tropical storm conditions will be felt across the warning area. Millions of Floridians will begin seeing impacts with life-threatening winds tonight. This is a serious threat of significant. There is a serious threat of significant storm surge along the entire west coast of Florida, and this has increased to 15 feet of impact above ground level in southwest Florida. Tampa will see a surge of 5 to 8 feet. The Big Bend area will see a surge of 3 to 6 feet. We'll also see an increase in flooding of rivers throughout the peninsula. This is clearly a life-threatening situation. Remember, in southwest Florida, the storm surge comes after the strongest winds. Do not think the storm is over when the wind slows down. Local officials will let you know when it is safe. The storm surge will rush in and it could kill you. When it happens, the water just rushes in and rushes out. With the storm's latest track, families in the Panhandle need to be on high alert for severe weather, including tropical storm and hurricane-force winds. Here in Tallahassee, it is likely we will experience hurricane-force winds, and families must start preparing now. We saw what Hurricane Irma did to this community last year, and we could see similar or more severe wind threats from Irma. If you have been ordered to evacuate, you need to leave now. This is your last chance to make a good decision. Evacuations are in place in areas across the state. More than 6.5 million Floridians have been ordered to evacuate. Do not put yourself or your family's life at risk. Now is the time to do the right thing for your family. School buses are aiding in evacuations. Please take advantage of this service. If you need to leave and are unable to do so for any reason, call 1-800-342-3557 and we will do everything we can to get you out. Protecting life is our absolute top priority. No resource or expense will be spared to protect families. I urge everyone to check on their neighbors, their family, and their friends. If you know someone who is not evacuating and should, please contact them and make sure they have a plan to get out now. We have been very aggressive in our preparation for this storm, and now it's upon us. Every Floridian should take this seriously and be aggressive to protect their family. Possessions can be replaced. Your life, your family cannot be replaced. Shelters. We have been working around the clock with counties to ensure there are enough shelters. Currently, there are more than 385 shelters open across every county in the path of the storm, and more are opening tonight. More than 70,000 Floridians have taken shelter, and there is still room for more. If you have a building and emergency officials ask you to open a shelter, please comply. This is so important to families seeking safety. Everyone in Florida needs to find a safe place to go. Traffic. Evacuation routes are moving, and we have implemented emergency shoulder use on I-4 from 50th Street in Tampa to east of State Road 429 in Orlando. Our 1,700 state troopers remain on the road to assist in evacuations of traffic. They will remain on our roads until it is unsafe. Check real-time traffic information and evacuation routes at fl511.com. We are still aggressively working to keep gas stations open and filled along active evacuation routes. I waived Florida's motor fuel import tax for 5 days to help bring more fuel to our state for storm response and recovery. This will make our efforts to bring in fuel from neighboring states after the storm easier. We absolutely know fuel is important, and we are doing and voting every state resource we can to address this problem to ensure we have fuel immediately we want it for everybody, but we want it immediately for first responders and rescue efforts. Called up has already been deployed to prepare and respond to this storm. We have so many members of our law enforcement community that are putting their lives at risk to help Floridians get to a safe place. And they will not stop until it's no longer safe. We cannot thank them enough. Utilities. Right now, more than 76,000 people are without power. It's going to get worse. Utility providers have actively pre-positioned resources throughout the state and in neighboring states. We know how important power is. We will aggressively work with our utilities to make sure it gets back on. Regarding recovery, we have search and rescue staged and ready once the storm passes and is safe for first responders. I met with the Coast Guard Admiral today, and they are here and have asked us to help in this process. The storm has continued to change rapidly, but we have food and water pre-positioned to be dispersed to impacted areas. We will do all we can to get this out quickly. The Department of Transportation, National Guard, and Fish and Wildlife will work as fast as they can to clear roads so we can get food and water to shelters in impacted areas. We also have guardsmen from other states ready to come in and help with this. But disaster response takes time. We will go as fast as we can once the weather is safe. We're also working with FEMA on temporary housing solutions for displaced residents. I've been talking to President Trump pretty much every day, other members of the White House, and other members of the cabinet. They're absolutely committed to provide whatever resource they can to help us live through this storm and in our recovery efforts. I want to be clear, we are under a state of emergency. Those who perform vital services, including healthcare staff, we need you to be there to help your community. You're answering the call now that we need nurses. and we have nearly more than 2,500 who have already responded. Those who responded to this need are heroes to our neighbors with special needs, and we are so grateful to them. But we can still use more. Florida needs volunteer nurses to help at our special needs shelters. If you're a nurse, please email helpfl@flhealth.gov. You can still also email BPRCHD preparedness@flhealth.gov. So many people across the country and across the world have called to offer their prayers and support. I want to thank the governors of the other states that provided every resource we've asked for. I know the entire country is with us. We have our country's best first responders ready to help us, and Florida, we will get through this. This week, Floridians have demonstrated to the world that we know what it means to get prepared. Neighbors are helping neighbors, and strangers united as Floridians have come together to pull through this devastating storm. Let's get together and pull through this. We will come back even stronger. You can follow my Twitter account at FLGovScott for this life-saving messaging and updates in English and Spanish. Hurricane Irma ya ha estado impactando
Governor
nuestro
Scott
estado.
speaking to us from Tallahassee, but right now we have some breaking news coming from our weather department.
Betty, let's get right over to you.
Yes, we're looking at a tornado warning. If we can pop up graphics 41 tornado warning in effect until 7 o'clock. There we go. It's on a storm now moving west of Coral Springs. The storm moving west at 35 miles per hour. Lucky for us, this is not going to impact too many neighborhoods. In fact, it looks like the storm will be near the Holy Land Wildlife Refuge around 7 p.m. at the top of the hour. This storm moving west at 35 miles per hour. But just another example of what we're seeing. These Doppler radar indicated tornadoes. Some quick spin-ups are going to be possible within some of the storms associated with Irma's rain bands. That's the bottom line on that. And we'll take a closer look at the Doppler radar coming up.
Okay, Betty, thanks a lot. And right now we're going to take you back out to Pompano Beach and our Carlos Suarez, who was in the middle of talking before the governor began speaking. Carlos, go ahead and finish your thought.
Calvin and Lori, we were just talking about these rain bands that come in and then they seemingly go right back out. We've had a bit of a break where we are right now, just north of Atlantic Boulevard. That being said, a quick look at the Local 10 radar, and we can see that there's another line of storms just to the north of where we are. The winds out here have really they've picked up in the last hour to hour and a half, and the rain has tapered on and off. But boy, when it comes down, it is coming down by the buckets. 3 sheriff's deputies just came up to us a couple of minutes ago. They came to check how we were doing, and during the course of our conversation, they said that they have come across a couple people around this part of Pompano Beach that are not taking advantage or not listening, rather, to the fact that Broward County is under a mandatory curfew right now. They said that they stopped a gentleman who said he was trying to make his way to a pharmacy. At first, they weren't even quite sure that the pharmacy was open, but apparently that pharmacy was open. The man had his prescription, and they told us, listen, by law, even though there is a curfew in effect, if someone is on their way to the hospital, or in this case trying to seek medical attention, whether it's at a hospital or at a pharmacy, they have to be allowed to continue on with their wherever it is that they're going. That being said, they said they're not taking any chances. They're being rather strict about this curfew. We were up in Deerfield Beach before we made our way down south, and the sheriff deputies there were... Guys, I'm going to go ahead and send things back to you.
All right, Carlos, thanks a lot. And we do want to clarify something from the news conference you heard from the governor, Lori.
Yes, he was saying, to be on high alert, to prepare now. He was speaking specifically to the Panhandle. And as we leave Carlos there in Pompano Beach, we do want to get right to Betty Davis. She has a very serious weather warning.
Right. We need to go to graphics 41. As I get this set up here, we're actually looking at a tornado warning that's in effect. If we can punch up graphics 41, just bear with me here. I'll get this going in a second. Graphics 41, we have a tornado warning in effect for northeastern Broward County. This thunderstorm is capable of producing a tornado, was located over Fort Lauderdale, and it's moving west at 35 miles per hour. So this is a quick mover as we're zooming in on the storm that could be producing that tornado. And let me give you some details about who is in the path of this storm. We'll try to get a track going on this one for you. If you're in Lauderdale by the Sea, Dania Beach, Port Everglades, Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood International Airport around 6:35. The storm should be reaching you. Oakland Park, Wilton Manor, Sea Ranch Lakes, Lazy Lake, downtown Fort Lauderdale, Franklin Park, Twin Lakes, Chula Vista around 6:40. This storm could be reaching you. And there's another storm track we just have on that for you. Again, Fort Lauderdale, Plantation, Sunrise, Weston, all in the path of this storm. These are quick movers. This one moving west at 35 miles per hour. You want to be in an interior room away from windows, as these storms could produce damaging winds as they're going through. That could be cause for concern regarding flying debris in some areas. So outside of just the winds picking up in intensity, when these storms come through, they can put out some damaging winds. And in fact, this one could be producing a tornado. Again, Doppler radar indicated tornado. That meaning the velocity signature on Doppler radar is one that would indicate the storm is producing a tornado as it moves west at 35 miles per hour. It is a quick mover. Again, if you're in the path of this storm, make sure you're in an interior room away from the windows. Can we give one more storm track on that storm to let everybody know if their neighborhood is in the path of this particular storm? And those are some of the communities, Plantation, Sunrise, Weston, that are showing up. Also, if you're watching from Lauderdale Lakes, Golden Heights, St. George, Washington Park, Palmyra, Melrose Park, Broadview Park, around 6:45, this storm could reach you. So we're seeing that brief spin up of these tornadoes. This tornado warning is in effect until 7 o'clock. So until the top of the hour, we will track this storm moving west at 35 miles per hour. Can you turn on that velocity signature? Let me see if there's anything that is showing up interesting. This may look a little odd to you. We're essentially looking for green next to red, which would indicate some rotation. And we are seeing that. There may be some indications of some broad rotations, how the winds are moving with that storm. The red moving away from the radar, green moving toward, and it's the juxtaposition of those colors that gives you an idea of how the winds may be moving in that storm, that change in wind direction with height, and that is showing on the radar. Obviously, that is translating inland with that storm as it's moving west at 35 miles per hour. Let's take it back out to show the rain associated with the storm, because I want to give one more storm track so people know that this storm is going to come fast. It could produce a tornado, and it would be a quick tornado, brief tornado moving through some of your neighborhoods, moving west at 35 miles per hour. I just want you to stay hunkered down. There's a lot of heavy rainfall with these storms as well, so that's another issue. If it produces one, it's going to be so fast you're probably barely going to see it. But once it passes, if there is some damage in your home, or maybe you notice some debris flying around outside, it would be courtesy of this particular storm that is moving west at 35 miles per hour and capable of producing a tornado. If you don't get a tornado, you could very well get just plain out damaging winds, as we know these storms are carrying a lot of rainfall, a lot of wind as well. And this is all associated with Hurricane Irma.
And Betty, we have a lot of friends who live in this area, Lauderdale and Oakland Park, Weston, especially Plantation, Fort Lauderdale, and Sunrise. What do you say to people who are listening to just get to a safe room and just don't try to do anything like go outside?
Right, interior room, away from windows, and just ride this out. Everything you had going in your hurricane plan, if you have a plan for what happens when a hurricane is coming in your neighborhood, and I know everybody out there, a lot of you are very savvy. You know that this happens, so you already know where to go for your safe place once we start to see this happening, those quick brief spin-ups of these tornadoes. If you know someone who maybe did venture outside to get a look at what's happening outside, let them know they need to come in at this point and just stick inside as we're starting to see these brief spin-ups coming through some of your neighborhoods.
Yeah, this is definitely not the moment to suddenly take the pet out for even a minute. Betty, can you give us that timeline again? That's really helpful to see the times that you expected in certain cities.
Okay, we can do that. We can give you a track on the storm as it is moving toward the west at 35 miles per hour. And if we get any updated information from the National Weather Service, I'm sure one of our weather producers will be passing that along to me. But here is the storm track we're following. Plantation around 6:53, Sunrise around 7:03. Keeping in mind that the tornado warning goes until 7 o'clock, until the top of the hour. So hopefully by that time, there's no longer rotation being detected within the storm. But there's another glance at the areas that will be in the path of the storm. And by the time it reaches Markham Park, Weston, hopefully any signs of rotation have ended, but it could still carry some blustery winds, as most of the storms coming in tonight associated with Hurricane Irma will tend to carry some of those stronger winds.
Okay, our Betty Davis, be careful out there, no doubt about it, in those areas. Take one more look here. That timeline at the top right part of your screen. You were just watching there, North Lauderdale, Oakland Park, Weston, Fort Lauderdale, Sunrise. It's coming your way. 35 miles an hour tornado warning in effect.
This is our third tornado warning in just about the last hour, so it is kicking up. Stay with us right here on Local 10, and we will keep you informed.
Let's go down to our Derek Shore in Sunny Isles Beach, and we know for Janine Stanwood, the wind and rain were really coming down there for you. It looks like it's just the same.
Yeah, it's very windy here. We came all the way from Hollywood down A1A. All along A1A, there was debris in the roadway, a lot of palm fronds and so on. But when we got into Sunny Isles Beach, that is really where we started to see a lot of damage, some significant damage. I want to show you, this is a Days Inn right on A1A at 185th Street. What you're looking at is a tree that has come down, but at the same time with that tree, there has been part of this Days Inn's roof that has also come off. It looks like roofing material, tar paper, that's all just scattered across this driveway, and you can see across the street that is where some of the material ended or landed, and that is why it's so dangerous to be out on the roadways right now because of this flying debris. I want to take you back over. If we pan over, take a look. It's actually sheared off some sort of pipe or some sort of irrigation pipe that is now spewing water. We have floodlights that have been taken down. They are here on the ground. And up here, there is some sort of utility line that is running back and forth. And of course, that's the other concern. We are not getting anywhere near it. It does not appear to be an energized line, but we are not getting anywhere near it because it could be possibly dangerous. And that is the concern. If we step around, I'm going to try to step around with you here to the other side. To be had on the driveway and a lot more hanging from the side of the building. And then as we move further down the street, I want to show you over here. You can see down the street on the left-hand side, there is a fence that has been blown over. I don't know if you can see that right now, Kenny. And then on our side of the street, we have a palm tree that has been blown over as well. And now I want to take you to some video. Hopefully this video showing us the Sunny Isles Beach sign, that it was toppled in these incredible winds. It's just laying in the roadway. We did see the base pretty rusty, so it may have been susceptible to coming down anyway, but certainly that is the welcome at this time to South Florida and to Sunny Isles Beach. Looking at that sign, it has come down, and obviously they will need a new sign altogether. As we come back out here live, very, very few cars on the road. Obviously, a lot of damage from this tree that came down. We see one SUV, and way in the distance, we are seeing police. Golden Beach and Sunny Isles Beach police have been out going up and down, making sure that people are off the roadways. We see another cruiser headed down right now next to that, almost coming up to that fence that is down. But certainly quite a path of destruction here from what we saw just a little bit earlier. Likely, quite possibly, some of the winds that Janine was feeling a few hours ago. This is really the danger. This is why there is an evacuation order in this area. People have been urged to stay off the roadways because you can imagine, had a car.
All right, Derek, thanks a lot. Derek, thanks a lot from Sunny Isles Beach. That is some really dramatic video that you have. We'll come back to you in just one moment.
Betty Davis has some serious weather warnings for us. Let's get right to you, Betty.
And I'm joined by meteorologist Jennifer Correa, revisiting that tornado warning in effect. There has been a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located over Lazy Lake. This is at 640 near Fort Lauderdale, moving west at 35 miles per hour. This is that same tornado warning we've been talking about. So if you are in the path of this storm, you definitely need to take cover. Again, this is no longer a situation where we're talking a Doppler radar indicated tornado. This tornado was actually confirmed over Lazy Lake or near Fort Lauderdale, moving west at 35 miles per hour. If you are in Village Park, Broadview, Pompano Park, Palm Air around 6:45. This storm will be near you, and we're 3 minutes away from 6:45. If you're around Sunrise, earlier we told you it will likely be there at the top of the hour. It'll be there maybe 5 minutes sooner, around 6:50. Tamarack, Margate, Lauderhill, and North Lauderdale around 6:50. You want to be in an interior room away from windows as we track what has been confirmed. So this has been confirmed, a confirmed tornado. Plantation and Sawgrass Mills Mall around 6:55. Coral Springs around 7 o'clock. Again, this storm is moving west at 35 miles per hour. You want to be in an interior room away from windows. This is no longer a situation where we're just talking Doppler radar indicated, meaning the velocity showed up and caught our attention. This is a situation where we are now getting word from the National Weather Service that it is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. It was located over Lazy Lake or near Fort Lauderdale, moving west at 35 miles per hour. So this is a very dangerous situation. We'll try to see if we can get a storm track going on this particular storm and let you know the neighborhoods, again, that are going to be in the path of it as it moves west at 35 miles per hour.
Betty, based on what you were telling us about the tornado that was in the Keys, or at least a tornado warning, you were talking about the speed of that one at 70 miles an hour. This one, it seems it's more of the size that you're concerned about as well, huh?
Well, it's really more the fact that it has been confirmed, meaning it has been seen by someone. So no longer a situation where we're just looking at the Doppler radar, looking at the velocity, seeing the inbound, outbound wind, setting up in a position that says there could be some rotation here. This storm could possibly produce a tornado. This is a situation where we're hearing from the National Weather Service that it is confirmed that a large and extremely dangerous tornado, this is the wording we're getting from our Weather Service office, was located over Lazy Lake at 6:40. And this tornado warning will continue. And as we're showing you the velocity data right there, at one point, there we go, Lazy Lake. Are we taking it back in time here? But the couplet showed up pretty nicely there. There's another scan. But the velocity data now matching what we're hearing from actual confirmation of a large and extremely dangerous tornado. So I'm just going to check in and see if we're getting any new information. Okay, here's some new information from the National Weather Service. The tornado was reported in Oakland Park by a ham radio operator at 6:38 p.m. So
Betty, that's a live picture of Oakland Park on our right now. That's something we have in Oakland Park. And that is where you got the confirmation.
Right. It was reported in Oakland Park by a ham radio operator at 6:38 p.m. That's coming from the National Weather Service office. That is how they got the report that there was a tornado. Again, it's moving west at 35 miles per hour, and this tornado warning is in effect until 7 p.m. So we have about 15 more minutes to go on that tornado warning.
And Betty, our Carlos Suarez, who is based in Pompano Beach right now, said, quote, "We saw it come ashore south of here, but we could not get video of it." So he too has confirmation of that tornado.
Okay, well that is good to know. That's something we can relay to the National Weather Service office, that he saw he actually saw it come ashore. Hopefully we can talk to Carlos and just get a lot more information about what he was seeing. And as you can see, the storm already starting to move into the Sunrise area. If you're watching right now in Sunrise, Lauderhill, let's put the warning back on and see if there's been any update in the movement, as it's a pretty fast mover. So that, again, the tornado warning is going to be in effect until 7 o'clock this evening. We have about 13 more minutes to go on that. We'll be watching to see if it's expanded. If you're watching in Sunrise right now, hopefully you're in an interior room away from the windows and in that place of safety as we track this storm moving really fast. Also, Markham Park, that's another area where you definitely want to take shelter.
Because Betty, and that goes along with the power outages we're getting. New numbers as of just the 6:35 hour. Broward has jumped up, I mean, almost quadrupled to 25,890 outages now.
Oh, wow. Well, hopefully a lot of people have their alert systems, their battery-operated radios, which we were going to have anyway because we were in a situation like this. I think we have Carlos Suarez. Carlos, can you tell us exactly what you saw?
Yeah, so shortly, right after my last live shot with you guys, I tossed it right back, and you guys were talking about this tornado. When you mentioned the area that it might have been at, I decided to take a walk onto the beach just south of here, and Donnie might not be able to show you, but basically what we ended up seeing is just beyond that lifeguard stand, out in the distance of that is where all of a sudden I could see this funnel cloud that had come out from the top. At that point, there were three sheriff's deputies on the corner of where we are parked. This is our live truck, that's our news vehicle, and on that corner were three deputies. They came over to me thinking that I had seen someone out on the beach out there. It wasn't until I told the deputy that we'd seen a funnel cloud, or at least what we thought looked like a funnel cloud, that he told me that they themselves had received word of a tornado in Coral Springs, but that they'd also heard about a possible tornado south of our location. I asked him whether or not he had any additional information on this reported tornado in Coral Springs. He said that the call had only gone out about that one, but that they had been put on notice that there was a possible tornado south of where we are on Pompano Beach. For the folks watching us, we are at the fishing pier here just north of Atlantic Boulevard. All of this happened really, really fast, to the point that by the time I got my photographer out here, yes.
We are now getting video in of the tornado, what looks to be a funnel cloud. We're now seeing some video in. I'm not sure where this is from. Lori, are you getting any additional information exactly the area?
Well, this is actually coming from Twitter right here, and we understand one of our viewers has sent this in to us, so we're not exactly sure where that viewer is in proximity to this tornado, but this just came in.
He
this
wrote
is
Central Fort Lauderdale, Betty.
Central Fort Lauderdale.
Okay, Central Fort Lauderdale. Well, we still are tracking the storm that could still be producing that tornado. It has now moved west of the Turnpike, and it appears right around North University Drive, West Oakland Park, right around that area. That is where the tornado could be moving. If you're watching right now from Sunrise, make sure you stay in that interior room away from the windows. If you're in Sunrise or even in Plantation, just stay in a safe place, as this is a situation where there was actually a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. That is the wording from the National Weather Service office.
And Betty, correction, that Twitter video does come from Oakland Park.
Okay, Oakland Park. Well, that will match what we're seeing right here on the velocity data that we were just showing you. So if you're in the Sunrise area, even around Sawgrass Mills, I would say make sure you stay in that interior room until this storm passes you by. We're now going back over to that velocity signature, maybe still seeing something looking a little suspect around that West Oakland Park Boulevard area in terms of the reds next to the green. That an indication of some Doppler radar indicated rotation. Maybe needs to wait on a little update in that. But the bottom line is this storm could produce a tornado, and it has been confirmed. Someone already confirmed that they did indeed see that, and we have the video showing what looked to be a funnel, if not a tornado. There it is, and this is the situation we find ourselves in as the rain bands of Hurricane Irma come ashore. Occasionally you get these stronger thunderstorms with the rotation, and they produce the tornadoes. So again, if you are in the areas around Sunrise, you definitely want to stay put. Plantation, another area, Sawgrass Mills Mall around 6:55. This storm will be near you, if not on top of you. And Coral Springs around 7 o'clock. Some of your areas could be involved in this storm. So we have about 9 more minutes to go on this tornado warning. I'm waiting to see if we get any more updates from the National Weather Service office in terms of what could be happening out there. But no doubt, if you're in the path of this storm and if it's moving over your home, you're probably hearing some noises or even hearing something that you're going to want to tell us about. So once this passes, maybe some of you can check in with us and let us know exactly what you heard, probably not what you saw, because you should be inside in a safe place, and we do encourage that, to be safe at this time.
And Betty, even if people are in their homes and they are shuttered, but if they have some hurricane force, hurricane protective glass,
right,
you still want to be away from those windows in an interior room.
That's right. Even if you have those windows that can withstand a Category 3, 4, 5 hurricane, you want to be in an interior room away from the windows. This is not something you want to take any chances with. So,
okay. All right, Betty and Jennifer, we're going to give you guys a chance to regroup. We have about 7 more minutes until this tornado warning expires. And then once that happens, of course, we'll check back in with our Betty and Max at the top of the hour. But for now, we're going to take you out to Pompano Beach and our Carlos Suarez, who saw that tornado, at least from offshore. Carlos, join us once again and let us know how the conditions are where you are.
Just bear with us 1 second as we're trying to get the camera safely situated on a tripod out here. Okay, now we're just going off the shoulder, guys. The conditions out here, a couple things. The conditions out here have fluctuated between break and then really, really bad weather. Strong winds. We've had some rather heavy rainfall along with the strong winds. It's in between those two breaks that we saw two really bad lines of storms, one to the north of us and one to the south of us. It almost felt as if the pier behind me was almost like the line of demarcation, and we were able to get in that break. It's between those two lines of storms that moved just to the north and south of us that we received word from this BSO deputy out here of this reported tornado out in Coral Springs, and that they had been put on alert about a possible tornado south of our location here in Pompano Beach. When we took that last live shot break, I made my way onto the beach, and it was then that we spotted that funnel cloud. It was in a matter of minutes, it was already gone. By the time I talked to the deputy and then I got a hold of my photographer, Donnie, it had already moved on shore. The video, if it's the same one that I believe I've seen on our Twitter, it just was a very faint, almost like a funnel cloud that seemed to be forming just offshore. I would say, maybe 100 to 200 yards off the coastline. We are just north of Atlantic Boulevard and A1A. As you might be able to hear in the distance out there, there is some thundering that's taking place. It's in those two breaks of weather that we saw these apparent two lines of storms that were strong enough to get the attention of the sheriff's deputies that were out here. They have since left the area that they were patrolling. They were in 3 separate cars. I was hearing Betty just how fast this thing was moving, because in a matter of minutes, by the time you guys came back out to me, this thing had already come on shore. And then by the time I think I last heard Betty talking, the National Weather Service had put it out by Oakland Park. I believe that what you guys are referencing out by Sawgrass Mills Mall and Coral Springs is that first line of storm that we saw just to the north of us. Right now there is a bit of a break. We are getting some lightning as well as thunder. There's not much rain to speak of out here, but there is some rather strong winds. The sheriff's office was a bit concerned about whether or not we were seeing anyone on the beach, and it was during my moment out on the actual beach that they came out here thinking that we had spotted someone, and you could almost get the sense of urgency on their end because they had received word of this possible tornado alert. Once I let them know that it wasn't anyone that was on the beach, they then told us that they were probably going to head out there because they had received these two reports. One, again, way out west, out by Coral Springs, and then the other one of this tornado that, again, we saw come on shore, and then no sooner had it come on shore, it went behind a couple of high rises, and then the weather got pretty bad out here, and we couldn't see anything further west of our location. Guys?
Okay, our Carlos Suarez in Pompano Beach. Carlos, thanks a lot for that report.
And you are seeing the video that we received through Twitter from Oakland Park. We are getting more video in from the Las Olas area and also from specifically Lauderdale by the Sea. So we are going to turn that video around for you as soon as possible. Betty, bring us the latest now where it is.
We have about 4 more minutes to go on that tornado warning. And I think we're starting now to see a situation where the storm that could be producing the tornado is starting to move away or near Sawgrass Expressway. Basically, it's about to push west of Sawgrass Expressway. Let's take it back over to the radar reflectivity and see what's happening with that. That storm is headed west, so it will soon move west of the Sawgrass Expressway, but the tornado warning on that storm does continue until 7 o'clock. So if you are around the Sawgrass Expressway, the Sawgrass Mills Mall area, definitely stay in that interior room until this tornado warning expires. The storm moving west at 35 miles per hour, and we'll tend to see these storms rolling in for the rest of the evening, and some could produce these brief spin-ups. And in the case of this one, actually a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Lazy Lake or near Fort Lauderdale at 6:40 this late afternoon, and that is what caught our attention. It was actually confirmed by weather spotters, not just a case of radar indicated velocities or radar indicated tornado, but confirmed by a weather spotter. And now apparently we're starting to see the video, the proof that this storm was indeed producing a tornado. We want to, what's that, Jen? I'm joined by meteorologist Jennifer Correa.
I just want to say that you'll see time to time it's jumping back. So what you're seeing right now was just a few moments ago. So most of all that red you see over Commercial Boulevard, that's already pulling away west of Sawgrass Expressway. There you go. It updated there with the sweep there. So it looks like quieter conditions returning for that part of Broward. Even the rain looks like it's starting to drop as well. Right,
so fair to say, Betty and Jennifer, that the radar is sort of updating in real time, correct?
Pardon, I missed that.
I said the radar is updating in real time, which is why it's jumping like
right.
that.
You gotta, yeah, these bands are moving so rapidly. There's a little bit of a lag there in the radar. They're again moving quickly. Some of these moving around 35 miles per hour, maybe even higher than that. There is another batch of thunderstorms coming into Fort Lauderdale. Does not have a warning with that, but that is another one we have to watch, right, Betty?
Right. There's a new storm moving in off the Atlantic. If you're watching right now from Fort Lauderdale, we're going to pay attention to this storm that's moving in. No tornado warning going with this storm, but we have to keep an eye on each of these as they move in tonight, as we know that potential is there.
And Betty, if you will, take a look to the right of your screen. That is new video of that tornado that was spotted by not only a weather spotter, but also our Carlos Suarez.
Okay, we're seeing that new video coming in, and I'm so far away. I think I need my glasses too.
I noticed that funnel cloud right in the middle.
This might be a closer look in. There you go.
Yes. It's hard to see if it's touching ground, but of course you see a warning. Actually, it looks like, I wonder if that's a new warning right now.
Okay, let's see what we have. We have a new tornado warning now until 7:30. The cell we just talked about that was moving onshore, there's now a tornado warning on that particular cell until 7:30. So let me get more details on what's happening with this new storm coming in. Give us a second.
Well, Betty, based on what the National Weather Service in Miami has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Henry County and southern Florida, southwestern Palm Beach County.
No, that's not the storm. Let me interrupt you here.
Okay.
This is a new storm. This is a tornado warning.
7:30.
This is a tornado warning for northeast Broward County.
Oh, okay.
And this is going to go until 7:30. This storm, capable of producing a tornado, was located near Port Everglades, near Fort Lauderdale, moving west at 35 miles per hour. This is one where we're, again, looking at a Doppler radar indicated rotation situation. So this is one that we have to keep an eye on. And if you are in the path of this storm, as it's moving west at 35 miles per hour, there is the potential for it to produce a tornado. So some of the same areas that just dealt with one storm that moved through, you may find yourselves in the line of another that is capable of producing rotation. If you are in Dania Beach, Sea Ranch Lakes, Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood International Airport around 7:05, this storm could be near you. Oakland Park, Wilton Manors, Lazy Lake, Franklin Park, Washington Park, even downtown Fort Lauderdale will have to deal with these storms. If you don't get a tornado, you could certainly get some damaging winds as it moves through. So it's moving west at 35 miles per hour. Another one of those fast-moving storms. There are a few other areas in the path of this storm. If you're looking at that storm track, it says it will be in Sunrise by 8:01. It may possibly arrive a little faster than that. I think it's going to arrive earlier than that, probably more like 7:30 or 7:20 for Sunrise, Davie, Tamarack, and then 7:30 for places like Plantation and Sawgrass Mills Mall.
Betty, is it very common for once the conditions are right, for these tornadoes to come in 2s or 3s?
I would say it's not unheard of. This could happen within any of the cells that are coming in, or within the rain bands, or coming off those waters individually. This is just part of what happens when you get a landfalling tropical systems. In some cases, lots of tornadoes are spawned. In some cases, maybe you won't get as many, but usually you wind up getting a few. So right now we're looking at that next tornado warning.
And Betty, here's some new video for you as well of that first tornado that was confirmed by. This is coming to us from Lauderdale by the Sea.
Okay, this is Lauderdale by the. So that's video from the
first
one.
The
first. Okay, from the first one. I want to keep the two separated here. So that's some new video. Obviously, once you get the actual confirmation of a tornado, that's when you really kick into high gear and know you have to take shelter. But even when it's Doppler radar indicated, you should treat it as though it is an actual tornado, because at any point that storm could produce the tornado. You could find that funnel being produced and it touching down. So once again, we're finding another storm coming in off the Atlantic associated with Irma, and it is producing rotation. Let's look at the velocity product and see if anything stands out here. Looking at this scan, notice offshore, but we're waiting for the update, and once that updates, I think we'll see that red next to the green a little closer to areas like Fort Lauderdale and also Port Everglades. All right, and so now we're continuing. We have more severe weather to tell you about. Now in central Miami-Dade County until 7:30, there is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It was located over Homestead Miami Speedway at 7:02. This one moving west at 60 miles per hour. Moving west at 60 miles per hour. This storm is headed toward Homestead General Airport and Royal Palm Ranger.
Dangerous, and that is the concern. And then as we move
around 7:15. So we have another tornado warning for central Miami-Dade County until 7:30. In addition to the one in Broward, there is one for central Miami-Dade County until 7:30. So Jennifer is making her way into that area to show you the storm being warned on, and it was near Homestead Miami Speedway around 7:02. It's moving west at 60 miles per hour. This is another case of a Doppler radar indicated tornado. If you are in this area, please, an interior room away from windows as this storm moves by. It's going to move quickly toward the west at 60 miles per hour. So you don't have a lot of time to think about what you need to do or where you need to go. Hopefully you know where that safe place is. This tornado warning is in effect until 7:30. So we have about 25 more minutes to go on this particular storm as it's moving west at 60 miles per hour. So that one moving a lot faster than the one in Broward. So we've got to think fast, think on your feet. If you're watching me right now from Homestead, just stay in that interior room away from windows until this storm passes, until 7:30, central Miami-Dade County. Make sure you are in your safe place as we track that storm. It's going to be near Homestead General Airport and Royal Palm Ranger around 7:15.
And Betty, and if this is any solace at all, an emergency alert has come across our cell phones as well, letting us know about that tornado warning that is going to be in effect until 7:30, by the way.
Okay, very good, very good. Again, back up into Broward. Let's go back to that Broward cell and see what's going on with that one that's in effect until 7:30. This one is moving west at 35 miles per hour. A lot of places in the path of this storm. We're talking, it's 7:06 now, so Oakland Park, Wilton Manors, Lazy Lake. I know you just got done with one tornado, Franklin Park, Washington Park, downtown Fort Lauderdale. There is another Doppler radar indicated moving in your direction. I'm going to check and see if there's new information from the National Weather Service office, see if anything has been confirmed. And So far, not seeing anything. And the same issues we're having also playing out in Palm Beach County. But of course, our focus is Broward, Miami-Dade, and Monroe into the Keys.
And we've been able to aim our cameras now on the right-hand side. This is looking south on Brickell Key, or on Brickell Avenue. You can see the pelting rain, very shaky, windy conditions there on that camera as these systems move through.
Right. There is a lot of rainfall with these systems. Thankfully, we were able to see the other tornado and got the video in, but there may be some situations where you can't actually see the tornado because of all the rainfall. Let's give some rainfall rates with some of these storms. This is the one in Broward, by the way, that tornado warning in Broward until 7:30. And again, we're at 7:07 now. So if you are in Chula Vista, Twin Lakes, Ravenswood Estates around 7:10. So this storm really should be upon you as we are speaking. Interior room away from those windows until we get these storms passing by. We knew this event was going to be a dangerous event with the winds picking up, with the possibility for these tornadoes. So if you have your plan, you know exactly where you should be. And I think we should zoom out and see what else may be in the offing over those Atlantic waters. And we may get a break, Broward, once that cell passes by that's currently impacting the Fort Lauderdale area with that new warning on it. May get a break, but there could be some more moving through. And then around Homestead, the storm being warned on there, moving west at 60. That one, well, there's a lot more weather behind it, extending from Cutler Bay out over the water. So far, no new warnings to pass along to you, or perhaps I spoke too soon. Tornado warning. We now have a tornado warning in the lower Keys for mainland Monroe. So let's go to mainland Monroe and see what is happening here. Hopefully there are a lot of people who left the lower Keys. So a new tornado warning, it appears, until 7:30 in the lower Keys. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation. This storm is moving west at 70 miles per hour. So this is one that will come in and it will come out very quickly for mainland Monroe, moving west at 70 miles per hour. Key West, Boca Chica, Saddle Bunch Keys, Little Torch Key, Upper Sugarloaf Key, all in the path of this storm. So if you are still in the Keys trying to ride this thing out, that interior room away from the windows, these are fast movers. So they come in and they come out, and then we get more storms or squalls moving through. And within that, okay, we again, let me just reiterate the Keys warning, and then we're going to head to our Ross Palumbo, the lower Keys until 7:30 on a storm moving west at 70 miles per hour. Let's check in with our Ross Palumbo.
Betty, how you doing? We are almost to Oakland Park, right near that area where you believe the tornado touched down, and we just came across this tree right here. This is actually down here. Look at this.
Oh, wow.
You know, I just want you to see how big this is, and I don't know if the video is really doing it justice, but it's really a miracle. Check this out. There is a Jeep right here that it missed, and this SUV right here, this tree went right down the center. These two owners are the luckiest people alive, I'll tell you, when it comes to damage. Look how big this thing is. And you know, I don't know if the video does it justice, but you know how much this, you know, I can't even budge this thing. This thing is easily, I would say about 1,000 pounds. It's going to have to be cut out. I'm going to walk back here so you can get a larger picture of how huge this thing is. I hope you can see that. We're coming to you by Skype because one of our cameras has been damaged, but let me jog around the other side here. Look at this thing. Now, it's really interesting. It doesn't look, to my eyes, like this tree in any way is rotting or damaged. So this was a lot of force pulling this thing down here. Look at that. Now, we were just on the beach here in Fort Lauderdale a little while ago, and I have to tell you, it's all just started coming down here. The the tide that we can't show you in this section because we're a little bit away. The tide here has picked up dramatically. The swells have increased incredibly. The rain just stopped a little while ago, but look at the palm trees here. You can see how much the wind really has picked up. I want to give you a shot of the sky here because we've been looking as we've been listening to your report, Betty, and we haven't seen any funnel cloud, but you can definitely see how quickly the clouds are moving, how quickly that wind is kicking up by the trees there. But again, this is a massive tree here, and these car owners, wow.
Ross, I do want to interrupt you here, excuse me, and just bring people in Broward back in the loop regarding this tornado warning on this storm until 7:30 and let you know where the storm is right now. If you're watching from the Plantation area around sunrise, make sure you stay in that interior room away from the windows as this storm is moving toward the west at 35 miles per hour. The latest information I do have is that a spotter at FLL, Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport, did report a funnel cloud with a rotating wall cloud on that particular storm, and I'm getting that information from the National Weather Service. So Doppler radar indicated, but we are now learning that a spotter did report a funnel cloud with a rotating wall cloud with that particular storm. So it's another situation where we want to take it very seriously as that storm continues its journey toward the west. If you're watching from Plantation, Sawgrass Mills, I know you just dealt with one tornado warning. That one moved away, and then another storm came in off the Atlantic, and that's what we're looking at right now. That could very well produce a tornado. Ross Palumbo just showed you the images of the damage. So that is the proof that you have to take these tornado warnings seriously. Even when we say it's Doppler radar indicated, treat that as though it's an actual warning, because that tornado can just spin down and spin up and spin down so quickly and then lift back up. And then before you know it, you are left with the downed tree, perhaps. Hopefully this won't be the case, but on top of your car. But these storms, as they're moving in, they're quick movers and they can be dangerous and they can cause a great deal of destruction. So we
now have a moment to go to our Terrell Fournier, who is live for us, I believe, in Florida City, with the very latest on what he is seeing. And Homestead, that area that is now under a tornado warning, is not far from you. Terrell, take it away.
Yeah, we just actually had a pretty strong outer band that rolled through the area. It brought some pretty significant rain out in the area over here, but these bands are quick. Let's take a look behind me over here. You can see those palm trees. We've been looking at these palm trees throughout the afternoon just to get, a gauge on how strong this wind has been. But even walking in this wind when that outer band rolls through becomes very, very difficult. When this latest band rolled through, it brought in that intense rain. You could barely see in front of you, but these bands just have been so quick. As soon as they are here, they're literally gone within about 2 or 3 minutes or so. But for most of the afternoon, it's been primarily a wind event and not as much as a rain event, but it seems like that transition is starting to happen where you're getting just as much rain as you are wind. So both of those have been two factors. But here in the area, I have mentioned earlier today, we were in the Homestead community, which is just up the road here, and they were suffering from water outages because of a water main break because people were without water in that community. People are also without power in that community. So many people affected by power outages here in Miami-Dade County. We know that just around the corner from here, there is a downed power line. There were some police officers blocking the road so no one would be affected by that. But, the power outages, for the most part, it is not widespread. It is just in certain communities here in Southwest Miami-Dade that at least that we are in, that are suffering from power outages, but just various pockets across Miami-Dade. So this is the scene out here in the Florida City Homestead area where we are still getting in those bands. I can also mention, you guys have been talking about that tornado warning. All of our phones literally went off about 10 or 12 minutes ago. notifying us of that tornado warning that is up here in this part of the county. So we are obviously very, very aware of that as well. So it is something that is affecting all of us here in South Florida.
Terrell, thank you. And Betty, let's get right over to you.
That tornado warning, thankfully, that was in effect for the Homestead area, that South Dade warning, that has actually been canceled. So I do want to return the focus to graphics 42 and the warning ongoing in Broward. And I'll bring our Jennifer Correa into the fold to talk more about what we're seeing here.
Okay, so what we're seeing right now is the velocity radar, which indicates the inflow, outflow. You see the green that's going towards, and then away is the red. And whenever you see something like that, red and green next to each other, as we're seeing right now, that's a good indication that there might be a rotation in that storm. So what we're seeing here again is that inflow, outflow. So it's like a little couplet that's forming. That is a good indication that there's rotation, possibly a funnel cloud. And this is between Lauderdale Lakes and Lauderhill. And again, that is with that tornado warned storm that continues to track towards the west. Now, keep in mind, this is moving rapidly, at least around 35 miles per hour. So these will quickly track towards the west, and this storm continues to do that. So now it has definitely continued to push towards the west, Broward, Sunrise, down to Plantation, heavy rain, and there you go. It keeps on moving. These are rapid. You don't have time to take cover, so you will have to stay where you are. This is a second tornado, right? Second tornado warning.
I have some new information from the National Weather Service office saying that at 7:18 p.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Plantation. So this one confirmed over Plantation, moving west at 35 miles per hour. So this is a very serious situation. If you are in these areas, this storm is producing a tornado and potentially could produce one in your path. If you're listening or watching from Market Park, West Kinlark, Ramblewood East, downtown Davie, Broward Estates, all in the path of this particular storm as it's moving west at 35 miles per hour.
So if you're listening, if you hear us, make sure that you are away from windows, even if there are hurricane impact windows, even if you have shutters up. Go into a bathroom, in a tub, or maybe even a hallway in the center of the house. We continue to see, again, these bands coming in. So this is going to be quick. Once the tornado warning is issued for a particular storm, you have seconds, not minutes, seconds to take shelter, which you should be already, and no doubt, in your house. Just remember, stay away from those windows. And these storms are tracking at a speed of 35 miles per hour to the west. So Markham Park, you're right now underneath this storm, Sawgrass Mills, down into 595 and I-75 as well. Again, this is tracking westward very fast, so you only have seconds to take cover. As these bands continue to move through, we're going to possibly see a lot more of these capable thunderstorms or capable tornado formation thunderstorms, because again, the bands are moving quickly from offshore, from ocean, and the land adds friction. And so as those bands move from water to more friction, land, it spins up those cells and it causes that rotation. Now, even though they could be brief tornadoes, Betty,
right,
they can definitely be destructive.
As we're seeing in some of the video we got from our Ross Palumbo, who went out to the site of that first tornado, and where it did indeed do some damage. Here's another look at video that we've been getting in from that initial tornado warning that went into effect. The first one that was near Fort Lauderdale, wall cloud, funnel, plane in view, and clearly that one did touch down and do some damage. If you're around Sunrise and Davie right now, you should be hunkered down at least for the next 5 minutes. This tornado warning is going until 7:30. I would say in the western area too, make sure you're in an interior room away from those windows. If you're around Sunrise, Davie, and Weston, as we track this storm moving west at 35 miles per hour, it should be out of our hair in, say, the next 5 to 9 minutes. And then we'll see what else rolls in off the Atlantic, because we know there are more bands that will be moving in off the waters tonight. So it's just turning out to be a very active night of weather. I just want to zoom out on graphics 41 and check the weather scene, make sure we don't have any new warnings going. And we don't, but we do see a substantial band of weather stretching from South Dade all the way out toward the Atlantic waters that we'll have to keep an eye on that as well. So that band bears watching as those storms within that band lift toward the west-northwest. But once we get beyond the storm that's now right around that Sunrise, Weston, Davie area, once that one pushes west, hopefully we'll catch a little break. We'll be able to catch our breath and then see what else is going to come our way. But it's just one of those nights where we are on our toes, you are on your toes, as we walk you through what's going to be a volatile night of weather. Mind you, the landfall of Irma not even going to happen here. That's going to happen early tomorrow over the Keys. So we told you there was reason why you needed to stay put. You need to follow the evacuation orders. You need to just stay in safe shelter until we get through tonight, until we get through tomorrow.
And I believe we do have somebody in one of our reporters in Southwest Ranches that I think we want to go out to. Yes, Todd Toggin. Hi, Todd. How's it going over there?
So we're safe, but honestly, we've seen the storm that came through that spawned that Oakland Park tornado. We clearly saw that kind of a train effect of the clouds moving by. The lightning detector at Archbishop McCarthy, which is just a little ways off over there, you can see the lights from their football stadium. That has been going off consistently, and that is generally an indicator that there you can hear some thunder. I don't know if you heard it just now, but there are some very heavy dark clouds now coming on top of us here on Southwest Ranches. We don't have any rain. The wind isn't that bad right now, but it's ironic that Irma is well to our south, and the tornadoes that are spawning are just to our north. And so that's an indicator that everybody needs to be on their toes, as Betty said. And my last hit, in fact, I said to Max that, the biggest concern here in Southwest Ranches is really about tornadoes. The tornadic activity can be very, very active. And I think we've clearly seen that to be the case right now. You can see these heavy clouds. Look how fast they're moving. I don't know if you can see it if it looks that way on television, but just personally watching them, they're moving really quite fast. And so the situation can change so quickly. You really do need to pay attention and be on top of things.
Thank you so much. I just want to bring us all up to speed on what's happening out there right now. The tornado warning that we had going for the Keys, by the way, that one has expired. So we're beyond that one. So we're now just left with this one tornado warning still going on that cell in Broward County. We have about 5 more minutes to go on that. You can see where the storm is, though. Weston's still involved in part of this storm, and there's still a warning going on it as it moves west at 35 miles per hour. Sunrise, Davie, the storm is pushing west of you. So I think we're going to get a little break from the storms, just a little break, because we know there's more activity that will eventually be rolling in. So I'm in constant contact with the National Weather Service office, everybody with any tools to help keep you safe out there tonight. We are definitely on top of it, but not quite done with that storm in Broward, keeping a close eye on that. Again, we have about 5 more minutes to go on that tornado warning. Weston, watching those skies over you still very carefully. Make sure you stay in that interior room away from windows. That storm moving west at 35 miles per hour. And in the next 4 minutes, hopefully we see that tornado warning drop and we can take a deep breath, regroup, and see what else comes our way off those Atlantic waters. This is all associated with Irma, that core still way away from us, way down near Cuba. Moving toward the west-northwest it is, but those rain bands are going to come in on occasion tonight. It's going to be one of those evenings where we simply have to stay on our toes and manage things as they happen. If you have a plan, you're in good shape because you know exactly what you're doing out there tonight to keep yourself and to keep your families safe. And you probably just saw an update on the radar how the storm continues to shift off toward the west. In fact, the front edge of that storm now over US 27. Eventually, we just want to see the back edge of that pull away from Weston, and then we'll see that warning lifted. As I said, it's not just Broward, Miami-Dade dealing with this kind of weather. Other areas of South Florida too. Our neighbors up in Palm Beach County getting some of these bands moving in too. The reach of Irma is indeed far and wide, and this is just the kind of night we're in for. Lori and Calvin.
All right, and Betty, I want to tell you about 2 minutes before you confirmed that tornado in Plantation, I heard from friends in Plantation saying there was just this eerie quiet all of a sudden. Is that what usually happens?
Right, that's how I've heard it described. Things get very quiet, and then all of a sudden it happens so fast. And at the end of the day, we all know tornadoes can be deadly. They can be destructive. Our Ross Palumbo already showing us the video of some of the destruction we've seen out there. And we really are going to have to pay close attention to what the Doppler radar is telling us tonight, because once that sun goes down and we can't see anything, we're going to have to rely on all these tools, and you have to rely on the equipment you have at your house, especially if your power is out. I'm hoping everyone out there has a battery-powered radio, because we are under this tornado watch until midnight. So we'll continue to track these storms. Now we're finding a new tornado warning going into effect. And let's see if it's just simply being extended on the storm. This is for central Broward County, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Sawgrass Mills Mall at 727 or near Sunrise, moving west at 35 miles per hour. And my assumption, let's see, if this is a new storm or the same storm.
I think it's probably a new or the same storm.
Okay, the same storm.
Yeah, I'm trying to read here in the warning that was printed out.
Okay.
So a severe thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado was located. I believe it is.
Actually, I think it might
be that.
This one right here. It may not look like much on the Doppler radar. Clearly, it doesn't. But let's see.
Because again, Betty, it might be, even though we're not seeing heavy rain associated with it, could be a potential funnel cloud.
Right.
Radar indicated funnel cloud.
Exactly.
Yes.
So that is why we just have to listen to what the Doppler radar is telling us. So this one is a radar indicated rotation on this particular storm. So if you are watching right now and you are in, let's see which areas, it's going to be near the intersection of I-75 and US 27, the East Toll Gate on Alligator Alley around 740.
Actually, it looks like they canceled.
They lifted that. Yes. Obviously, there was an issue with that being put out in the wrong area. I think.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Betty. We do have another tornado warning. Let's go to Miami-Dade County. In Miami-Dade County, it looks like Cutler Bay is under this, part of Kendall Country Walk. You see that center of the radar as well. So there is a tornado warning that's been put into effect until 8:15 p.m. Do you have those locations?
I do. This one until 8:15. The storm is moving west at 35 miles per hour. This storm capable of producing a tornado located near the Redland area at 729. This is, again, a radar indicated area of rotation. This tornado warning in effect until 8:15. This is central Miami-Dade County. Doppler radar indicated if you are in South Miami Heights, Howard, Palmetto Estates, in La Quinta and Three Lakes, you are all in the path of this storm. The storm could produce a tornado, and that could cause flying debris, and that's going to be dangerous to those who are not in shelter. So make sure you're in that interior room away from windows as this storm moves west at 35 miles per hour. And this is in that band coming in that we just talked about earlier, how there was more coming in off the Atlantic. That's in that band, Jennifer.
Yes, I suspect we're going to get a lot more of these warnings. Just look out towards that, out towards the Atlantic on this radar. You could see all these bands of course, cells embedded in these bands that are capable of producing these brief tornadoes, destructive tornadoes. There's also, it looks like, some heavy rain that is entering near Coral Gables and down into Deering Estate area, so Pinecrest as well. So we are going to see a lot of these or more tornado warnings being triggered by this specific rain band. And this same rain band could potentially lift further to the north as well.
It could. It could. So there could be more areas out there where you become involved in these tornado warnings. But right now, we're looking at central Miami-Dade County until 8:15. Doppler radar indicated rotation, Miami Heights, South Miami Heights, Howard, Palmetto Estates, in La Quinta and Three Lakes. You are within the path of this particular storm. That could produce a tornado. It's moving west at 35 miles per hour. I want to move away from that for just a second, Jennifer, and check in on the situation in Broward just to see if that tornado warning has yet been lifted, and
it looks like
not quite lifted. The warning is still going on that cell, and based on what I'm seeing, it looks like they're going to let that continue until 8 p.m. It's the storm still near Weston. I think even just by looking at it and the signature still strong enough to suggest it might still be capable of producing a rotation, and that's exactly what I'm reading. I think the best news I can give you about that particular storm is it's now starting to push west of US 27. So as it pushes west of US 27, that means it gets away from many of your communities in the Broward area. So more like moving out Alligator Alley, Miami Canal by 8 o'clock this evening. So more of an issue around Alligator Alley. It's going to move away from your communities. So I guess we can bring the focus back down into Miami-Dade, where we'll continue to follow this warning going on the cell in central Miami-Dade until 8:15. Again, if you are, this warning came as Doppler radar indicated rotation around 7:29 near the Redland area. The storm moving west at 35 miles per hour, and there is a lot of rain entangled in these storms as the sun will soon be going down, all the way down out there, and it's just turning out to be a dangerous night of weather. You want to be in an interior room away from those windows as these storms could produce the flying debris. And we definitely want to take these storms seriously because we've already seen tonight the images of the damage coming out of those in Broward, as well as confirmation from video and confirmation from spotters who have seen actual funnel clouds and tornadoes out there. So that's the situation tonight in central Miami-Dade as we track a storm moving west at 35 miles per hour. Capable of producing a tornado, and as we've been saying, this is associated with those bands of Irma, and it's not just that storm. There's just a long line of weather associated with this particular band, and it's just gonna take a while before we are out of this. So we'll continue to keep track of the tornado warnings. I want to drop back in on this Broward storm to see what's happening with it. Let's see, going on with the Broward storm. Still watching this one.
Looks like it's moving along I-75.
Right, moving along I-75 and US 27. So more and more we can start to breathe a little easier around Weston. Officially, that tornado warning won't expire until 8 p.m. So let's bring the focus back down into Dade, where we continue to see this intense band just rolling in off the waters, and right around that Redland area, this storm capable of producing that tornado as it moves west at 35 miles per hour.
And Betty, I wanted to point out on the right, we were just looking, we had our Miami Tower cam pointed south on Brickell, so it's kind of aimed south toward Cutler Bay. Now this is our shot in downtown Miami, but there is the shot again, aimed south toward the Cutler Bay, Kendall area. It is just, I mean, very, very heavy rain, very windy right now. And they're also in Coral Gables. They have just issued an emergency curfew from 8 p.m. to 7 a.m. We have Janine Stanwood down there in the Gables. It's not all the way down in Kendall, but Janine, you can give us a sense of the conditions as we're watching this tornado warning.
Lori, just within the last 10 minutes, this rain started coming down. Right now we're at the intersection of Salcedo and Majorca, and we were actually out here because some Local 10 viewers actually emailed us about this tree, this Norfolk Island pine, that at some point earlier this evening snapped and just fell, and you can see right now it's in the middle of the road. Thankfully, though, there are no power lines here, so that's not an issue. This is a residential area, and there are no reports of any injuries with this tree. But, you know, it's kind of a scary sight. It's an old tree, and it actually snapped from its base, which is right over here. But the conditions, you said it, they've definitely changed rapidly just in the last few minutes. We were out here, it wasn't even raining. We actually spoke to a couple. They were walking their dogs, and they said to us that they were pretty sure that this would be the last time that they'd be walking their dogs tonight, and boy, were they right. They went upstairs and to their apartment, and the rain started coming. So not squally, not like what it was, you know, earlier up in the north portions of Dade County, but right here it's definitely starting to rain, and the wind is starting to pick up a little bit, and so this is maybe the beginning of what's to come.
All right, and Janine, there is an emergency curfew now starting at 8 p.m. in Coral Gables. We'll let you get somewhere safe, and just know that the conditions are very ripe for tornadoes, as we see with the tornado warning here, Betty, going till 8:15 p.m.
That's right. And Janine talked about the rain. I do need to remind everyone that we're under a flood watch. So in addition to that rotation that we could see with some of these storms within these bands, there is also that heavy rain that's going to stack up. And I want to talk rainfall rates right around the Kendall area, more than 1.5 inches per hour. And if it just keeps coming at you, you're getting nailed. The rain is piling up. It's just coming down and coming down. And then, of course, that threat of tornadoes has everybody on edge. Just try to keep calm out there. We are definitely going to get through this situation. We've just got to take it moment by moment as that tornado warning continues in central Miami-Dade County until 8:15. We want to check in with our Glenna Milberg. She is on Miami Beach. Glenna?
Hi, Betty. We're having we're struggling here. The winds just got horrendous, and you see someone driving by that's a county vehicle with cones, picking up some cones, last minute things. We got, I guess, a band. I haven't been able to listen to you, Betty, in the last couple of minutes, but the weather on a dime just turned absolutely horrendous. A really hard blowing winds, steady and sustained, and rain, and we see some lightning. It is, I can't look at a watch or a phone at the moment, but I know it's coming up around 7:30 or just about that, which means it's only half an hour before this city goes under a mandatory curfew, and then everybody has to get off the streets. This is by order of Miami Beach government. They decided to call a curfew this morning in a state of emergency from 8 o'clock tonight until 7 o'clock tomorrow. I will tell you, their timing probably couldn't be better because the weather in the last half hour just got what you see here. I know the visual of effects of a strong wind you see in the trees and in the direction of the rain. I'm not sure that it translates on camera as strongly as it feels out here. We see things flying right now. I want everyone to know that every time we come to you from a location, we do find a place with concrete.
I'm not sure what happened with Glenna, if we lost her signal or lost sound in these conditions. I can certainly understand why. She is essentially being assaulted by one of Irma's rain bands. In fact, all of our communities around that Miami Beach area are being assaulted by this rain band, which is just coming at Miami Beach, Miami, and extending down into south areas of Miami nonstop. nonstop. So this is what we're into right now as this moves as a whole. This rain band will stay toward the west-northwest, but it's a nonstop situation as we continue to keep eyes on that tornado warning. And that the tornado warning that was put out once there was Doppler radar indicated rotation around the Redland area, that storm moving west at 35 miles per hour. So that tornado warning until 8:15. We'll continue to watch to see how that situation evolves. But even once we get out of that storm, it could be followed up by more in that same Redland area. So I think at some point we'll get a big concern about just how the rains are starting to add up out there. And we're checking back in with you now, Glenna. And you are involved in a serious rain band.
I could have done that. It's true. That's true. It's really amazing to me to listen to you, Betty, and to see how spot on you can be in such a specific geographic area. This is absolutely the worst of the weather yet. I'm not sure where we lost you before. We lost electricity there for a moment, but I was saying, and I think it's important for people to watching to know that we do our best to surround ourselves out here with concrete and safety as we try to bring to you the information that will help everybody get through the storm. So we're feeling like we're in a good place to transmit this really awful weather. We have seen really big, heavy things start to fall and fly, and I'm watching some street signs that are shaking back and forth. It is no doubt a dangerous time to be out on the streets because of things that fly. And so this mandatory curfew that goes into effect at 8 o'clock in just a few minutes and lasts all night long, I was not sure how they chose 8 o'clock as the time, but it seems to be a perfectly timed curfew. I know the first responders are still out. We have seen Miami Beach Police and Fire out on the streets as we've been driving around, and there will come a time when that stops. But as of now, we have seen them, and we have seen fewer and fewer people on the streets. It's interesting how many people today were out on the beach thinking that it was a lot less severe than they thought it would be. I think that thought process is probably going to end for a lot of people right about now. Hard for us to tell, of course, when this band will end. If you might have seen that enormous lightning burst offshore. The clouds, it's still light enough to see that the clouds are pretty ominous and rolling fast. We can't see the ocean from where we are, although it is just yards away to the east. The seas are on the rise. High tide is just about 11 tonight. So the seas are rising, and with this rain, there is starting to be some flooding around places in Miami Beach. We have not seen widespread or deep flooding yet anywhere we've been, which until now, of course, is a good sign. That too may end. So I will tell you, Lori, Calvin, Betty, whoever else is back there, we are going to find a little bit of better shelter for ourselves in the next couple of minutes, and it appears that this might be the last time we can transmit live if they are going to enforce a curfew on our crews as well.
And Glenna, thank you so much. As we get back to our radar on the left there, and Betty and Jennifer, we just want to point out that the tornado that touched down in Plantation, we are learning from the public information officer there, they believe it was right at Flamingo and Sunrise near the Publix that's right there near Sawgrass Mills Mall. It's 12,500 West Sunrise Boulevard. So crews are responding there. It was a confirmed large tornado.
And I can let you know, as you're seeing on the Doppler radar, that thunderstorm that produced the tornado. There were two that had tornadoes produced, but this latest one, it's moving away. So it's pushing well west of US 27. So we can breathe a sigh of relief, Broward, because now on the Doppler radar, we don't see a tornado warning, although there will be more weather moving in your area tonight. Now it looks like we're transitioning to a point where we can focus a bit more on Broward, and this hefty band that is just pounding from Miami Beach all the way down toward the Kendall area, and we're still finding this tornado warning going too on the storm within that band in a portion of Miami-Dade. So it's places like South Miami Heights, Howard, Palmetto Estates, in La Quinta, and Three Lakes, where you are under that tornado warning until 8:15. So we've got about 30 more minutes to go on that one, and we'll see how that warning evolves as we're moving through the evening, because this is an extensive band and there could be another area within the band where we get the rotation, as well as the band moving in, moving west or west-northwest and impacting more communities. But if you're not involved in an area where there's Doppler radar indicated rotation, then you're certainly involved in some just incredible winds and also some very heavy rainfall coming through. We do have our crews spaced out everywhere, trying to capture as much as they can while staying safe, just to keep you safe through the night.
And that video on the right is from Florida City. We have several crews based right there, very much within this box. I'm told that is Miami Beach. I apologize. Looked like our Florida City shot there. But that is our Miami Beach shot where Glenna is, and she will keep us posted on that huge swath of bad weather just coming right at the beach and Miami. Meanwhile, we want to remind you, if you are one of the lucky ones who has power right now, please get your radios set, your battery-powered radios set to one of our radio partners so you can continue to listen to us if you lose power. Please get ready with 790 The Ticket, 101.5 Light FM, 104.3 The Shark, 102.7 The Beach, or Pirate Radio down in the Keys. That way you won't lose us, you'll feel connected, still hear our voices, and you'll get the latest updates. And this is downtown Miami from Will Manso's picture and his vantage point. He is riding this through there on the third floor of one of the newer condos across from the American Airlines Arena, and the winds are just whipping. I mean, it really is a tremendous force down there. And no doubt, as you look to your left and see the radar and all that red and yellow that is coming across, moving west, right over Miami Beach and downtown Miami. So, Betty, go ahead.
I was just going to say that area is just getting slammed, reminding you that's outside of the area where there's a tornado warning. But I think we do need to take a moment and talk about rainfall rates, because another part of this weather event that is Irma is the rainfall. And we haven't lost sight of the fact that we're under a flood watch for all of South Florida. So these rainfall rates are pretty impressive as we're looking in around Miami, no doubt topping 1 inch per hour. And then, of course, all the rains we see offshore is just going to continue to come in and just pile on. So we'll have to just definitely keep an eye on the situation with that, the rain. And then also there's the storm surge, because there is that onshore component to Irma, which will push some of that water toward the shoreline, some of those ocean waters pushing up, eventually piling up. So that's going to be another issue too that you've heard our Max Mayfield talk about tonight. But first and foremost is the possibility for these quick tornadoes to spin up. We just want to make sure all of you are safe out there as we continue to follow this warning in this area of Miami-Dade. The warning went out around the Redland area when Doppler radar indicated rotation. Hopefully we are on our way to seeing this section of the band lift out of this warning area and get away from some of your communities. I do think we're going to get there. I'm just waiting to see what kind of new updates we get from the National Weather Service. And as we've been saying all night, they even trimmed back the warning a bit. So the warning is still there until 8:15. Let's see what we have on that warning now. And just getting this new update in until 8:15 for west central Miami-Dade County. The thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Shark Valley Observation Tower or 11 miles northwest of Homestead General Aviation Airport, moving west at 30 miles per hour.
And Betty, that is Florida City on the right side of our screen now, so you can see the conditions down there close to where that tornado warning is.
Right. Luckily for Florida City, that is going to be more northwest of their location. So that is some good news for them. But the storm is moving west at 30 miles per hour. So with time, in about 15, 20 more minutes, this should be removed from the communities, and we will be breathing a little easier, although that doesn't mean the threat or the weather is going to let up for the rest of tonight. This is going to be an ongoing thing.
Right, and you can see that there's a bit of a low quiet area right now. Looks like the rain has tapered off for Cutler Bay down to Homestead, but Betty, as we were talking about it, this heavy rain band, of course, not only is it, not all these storms are moving west, but the whole band itself is lifting northward as it continues to wrap around Hurricane Irma. So now that we're seeing quieter conditions in southern Miami-Dade, parts of southern Miami-Dade, now these heavy storms that are rolling through with this band will continue to move on northward. So now northern Miami-Dade, you're going to start seeing that weather deteriorate even more, and the heavier rainfall is headed your way. So Hialeah, right now, the rain will start picking up in just the next 10 minutes to moderate level, and then heavy level also for Aventura, and as you were talking about earlier, Miami Beach.
And if you're, just to get a feel for, can everyone hear me?
Yes, Betty,
okay,
go right
thank
ahead.
you. I had to get a new battery for my microphone, sharing and helping to keep you safe. So tracking this rain band, as it, as Jennifer said, was going to be lifting up, sort of a west-northwest movement with these bands as they're coming in off the water. So there will be more areas in North Dade that get involved with some of this rainfall. So looking north of 41, if you're watching tonight from Hialeah, or maybe listening to us on the radio from Doral, and these are the rains that are moving in. Nothing warned on for your communities right now in terms of tornado warnings, but definitely the wind-driven rains are lifting in, all associated with Irma. All the while, we continue to keep an eye on what's left of this sliver of a tornado warning for west central Miami-Dade. This particular storm will continue to watch.
And we have a new tornado warning, Betty.
Okay, so now we're looking at a new tornado warning in effect. And let's see what we have here. This information just coming on. This one is for northeastern Miami-Dade and southeastern Broward. This is radar indicated rotation. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Hallandale, moving west at 30 miles per hour. So this storm capable of producing a tornado was located over Hallandale and moving west at 30 miles per hour. Some of the areas in the path of this storm: North Miami Beach, Sunny Isles Beach, around 7:55. So that storm is already on top of you, essentially. Hollywood, Hallandale, Aventura, Dania Beach, around 8 o'clock Eastern. You should be experiencing this storm. Doppler radar indicating rotation. North Miami, West Park, Ravenswood Estates, Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport, around 8:05. Fort Lauderdale, Miramar, Miami Gardens, Miramar Parkway, University Drive, Chambers Estates, Estates of Fort Lauderdale near Sun Life Stadium and Broadview Park, around 8:10. This storm will be moving your way. Davie, Cooper City, Royal Palm Ranches, Sunshine Acres, Nova Southeastern University, Pine Island Ridge, and the intersection of I-75 and Griffin Road, around 8:15. So a good bit of Broward County will again be impacted by a storm capable of producing a tornado. This is Doppler radar indicated. North Miami Beach and Sunny Isles Beach dealing with the storm right now. The part of it that is capable of producing the tornado. It is moving toward the, moving toward the west at 30 miles per hour. Let's turn on the velocity product and see if there's anything catching our attention at this point. We'll have to wait for the update, but clearly what we see at this point over the waters earlier, that has translated in the inland, and that's a sign of that Doppler radar indicated rotation.
And Betty, as you look on the right, that is video right outside of our station in Pembroke Park. We're right on Hallandale Beach Boulevard, and we're just seeing a tremendous amount of lightning and this heavy rain.
Right. This storm is one where, again, you want to be inside in an interior room away from windows until this passes you by, as this storm could produce a tornado. So this is a storm we are actually looking at North Miami, looking at this storm as it moves toward the west. We have our Christian De La Rosa in Hollywood, Florida, a downed tree in that area. So the damage is starting to reveal itself all over the place. Christian.
Yes, this is 78th and 37th Street, and you know, throughout the evening we've seen the progression of the branches that are falling being larger and larger, and now this is a pretty large tree that's now blocking this entire road. And you can see here, if we pan to the right, it was uprooted and it came down, and it was pretty loud based on what neighbors are telling us. Want to bring in Miss Pineda over here, you were inside of the home. Yeah. That was barely missed by this tree. So tell me what happened. You guys were watching a movie.
Yeah, we were watching Avatar, just me and the girls, and all of a sudden we hear the wind, and we get a tornado alert. And then my dad and our friend was outside trying to fix their generator, and all of a sudden they start screaming. We come outside and we see like the gust of wind and the rain, and then we hear the tree fall. And we're trying to close down the garage. And
what did it sound like?
It sounded like a big like
someone knocking on the window.
Yeah, like someone knocking on the window. Like if Hawk came and she tried to knock on my door, that's exactly what it sounded like.
You know, and what do you make of the fact, you know, this tree barely missed the home, and you guys actually evacuated to this home with family?
Exactly, but the thing is, my car's right over there too. It missed my car by like 5 feet. By like a hair.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. So.
And you know, we were talking about earlier, there's been so much talk about how this storm
we didn't think it was going to be crazy, but you know, seeing this, everybody needs to be careful, you know, because we don't know what Mother Nature can do. She could pick up quickly and destroy everything or keep on moving, you know, so everybody needs to be safe.
Thanks again, and we're just glad that you're safe and that this tree missed your home. Want to take you closer just to see the strong winds. Look at this. It was uprooted. The sidewalk is clearly damaged. And then if you pan over that way, we can show everybody just how close this tree came to falling on this home, missing vehicles. So a lot of people pretty shocked with what happened. Actually, look at that. Look at that. Look at up there. I mean, I don't know how good our lighting is at this point, but it actually fell on top of another tree. You could probably say that this tree saved the lives of, you know, probably some of the people staying in this home and this home's structure. Guys, back to you.
All right, Christian De La Rosa in Hollywood. Let's get over to Andrew Perez in North Miami, where the weather is really kicking up. And no doubt when we look at this radar. Andrew, do we still have you? Yes.
Yeah, well, it's been picking up and it continues to get harder and harder. Right now, we're outside a shelter. I want you to look more toward the stadium lights because you can get an idea. This is North Miami Senior High School. That is where we are. This is a shelter. This was one of the shelters that opened up a little bit later because all of the shelters in Miami-Dade County were reaching capacity so quickly. And within the last 15, 20 minutes, everything picked up. This is actually much better. I will take the rain that we're seeing right now, but if you had joined us about 10 minutes ago, I mean, it picked up out of nowhere. The other thing that we've been seeing out here that, at least myself, covering the storm throughout the day, I hadn't seen is quite a lot of lightning so far. We've been seeing a lot of lightning. Again, we are at the shelter here, North Miami Senior High. What I can also tell you is that the city of North Miami has also now begun a curfew. That they issued that curfew at 6:30 p.m. They advised the public about it, but it's actually going to begin at 10 p.m. tonight, and it's going to last into the early morning. And it's not only to keep folks safe and to keep first responders safe so that they don't have to go out and try to rescue people if it gets to that point, but it's also to prevent any crimes, anything from happening like that. So that's the situation right now here in North Miami. Things finally calming down a little bit here, but let me tell you, I mean, it came out of nowhere. It came just like that.
All right, Andrew, thanks a lot for that. And Betty, did you want to add to the fact that these tornado warnings are just happening left and right?
They are. We're getting quite a few of those quick spin ups. I just want to bring you up to speed on the latest warning. Still going until 8:15. It's actually the newest tornado warning in northeast Miami-Dade and southeast Broward. A storm moving west at 30 miles per hour. It is Doppler radar indicated rotation. If you're watching from North Miami, West Park, Ravenswood Estates, and Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood International Airport around 8:05, this storm is going to be in your area. Fort Lauderdale, Miramar, Miami Gardens, Miramar Parkway, right around the University Drive area, Oak Point, Chambers Estates, Davie, Cooper City, Royal Palm Ranches, Sunshine Acres, Nova Southeastern University, Pine Island Ridge, an intersection of I-75 and Griffin Road, 8:10, 8:15, all those areas that will be impacted by this storm as it's moving toward the west at 30 miles per hour. So why don't we loop this just to get a feel for the movement, moving west at 30 miles per hour. So all those areas in the path of that storm. Again, this is Doppler radar indicated rotation. The other thing that we're now getting in is an intermediate advisory on Hurricane Irma. So that's another thing we need to update you on, and we can bounce over to that quickly on graphics 42 in case you're wondering what's going on with the system that is bringing all this weather our way. Another live look outside. Okay.
And Betty, that's Miami Beach you're looking at.
Okay, we're looking at Miami Beach right now, and obviously conditions are not improving there as we continue to have the very heavy rainfall moving in. Those bands of Irma, that's what we're seeing, even moving into the Miami Beach area. So I'll zoom out. You can see just how extensive this area of weather is. I mean, stretching really from the Everglades, looking over in West mainland Monroe, and then this band stretching all the way back over, reaching toward Miami-Dade, even portions of Broward, back into the Atlantic waters. And it's within this band, where we're finding these spin-ups happening out there, prompting some of these tornado warnings that we're dealing with tonight. I do want to bring Jennifer Correa into the conversation.
Yeah, so we're going to use this monitor here, and again, I'm going to bring up the velocity radar, the storm velocity radar that is. So the tornado warned storm, you can see on this velocity radar that inflow, outflow, that red and green next to each other. That is a good indication that there is rotation. We can't confirm to you if there's a tornado touching ground, but what can we say out of this is that the reason for the tornado warning is because radar indicated rotation. There is some good inflow, outflow as well. And this will continue to track on westward. So of course, whenever there's a tornado warning issued, you have to go indoors, and you are indoors already, but make sure you stay away from the windows, even if there are shutters up or hurricane impact or plywood on your windows. Just stay in a bathroom, in the tub, or in the center of the house. Look for a hallway so you can protect yourself. Now, this again will continue to track on westward. At what locations will be next? It looks like it's moving over Pembroke Park, parts of northern Miami-Dade, right, Betty?
Right. We're coming up. It's 8:03, so the locations next in line, if you're watching right now from Fort Lauderdale, Miramar, Miami Gardens, right at Miramar Parkway and University Drive as well, Oak Point, Chambers Estates, Estates of Fort Lauderdale, near Sun Life Stadium, Broadview Park, around 8:10. This storm is going to be upon you. Davie and Cooper City, Royal Palm Ranches, Sunshine Acres, Nova Southeastern University, Pine Island Ridge, and the intersection of I-75 and Griffin Road comes your way around 8:15. And it's at 8:15 when we do anticipate this tornado warning expiring. Again, this is Doppler radar indicated velocity tornado warning in effect until 8:15. So those areas of Broward, make sure you are finding a safe place as this storm could produce a tornado. And this has been the case for tonight. Not the first one, and the way things are going, probably won't be the last one. There have been some actual confirmations of tornadoes. That is why when we say Doppler indicated, we still want you to treat it as though it has been confirmed, because there is a history now of these bands producing tornadoes, and we have to pay attention to that. Just getting another look at the storm and its movement and all the rain associated with this band as well. And now that it's nighttime out there, the situation already scary only becomes a lot more scary for parts of South Florida.
Advisory for Irma?
I think, yes, let's do that. If people are interested in knowing what's going on with Hurricane Irma, as of that advisory, I can get you the latest stats on that. Maximum sustained winds of 120 miles per hour. I think that means it's down from 5 miles per hour. Earlier, I do believe it was 125. Pressure, yes. 932 millibars. moving toward the west-northwest at 7 miles per hour. Still a powerful hurricane, 110 miles southeast of Key West, Florida. That's where the center of circulation is. And while the weather is going bananas, so to speak, in so many of your neighborhoods, and you may be thinking, wait a minute, I thought the system wasn't going to make landfall in Broward. Well, these are the outer bands with Irma. The core of Irma, that center of circulation, is still expected to make that landfall come early tomorrow around the lower Keys. But we are definitely dealing with Irma, and we told you that all along. It's just such a large storm, and we would be feeling those impacts, and those impacts are coming on strong tonight, especially with the rain bands and also the occasional spin-ups, and prompting these tornado warnings tonight.
So we do have Ed Rappaport from National Hurricane Center on right now. I believe we do. And I'm not sure if Ed can hear us yet, but it looks like he's going to come later, a little bit later on. But Betty, talk about the forecast cone here of Irma. Doesn't look like much has, nothing has changed as far as the 8 p.m. because it was an intermediate advisory.
Right, nothing has changed. That next full advisory will come in at 11. So as we said earlier, that landfall still anticipated Sunday morning, early tomorrow morning, around the lower Keys, and that's what we have right now on Irma. So we'll look to talk to Ed Rappaport. We have him now, checking in with him at the National Hurricane Center. Turning out to be quite a night for South Florida. You talked about how the impact of Irma, such a large storm, we would feel it even if you don't per se get the landfall over areas like Broward and Miami-Dade. All these tornado warnings coming in tonight.
Right, there are many hazards associated with a hurricane. We don't often see tornadoes, but we're in the right area in terms of the location relative to the center of the storm. The right front quadrant out ahead of it is where we often see tornadoes, and as you've shown, we've had several. Looks like that one band is moving through, and there are a couple others, but it's going to be a while, looks like, before those next bands arrive on our southeast coast.
People are probably wondering how long are we going to be involved in this setup where the tornado warnings just keep rolling out like that?
Well, as long as the tornadoes are limited to this part of the storm, once the center gets to our latitude to even with us, then perhaps that risk will decrease. But that's not for another 12 to 18 hours or so.
And let's talk about Irma, the core back over the waters. What's going on with Irma?
If you look at the radar imagery, it looks like it's not moving very much, and that would be our interpretation as well. This is often an indication that there's going to be a change in the direction. Of course, it's been coming west to west-northwest for a couple days now. Seems to have just about stalled, and so perhaps this is the time where we're going to start to see that turn towards the north, with the center approaching the Keys by tomorrow morning.
Okay, can you just once again give us that timeline of how the conditions will unfold over the next 24 to say 36 hours?
Yes, this is here we can see the coast of Florida and the Florida Keys. The center of the hurricane now is about 100 miles south of the Keys. But in 12 hours, we still expect that it'll be a major hurricane. In fact, all the way up the coast, major hurricane meaning category 3, 4, or 5. And this large area in orange is the extent of the tropical storm force wind. As you can see, it's come into the southeast part of Florida. Well, we've seen that. We've had squalls already to that strength. And here's the hurricane force wind. So we have this entire area to cross over us with a storm moving at 10 miles an hour or so. And we have more than 200 miles of tropical storm force winds. That gives us close to a day's worth of tropical storm winds to begin tonight and continue into tomorrow night.
Ed, can you talk a little bit about the conditions that the Keys are seeing right now?
The Keys, like southeast Florida, have seen sustained tropical storm force winds. Of course, they're going to have much more of that than we do, and it'll be even stronger. That next band is coming into the Keys right now. Wouldn't be surprised if they're seeing gusts to near hurricane force. And by the early hours in the morning, they will have sustained hurricane force winds. Expect the center to be about in this location around 5 to 8 in the morning, and we'll be seeing major hurricane force winds at that time and the very high storm surge.
Ed, it's going to be a long day, long night. We're so glad you're with us every step of the way. Thank you so much for joining us from the National Hurricane Center. I think we do want to check in with one of our reporters out braving the conditions. Do we have Michael Seiden?
Yes, Betty, we are here in Florida City where minutes ago that mandatory curfew went into place, and we are certainly feeling Irma. I want you to take a look. You can see the palm trees blowing. We have been having strong winds for at least the last 2 hours, real strong gusts here. We haven't seen a ton of rain, but I remember, I believe it was probably around 7 o'clock, we got an alert on our iPhone that a tornado warning had been issued for the Homestead area about 4 miles from here. And we're staying at a hotel right now. It's literally just us and several employees, but we spoke to a family who literally had gone home to grab their belongings when that tornado warning was issued. Take a listen. All right, so we have Maria Nicole Gonzalez here, and just as that tornado warning was issued for the Homestead area, you guys were at home, right?
Yes, we were home. We were actually went by the house to see that everything was fine, and we saw the warning. We left quick.
So tell me, describe what you saw, what you heard when you were out there.
The streets were flooded. There was a lot of debris in some of the streets. Some of the fences were knocked out, and a lot of water. Very windy as well.
So just to be clear, though, you didn't see any funnel clouds or any rotation or anything like that?
No. Once I saw the tornado warning, I came back to the hotel.
And let me ask your daughter here, what was it like when you guys were coming back here? You guys were fleeing from your home, coming back to this hotel here in Florida City, only a couple miles away. Can you kind of describe what you saw on the road?
I just saw a lot of rain coming down, the wind. I don't know, I was just very shocked at the moment, very scared, didn't know what to really think about it.
So now, what is your plan now?
I just hope me and my family are safe, probably get in contact with my other family, I don't know.
So do you guys have a bunch of family in Homestead right now?
No, actually, it's only my daughter, myself, my husband's working, and my family is in Kendall.
Okay, so again, just looking at Homestead, you definitely saw some damage. Was it just homes or debris or?
Debris. A lot of debris and a lot of flooded water streets.
All right. Well,
very windy as well.
Yeah.
So,
what about the roads? It seems like there's still traffic. It seems like people are still not heeding the warning.
No, there's a lot of cars in the streets.
Crazy. So you saw people up and down US 1?
Yes, I did.
So yeah, just two people who live in Homestead. Again, they didn't say that they saw any kind of funnel or any rotation or anything like that. I'm sure the National Weather Service is still working on whether or not there was a confirmed tornado. But again, that warning was issued. But out here right now, not getting really any rain and all, but we're really feeling the wind. And, you know, Betty, it's kind of odd to say this in September in South Florida, but it's kind of cool out here with this breeze.
I guess that may be the only silver lining tonight, because outside of that, the weather is just absolutely horrific in a lot of places across South Florida. I do just want to sort of reset on the severe angle and bring you up to speed on what's happening with that tornado warning in that section of Broward and Miami-Dade. It is going to expire at 8:15, so 2 more minutes to go. It does appear that this storm is dropping below severe limits. That said, at least it appears the storm may not be so capable of producing a tornado, but the weather does indeed remain quite unpleasant as the bands of Irma continue to wrap into parts of South Florida tonight. So we'll definitely be keeping a close eye on that. If any new warnings pop, I will be here to bring those to you. Lori and Calvin.
All right, Betty, thanks a lot. And we do want to remind our viewers that if you do lose power, hopefully you have a battery-powered radio. And you can always go to 790 The Ticket, 101.5 Light FM, 104.3 The Shark, and 102.7 The Beach. And if you're in the Keys, you can find us on Pirate Radio.
There are our radio partners. It's so important. If you are lucky enough to still have power, please set your radio now so that you have it if you lose power, because these numbers have just increased dramatically.
Once again, we do want to show you that graphic of the radio partners. And Lori, we just want to reiterate for the folks at home, 790 The Ticket. 101.5 Light FM, 104.3 The Shark, 102.7 The Beach, and Pirate Radio in the Keys. And you can hear us on your radio right now. In fact, they are simulcasting.
It's a great kind of lifeline when you lose power, because in Broward now, the numbers have jumped up to 26,960. Almost 27,000 customers are without power in Broward because of these storms we've just been covering. My goodness, this wave has just come through, and all of these tornado warnings.
And look at the numbers in Miami-Dade at 50,260 families without power or customers of FP&L. They are going to try to work on that, but those winds have to die down, and that's going to be a while before your power is back on. So we certainly apologize for that, and we know you're going to be in the dark for a while, but we do hope that you have some batteries or some candles, and be careful with those as well.
So imagine what the eye of the storm has done to the northern coast of Cuba. It's just taken a beating from Hurricane Irma.
Our own Hatzavela weathering the storm, and he reports now from just inland of the town of Remedios.
As with any old colonial Spanish town, there's always a lot of history, right? Well, in this case, this theater that dates back to 1923 looks perfectly normal from the front end. But look on the ground here. This is the aluminum roof it once had. It's all over this one street. So here's a different perspective of that same theater we just showed you, except you see the wider damage there, right? And then you see the consistency in terms of destruction, because here, this other theater has the exact same roof damage. Let's give you a sense of the strength of this storm. Take a look at these doors. They're about 12 feet high. They're sturdy, they're wooden, but the storm was able to easily knock them down. When we talk about a Category 5 storm, you talk about specific damage, and one of them is the kind of uplifting of trees that we see here. This is a massive tree, but you can see it's been ripped from its core, and as you see around, take a peek around the park, you see much of the same stuff happening behind us, and then you see this as well, this lamppost completely uprooted. This is a metal lamppost, and that gives you a sense of how strong this storm is. So we're sitting in a building that was going to be renovated anyway, but this is the destruction that Irma left behind. You can see the roof is totally gone. We're told that it was going to be replaced anyway, but now the storm did it for them. So we're about to follow Jose, who's the superintendent of this building that we just showed you, and he tells me he was here taking care of it and had to move several times throughout the night just because of the different direction that the wind was blowing. Jose, tú me estabas diciendo, ¿dónde la pasaste aquí?
Ese techo es nuevo.
Ajá.
Ese techo es nuevo.
So that's a new roof over there that you see.
Techo es nuevo. Y entonces tú allí, mira dónde está la silla.
So he says he spent most of the time in that chair, that black chair right below that drawing. Ahí la pasaste.
Ahí la pasé. Y entonces cuando el viento se mueve, que empieza a batir de aquí, entonces vengo y me incorporo aquí donde están los vehículos.
So he says when the roofs... when the wind started changing and taking a different direction, he tells me he comes back here and spends the night behind these cars right here that you see in front of us. When you talk about post-storm dangers, this is one of them. Look at this light post right here swinging in the air. The wind, you can see what direction it's going, and the winds are still pretty hefty here. What we haven't seen much of here in Remedios is the kind of flooding that you'll likely see in Caibarin, because Remedios, after all, is farther inland. When you leave the center of town, that's when you start seeing the heartbreaking damage here in Remedios. Take a look at this house. All of it is really pretty much gone. And as I walk here, I want you to hear from the person living there. Tanya, with her dog, is still out here. And she tells me that she left just this morning, but she was able to survive the storm inside her house. Barely, really, from what you can see. Tanya, cuéntame, ¿cómo pasaste la tormenta?
Bueno, mira, la tormenta la pasé como hasta las 8 y un poquito. Le digo a mi mamá, voy a ver qué es lo que pasa adelante, porque sentí que los cines estaban como la parte adelante, que era algo que sonaba.
She felt the sound and something was not right.
Estando parada en la saleta, se cae la parte adelante completa con todo el costado.
Then the front end of the house just tumbled.
A los 15 o 20 minutos se levantó todo el techo de atrás y se mojó todo está mojado.
And 15-20 minutes later, the roof just really collapsed.
No tengo techo, no tengo televisor, no tengo nada.
She doesn't have a roof, she doesn't have a TV, she doesn't have anything.
Todo se quedó dentro, escaparate y todo.
Pero el perrito que lo tiene.
Simba.
Well, she says all she has is her health and now her dog, whose name is Simba.
All right, Al Hatzavella reporting, and he's headed to another town along the coastline as well. And we're going to hear from him a bit later on tonight. And I do want to make one more announcement, Lori, for all the football fans out there. Seems irrelevant at this time when we're dealing with so much weather-wise, but the Florida State game, a big rivalry, scheduled for next Saturday, has been rescheduled for October 7th due to the storm.
All right, good to know. And we want to get down to Coral Gables now, where a major tornado warning just kind of moved through south of there. Janine Stanwood is joining us live. What are you noticing now, Janine?
Well, Lori, first of all, about that tornado warning, that probably was in part why the mayor decided to issue an emergency curfew, which began at 8 o'clock tonight. And it's hard to believe it is Saturday night in downtown Coral Gables. I'm going to step out of the way. This is Ponce de Leon Boulevard, and it is pretty much a ghost town. The interesting thing, and I'd like to ask Betty about this, we think that we saw, unless they were transformers blowing, we think we saw some lightning in the distance, and that's something that normally you don't think about when you think of a hurricane. But the rain has actually sort of let up a little bit. It's been on and off, but I would say probably in the last hour is when it's really started. For the better part of the evening, really the story was the wind here, but not the rain. And so when we first arrived here in Coral Gables, we saw people out and about walking their dogs, you know, just sort of taking in the sights. And I think, as I mentioned before, we interviewed a couple. They were walking their dog, and they said, well, we figured this probably is going to be the last time that we're able to walk the dog. And sure enough, they go inside, and that's when the rain just started coming down. So it's let up a little bit, but right now you can see people are really sort of heeding the warnings. They're staying inside. It's not a horrendous situation at the moment, but as we know from checking in with our other reporters out and about South Florida, things could very soon change.
And Janine, we've talked a lot about those squalls that have come in, and then one minute it seems to be okay, and the next minute it is not. You've had to deal with quite a bit of that in the Gables, or not?
Only once, I would say. Once, probably, I don't know, I would say about maybe a half hour ago, 45 minutes ago is when one came in, and that's when we decided to sort of get in our cars and go to a safer area because, yeah, squall came in and definitely the wind started blowing through. The next time we see you guys, we'll show you some video of a tree that went down in a residential area. All it takes is, you know, just a gust of wind, and that can happen, and that's a dangerous situation, and that's why authorities here in Coral Gables do not want people to be out and about, despite the fact that compared to some other places in South Florida, it may not seem as bad right now. That could change. You know how Mother Nature is, very unpredictable, and so you can only sort of predict so much, and then the rest, things can change in a heartbeat.
What has the level of lightning been like in that area, Janine?
Well, we've actually seen, like I mentioned, we saw some lightning, and I don't know if we can capture it now. I'll step out of the way, but well, we just saw a little flash right there, and I don't know if our camera was able to pick it up, but we are seeing some lightning out here, and maybe that's something that Betty can talk about, but we've seen some flashes in the distance, and that's sort of been the situation here. We haven't seen any bolts, we haven't seen anything super close to where we are, and if that's the case, we wouldn't be transmitting right now, but we have seen some lightning for sure.
And it's pretty easy to get around now. You have the streets to yourself, as that curfew is in effect for much of Miami and for parts of Miami-Dade. Janine, thanks a lot for that. Try to stay dry out there if you can, and try to stay safe, no doubt about it.
Thankfully, that hurricane warning south of her just expired around 8:15, about 8 minutes ago. It has just been a wild time. We had this whole batch of tornado warnings for everywhere, from all the way down in Key West, all the way up towards Sawgrass Mills Mall.
And not to mention in Pompano Beach, where Carlos Suarez was able to see a tornado just offshore and reported that to our Betty Davis, and it was quite the scene. Do we have Carlos for this report?
Calvin and Lori, can you guys see and hear me?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
All right, so just a quick update from where we are here on Pompano Beach. The rain has started to move in. The winds out here have been gusting all day long. There, at some points, at least according to some of the radars that we've seen, some of the maps out here, the winds are well north of 40 miles an hour. We have been keeping an eye on that radar because, once again, there's a line of storms just to the southeast of us, and that band is obviously slowed down a bit, but it's expected to come our way at some point later tonight, and those line of storms seem to be quite strong. I'm not sure if you can make out in that live shot, but the rain is almost a little bit horizontal at this point. I can tell you that the power on this stretch of the beach where we are just north of Atlantic Boulevard is still on. A few of the condo buildings alongside the beach out here, we can tell that their lights are on, a couple of units. We can see that there is power there. The palm trees behind me really tell the picture, at least where we are right now. They have been blowing for the better part of the afternoon. Eddie Alvarez, who's one of our co-workers, our colleagues, he's a part of the team out here with us. He has been watching a couple of transformers that are clearly blowing up just south of where we are, which would place everything at around Lauderdale by the Sea. But just like Calvin mentioned as you guys came in, we ended up, our original plan was to go up to Deerfield Beach, but we were unable to do so because the sheriff's office out there really was enforcing this curfew. Then we were going to try to make our way south toward Lauderdale by the Sea, but we decided to set up shop at this fishing pier here in Pompano Beach because it afforded our live truck some covering, and it allowed us to go live. For those that are watching right now or listening on the radio, we're outside of a concession stand where if things got a bit out of hand, there's an area behind the concession stand that we could quickly go to. And it's that decision that really, as it played out, was quite remarkable, because when all of this started happening, when these tornadoes started coming on shore, at least that one south of us, we had a line of storms to the north of us in the general direction of Deerfield Beach, and then we had one to the south of us out by Lauderdale by the Sea and Fort Lauderdale, and both of those lines of storms ultimately produced at least one tornado that moved on shore. We noticed the funnel cloud, I'd say maybe 100 yards off the beach from where we are to the south. It quickly moved on shore, and then it apparently made landfall. The tornado that was reported out in Coral Springs, we believe to have come from a line of storms that we saw moving just to the north of us all night long, really, before the sun set. We started seeing those same line of storms continue to the north and to the south of us. It was almost as if this area here that we had carved out was getting a bit of a break, because these outer bands kept coming from the south out into the north. But that doesn't mean that we aren't getting the strong winds that you can clearly tell we're experiencing out here. I don't know if Betty can take a look at the radar. I don't know if she's out there, but there is this rather large line of storms that's just this deep, deep red color. It is currently offshore to the southeast of us, but we expect that line to wrap around and then make its way, presumably onshore, past where we are here on Pompano Beach, and then out into Deerfield Beach, and then, of course, make its way back out west. But again, where we are right now live, there is power. The sheriff's office is still out here. They've been patrolling the area since we got here. There was one gentleman at one point that was walking alongside the street out here, and he was approached by a deputy and asked to provide identification. They are really not allowing anyone on the beach unless you live here, because you have to remember that Broward County right now is under a mandatory evacuation. And as you can tell from the moment we've been live out here, the wind has picked up. The rain is falling at a steady pace, and it's become increasingly more difficult. Just to the north of us, we have a lighthouse, and every so often we'll see that lighthouse. You can see the light going around, and then we'll see this really strong line of storms. We'll see this rain, and you won't even be able to see the lighthouse from where we are here at the fishing pier. Guys?
All right. Carlos Torres live in Pompano Beach, and no doubt on the radar we can just see that red line going right across, right where you are, and there is plenty more to come, so we'll be checking back.
You know, we just got this note from the National Weather Service here and from our Betty Davis that says they are confirming that a tornado did touch down around Homestead Speedway at about 7:20 tonight. So about an hour ago that a tornado did touch down. So this is very active, and not to mention a very violent system that is coming through South Florida. The outer bands of Hurricane Irma. You can see there just the lightning from that picture in Pembroke Park. Oh my! These are. This is actually happening in real time. The weather changes that's happening in South Florida right now.
And we did have that other tornado that touched down in the Plantation area. According to the fire department's public information officer, they believe it was right at Flamingo and Sunrise near the Publix there, near Sawgrass Mills Mall. We are still searching for some of that damage for you to bring it to you, but we have the touchdown there and also around the Homestead Speedway. But this is a live shot right at the county line, Miami-Dade and Broward County in Pembroke Park outside our studios, as these bands just come whipping across the coast all the way from south of Fort Lauderdale up quite a ways past Pompano Beach.
And in Key West as well, we have reported those tornado warnings there as well, and some moving as fast as 70 miles an hour. The one that we saw in the Pompano Beach area, 35 miles an hour. So you just never know where you are, and it's just best to stay inside at this point. And we have a lot of people who are helping us out, sort of kind of surveying the damage and surveying the areas that they're in and watching the weather. And they're going to call in to us and letting us know how things are.
They are our storm Skypers, and we have one down in Key West. Her name is Barbie. And Barbie, we want to join you now. Tell me, Barbie Schneider, what are you experiencing right now? Have you been able to be outside?
I was outside about an hour ago. I mean, I actually could just crack the front door because it's on the lee side of the wind. The wind's coming still pretty stiff out of the north. I just had an alert plop up on my phone saying that they're gusting to 70 miles per hour on Big Coppet, and I'm on Geiger Key, which is right next to Big Coppet. So the winds have been pretty strong, and the rain's definitely picked up in the last hour and a half or so.
And you feel safe where you are, Barbie?
Yes, I do.
We've had so many tornado warnings, Barbie, and one was basically down your area. Could you feel the difference in the last half hour?
No, I couldn't. I couldn't see it, and I couldn't feel anything different. My shutters are rattling. It's pretty loud in here, and I couldn't. Once it got dark, you couldn't really see anything.
And you're riding out the storm with whom inside your home?
I've got my husband and my 3 dogs and 2 cats.
And how are your animals reacting to all this violent weather outside of your home?
They have no idea what's going on. They keep wanting to go outside, and then they go to the glass. They're like, I'm not going out there. But they know something's going on, definitely.
Well, the weather's going to be picking up for you. There's no doubt about that.
Definitely. Since the last time that I talked to you, it is definitely howling. They expect the worst of it, I think, is supposed to hit around here around 2 a.m.
Yes,
so
sometime in the wee hours.
So we've got our fingers crossed. We've got 3 generators access. We have 2,000 pounds of ice and 2 freezers full of food. We're 10 feet up in the air. And the last time that I could see the canal behind my house, the water was way down.
So Barbie, the fact that it's going to hit overnight, does that frighten you at all?
I probably won't sleep much tonight.
And when
keeping an eye on things.
When you say 3 generators and 2,000 pounds of ice, I mean, you're not any old household. You say your husband's a fisherman.
Yeah, we have an ice machine for our fishing business, so it's full of ice. There's 2,000 pounds down there, and we've got generators that can run the walk-in freezer that stores all of our bait and our ice machine if we have to.
You know, power outages are a major concern here. Are you able to communicate with some of your friends, and what are they experiencing for the ones who might have stayed around in Key West?
Well, I know they opened one of the high school in Key West as a last-minute shelter for the people that stayed. Yesterday, the mayor said that 25% of the people did not leave the Keys, and there were still just people that either couldn't get out or needed a place to stay. So they opened that, and I've got friends all up and down the Keys.
What about your friends or family down there?
I've got friends up and down the Keys, and that's all I've been doing all day is just, hey, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? So I'm just trying to keep everybody posted, let them know, yes, at this point, we're still good.
All right. And Barbie, we thank you so much for being one of our storm Skypers. You let us know how it's going down there, all right?
Okay, hopefully I can talk to y'all in the morning.
Yes.
We hope so, too.
Okay.
Have a good night. Okay, take care.
And here you see a live picture in Pompano Beach. Those palms are just swaying tremendously. We are going to see one band after the next now coming through the area, and they are just whipping from Key West all the way up into the northern parts of Broward County.
And as of 8 o'clock, the 8 o'clock advisory had Irma packing winds of about 120 miles an hour, not far from making landfall in the lower Keys. And clearly, Barbie, one of the many people in the Florida Keys, feeling like they're going to be just fine. But 25% of the people, if she's right, did stick around and did not leave and did not heed the warnings to evacuate. So they are the folks who are going to be hanging around. But right now, if you live in Broward County, well, you might have no power right now. If you have a battery-powered radio or something like that, you are hearing us on the radio, but a lot of people have lost power in Broward and in Miami-Dade counties.
Yes, you saw 18,000 there in Broward as of 10 minutes ago, and in Miami-Dade, 49,000 customers without power, and that's where Will Manso is, downtown Miami right now. Will, are you seeing some power outages? Obviously not at the AAA.
No, not around our area, Lori and Calvin. We have not seen the lights go out. The AAA is still lit, and also the sky is lit. I mean, look at the distance over there. That's over Biscayne Bay. I'm not sure if you could see that, but the lightning that just continues to just filter through. We were going to go outside to see a little bit of the elements because it was calming down as far as rain. But when we saw that lightning, we stepped away. It is just right now intense with the lightning, and as we speak, the rain is picking up again. It's an eerie scene here in downtown Miami because about after 6 o'clock or so, we haven't seen anyone come through. Earlier in the day, we were seeing filtering of cars coming through now and then. But once this wind and this rain picked up, we had our wind meter here, and we caught a gust of about 60 miles per hour. And that was only before the lightning came. It probably got more intense than that, but we couldn't step out to the balcony and put ourselves at risk to get the measurement. But that's when the gust and the squall first started. Hasn't stopped. And if you look at the distance, you know, the Intercontinental Hotel, always famous for that dancing woman that it has. Well, look now what it has tonight, overlooking the city of Miami and in downtown Miami. It says, "Stay safe, Miami. Keep calm." If you watch it scroll by, that's actually what it says, and it's been that way since we reached nighttime. It just tells you, again, the eeriness of this all. Normally, that's the iconic dancing woman there that anyone who's come to South Florida, certainly anyone who lives in South Florida, knows very well from downtown Miami. But as we whip back around here along and we take a look at the American Airlines Arena, every time we look out into Biscayne Bay and we look into that water, we see so much lightning. We see that squalls come in. I would say at this point we had earlier, again, when this started, before we started getting that serious lightning, sustained winds of around 40 miles per hour. So right in that tropical storm force range with that gust around 60. It hasn't let up, Lori and Calvin, and we do see power. I mean, when I look around, this building has a wraparound balcony, and when I go to the edge, I could see into Brickell, into other areas behind us here, into Overtown, into areas like that. And I see lights on, so it appears, at least in this particular area, power has not gone out, at least here around the American Airlines Arena in downtown Miami.
And well, I think for some people who may be listening to you on the radio and watching at home, they may be thinking, well, this is like a bad thunderstorm, and we've all been caught in that in downtown Miami. But this seems to be different in terms of the rain. Just looking at it right now, it's coming down sideways.
Yeah, this is not, earlier when we spoke about 2 or 3 hours ago, it was your, I wouldn't say average South Florida rainstorm, but it was something we see when it's not a hurricane type of weather. But what we're seeing now is the stuff we don't see every day. I'm going to ask David. David Silver's going to come down a little bit, see if he can get a little bit of the street. Again, when you see the streets puddle up like this and the water forming and then that wind just kicking in, and when it gets intense, when you get those big gusts into that tropical storm force range, into that 60-mile-an-hour range, it's just kicking up. And I told you earlier when we were out there, and there's more lightning, and again, that's why we're not on the balcony. You see so much lightning around here. When we talked earlier, it just pelts you, and it really hurts. I mean, it stings you. So as you can imagine, no one out here, no one walking around. Earlier we saw people walking their dogs before any of this started. I don't think any of the residents that decided to stay here are even thinking about that right now. I think most people now have just figured out, look, this is getting bad. It's only going to get worse, and whatever time we had outside is over. We got to stay indoors now.
And Will, we have Betty right here now. Maybe she can give us an idea on the radar what else is coming your way in downtown Miami. Betty, are the bands just nonstop?
There is one band in particular that just keeps hitting that area, although it is lifting toward the west-northwest. Will, you're not quite out of it yet, but I think you are going to get to the point where you have a little break. If we can take graphics 41, or at least throw it up so we can just get a close-up view of where he is and where the rain is. And no doubt, still finding the rain bands rotating in off these waters. So let's see what we have going on, and let's loop that. And there we have it. I think eventually we are going to have that lifting more up to the north, but for now, downtown Miami, just one of those areas stuck in and along with Miami Beach, but eventually more of that pushes up toward Broward County. I think the best news of all at this point with this particular band, I do not have a tornado warning to pass along to you. So no Doppler radar indicated rotation. I don't want to jinx that, Max. Don't want to jinx it. But right now we can breathe slightly easier. That doesn't mean the weather is any better as we continue to watch our conditions deteriorate out there. At least for now, we aren't looking at any tornadoes spinning up at the moment, but that could change. But for the moment, no tornado warnings to pass along to you. You're just getting clobbered by the squally rain band that's lifting through that area. Hopefully it'll be out of there in the next 30 minutes and make a little more progress up toward Broward. We shall see. But either way, it's just not going to be a great looking night for you as Irma continues its journey.
And Max, I know you're here with Betty right now, too. What do you make of that whole hour-long debacle with all these tornado warnings all at once?
We may see some more of those, and let's talk a little bit about that. If we go to graphics 47, please. It's not unusual to have tornadoes with hurricanes, and they usually occur on those outer rain bands, sometimes hundreds of miles away from the center, which is the case tonight. And they usually occur, or most of them occur, in the right front quadrant. Let's see what that means here. If we look at the radar, let's put the radar full screen. And if we look at the direction of motion, right now it's going towards the west-northwest, and it's going to turn more gradually here to the northwest. And divide that into 4 quadrants. Most of the hurricanes are going to be in that right front quadrant. That's exactly where they are tonight, in those outer rain bands. They can be closer in, they can occasionally be in the other quadrants too, but most of the time they're on those outer rain bands in the right front. Now, eventually, when this thing starts going more north-northwestward, the 4 quadrants are going to look like that. And that this is after it turns to the north-northwest as it gets close to us. We're still going to be in that right front quadrant. Now, hopefully, it'll be on those outer rain bands, farther away, but they can occur even closer to the center. And Betty, we've got the Fujita scale here.
Right, and the tornadoes that are produced with these landfalling tropical systems or tropical system, they tend to be on that weaker side. This is the enhanced Fujita scale, basically showing the measurements of the wind speeds for various tornadoes. And the weaker ones tend to be on that EF0 or EF1 part of the scale. So out there tonight, we've already had confirmation of that tornado touchdown around Homestead Speedway at 7:20 p.m. If we could get out and assess the damage, it would probably wind up being right around that EF0 area.
Right. These tornadoes are usually much shorter lived, and they just don't last very long. Occasionally, you'll have an EF2, and maybe once in a blue moon, you'll have an EF3. I thought I'll go ahead and update the 8 o'clock, at least let people see the...
That's a splendid idea.
Okay. This was the 8 o'clock advisory when we had all the tornadoes going on there. The wind's 120 miles per hour. The pressure is about the same, moving west-northwest. The one difference here is it slowed down to 7 miles per hour. And we've had some folks be concerned about that stalling and maybe changing direction, but they usually slow down as they start to turn, and as Dr. Rappaport said, that may be the signaling that it is finally going to start turning more to the northwest. And the cone really hasn't changed at all. These intermediate advisories, the forecast cone doesn't change. So I'll just go through this quickly, but there is Sunday afternoon. There is early Monday morning. So we've got, all night tonight and all day tomorrow. And even when it's up there near the Tampa Bay area, we're still going to have rain bands. It's still going to be windy, but hopefully the worst will be over by then.
Okay, Max and Betty, thank you so much. Can we go back to Will, possibly? I had a quick question for him. And
go ahead, Calvin.
Okay, all right.
If you can hear me, go ahead.
Yeah, I know you are covering this extraordinary news event, but we just got breaking news that the Florida State game scheduled for next Saturday has been rescheduled for October 7th. A lot of people looking forward to seeing that college football game, huh?
Yeah, and earlier in the day, we were so busy obviously covering the approach of Irma and the effects that it may have that it kind of went without notice that Florida State canceled its classes through next Friday. When that happened, it was a clear indication that in Tallahassee they were going to close up shop and not let students come on campus till next Friday, at least through next Friday. Remember the Florida State-Miami game, which was scheduled to be right here on Local 10 next Saturday night. There was no way that you can have the students not on campus, not on the practice field, and then just show up for a game on Saturday. And then given the emotion of it too, Tallahassee, we still don't know what effects they'll have from Irma, but depending on what ends up happening. But we've seen the forecast and certainly some impact into Tallahassee. So the game has been moved to October 7th. It happened to be an open date for both teams. So Miami and Florida State will play this year, and it's probably best, given what's going on in our state right now, that these kids don't have to focus on that. Both teams had their games canceled this weekend, to focus on family and being safe. So it's not surprising that they went ahead and not only canceled the game, but then rescheduled for an open date because it's such an important game to the state that we'll now get to see in October. And one other thing I wanted to mention to Lori and Calvin while I've got you here is, we talked earlier about the roads and when they get flooded here and the few cars we see go by, it's going to be hard to get an angle here because, again, we're off the balcony and we don't want to go out on the balcony with the lightning. But if we can get a little lower there, you're going to see David Silver's going to move up a little bit, so you're going to see the side of Biscayne. This is the right lane when you're traveling here in Biscayne Boulevard heading south. And look at the flooding that's forming there. And what we're seeing is every once in a while we're seeing a car that for some reason is out on the road and they don't see that flooding until you're in it. And all of a sudden you see them hit their brakes or you see the water kind of fly everywhere. So that's why you don't want to be driving, especially at night now, because something like that catches you. And again, we've had this rain for about an hour and a half, and that whole area there where normally cars could park is absolutely flooded. And obviously not a place where you want to park your car right now.
No, you can barely make out the curb there. All right, Will Manso with that great vantage point downtown Miami for us. And as we see on the left on the radar, you are going to be getting a few more strong bands there before this batch is over.
And to the right of your screen, you can see our Janine Stanwood. She is live now in Coral Gables with more. Janine.
Hi, Calvin, Lori. I was actually just sort of looking over there at this, I'm guessing this is a furniture store, and it's all glass, but I'm also guessing that that's probably impact glass, and the owners decided just to leave it as is. But there are a lot of other places here in the Gables where they decided, I don't know if you could hear that with this microphone, but wow. Was that thunder, or do you think that was a transformer? That was some big loud bang that I just heard. But we're also seeing a little bit of lightning, too. But over there you can see that whole shop, that whole corner is all boarded up with metal shutters. A lot of places are boarded up, and for a Saturday night here in downtown Coral Gables, Ponce de Leon and Aragon, it's pretty quiet out here. The rain is sort of coming and going. Right now we are having a slight lull, but I'll tell you, just a few minutes ago it was raining sideways here, and as we've reported before, the mayor has now issued an emergency curfew that started at 8 o'clock tonight. Most people are heeding it. We've hardly seen, well, we haven't seen anybody. I saw one car at one point maybe drive down there, but for the most part, folks are heeding the warning, and they're just kind of staying inside and kind of waiting to see what happens with this. The really interesting thing, there's some local hotels here in Coral Gables, and some folks who are staying at these hotels are actually telling us that they live here in South Florida. We met a family, they say they live in Brickell Key. They decided to evacuate, and where did they evacuate but here in Coral Gables? They felt like it was a little more inland and maybe it was slightly safer. That's probably the second car I've seen. And they decided just to kind of hunker down here. So that's where we are right now. That's the situation. We're kind of seeing some lightning on and off. I just heard a bang, so I don't know if that was a transformer or if that was thunder. But that's really the situation here. Most people, as the case with Will in downtown Miami, they're staying inside. It's quiet, and that's a good thing because the weather is just changing constantly.
Okay, Janine Stanwood in the Gables for us. Janine, thanks a lot.
And right now, as you look on the left there, you can see on that radar, I mean, these bands are just still coming through. We want to let you know that the National Weather Service did confirm the tornado touchdown around the Homestead Speedway at 7:20 p.m. But out in Sunrise, they are telling us now they have not been able to find any signs of a touchdown right there at Sunrise and Flamingo. So that was supposed to have been touchdown right there in Sunrise, but we may in fact find that it was actually in Plantation. As soon as we find where that tornado touched down, we'll let you know.
Yeah, Sunrise, Plantation, Homestead, all part of that tornado warning that came down earlier tonight that expired at about 8:15 tonight. But Pompano Beach was also in that area at one point, just around 7:45 tonight.
Certainly when in the Fort Lauderdale area anyway. That was one of the very first tornado warnings we got, and that is where Carlos Suarez is live with these whipping palms. Carlos.
Calvin and Lori, you're taking a look at the situation where we are here in Pompano Beach. The wind has never let up this the entire time we've been out here, and the rain has picked up. We're drenched. The deluge out here has really left us pretty soaked. To give everyone at home a sense of where we are at the fishing pier just north of Atlantic Boulevard. This fishing pier was damaged by Hurricane Matthew as well as Superstorm Sandy, and as a result, it's actually being replaced. The project that's currently underway isn't expected to wrap up until 2018, 2019. That being said, Since we got here around 4 or 5 o'clock this afternoon, we haven't really seen anybody along this stretch of roadway. The wind has never died down out here, at least 35 to 40 miles an hour. The rain has been on and off, but for the better part of the last hour or so, it has not stopped raining. You guys were talking about that tornado warning to the south of us and to the north of us. It appears that they have not been able to confirm that tornado out in Sunrise. The one to the south of us that we first spotted as a waterspout was confirmed as having gone, of course, having made landfall just to the south of where we are. We spotted that waterspout after we noticed two rather strong lines of storms, one again to the south of us, the other to the north. We have taken a bit of a break in the sense that the rain had kind of stayed out. But when we looked at the radar probably about a half an hour ago to an hour ago, we could see that there was a rather strong line of storms to the southeast of us, just offshore. And we can get a sense that as that makes its way out, of course, to the north and then to the west, then we can expect things to obviously pick up out here. The palm fronds out here have been blowing the entire night. We haven't really seen a whole lot of damage in terms of any significant damage of worth passing along. The buildings out here, of course, this is lined with a lot of high rises. We can tell that they have their power because we can see a couple of units have electricity going right now. Probably about 20 minutes ago, we believe we spotted a sheriff's deputy to the south of us. It appears that maybe they had made it onto the beach. The entire night they've been driving up and down from our live shot location, just making sure that no one is out here. We are, of course, in Broward County, and this area is under a mandatory curfew. It has been under one since around 4 o'clock this afternoon. And I will say again?
Carlos, go ahead, please.
It's been under a mandatory evacuation since around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and we really haven't seen a whole lot of people come out here. Of course, the concern on the Broward Sheriff's side of things is that folks who on the Broward side of things, their concern was folks that have no business being out here, they really don't need to be out here. In fact, they've been stopping everyone that's been walking around. The few times that they have seen them, they'll ask them for an ID, and that if they do live in the immediate area, they of course tell them that they have to get going to where they need to be. If they don't live in the area, they're really not even allowing them on. When we first got to this part of Broward County, we tried to make it onto Deerfield Beach, and there was a deputy there that basically said, listen, I understand that you guys are with the media, but you're under a curfew, so unfortunately you're not going to be able to get onto Deerfield Beach on this end. And then that's when we made that decision to come back out here. Calvin?
Okay, Carlos, thanks a lot. Not only essential emergency vehicles allowed on Broward County streets, and first responders, those vehicles that are connected to the healthcare industry are allowed on the streets. So be mindful of that as you think about possibly trying to get out and seeing what the weather conditions are. They are changing so rapidly.
And that rain just relentless, and the lightning out there, and no doubt in Broward now, the power outages are more than 18,000 households. In Miami-Dade, it's almost 50,000. So we hope you still have power. We're glad you're still with us or listening on our radio partners. Let's get out to Glenna Milberg. She's live along Collins Avenue now in Miami Beach. And Glenna, oh boy, you're really getting nailed.
Yeah, pardon our light flickering on and off. It's a bit, it's very difficult circumstances to work in. I want you to know we have tucked ourselves in. Again, I think we are protected from the elements. It's important to look up, which we have, but we are just south of the Fontainebleau, if you know the area, a stretch of hotels. Streets have really been empty. It looks like people are honoring, the people who are here, who are left, are honoring curfew, which started at 8 o'clock. I want to give you an idea of the conditions that seem to be increasingly dangerous out here for people to be out. First of all, wind, of course, everywhere. Every reporter who has checked in from around South Florida shows you that the wind is really picking up, and as it is here. I want you to take a look at the street lights here. I hope that it registers on the camera the bounce. It is a literal bounce. I'm told that the street lights here, the metal poles on the sidewalk, and then the pole, and then it comes over and stretches out over the street, that it's actually made to do this in the wind. It is not rigid, it's fairly flexible, and that's actually a good thing, just like palm trees. Palm trees are indigenous to South Florida. They're very long and very thin, and you would think that would be the first thing to break. But you notice that palms really do come through hurricanes really well because they're flexible and they sway. So you see how the wind is. Let's go below and show the water. It is now starting to pool in places all over Miami Beach. We have ridden around in some of the neighborhoods, and I think if you live in Miami Beach, you're going to see that you're going to be inundated in the probably, if this keeps up just like this, in the next hour or two. Despite the new pumping system and despite drainage, there is just not a way for the earth to absorb this much water this fast. And I think we saw that some weeks ago when there was serious flooding all of a sudden and cars just couldn't get through. Here's right down on the street corner. I'll just give you a sense of like how deep the water is already. And it's been about, this rain has been coming down since we saw you last, about an hour. So we expect that pretty soon the roads will be impassable in some areas of the beach. The wind from the beach is that way, that's east, and the wind is coming from that way very hard now. The curfew, for those who have not heard yet, the curfew is in effect now as of 8 o'clock. It will be everyone off the streets, all cars, people off the streets until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. I think that's A, for obviously for everyone's safety. B, I think people who work, first responders, people who work emergency management here, they don't want to have anyone in the way on the roads if they need to use them. There are certain roads in Miami Beach now, Lori Calvin, that have been blocked in some ways by tree branches, large, dangerous tree branches. If anyone knows anyone who's going to be out here now, please advise them to go very slowly on the roadways, especially in the dark. Blockages come up very quickly, and that can be very dangerous too. Although, again, I haven't seen very many people. We've been talking for the last couple of minutes. There hasn't been one person, one car. So it looks like people are really going in for the night and honoring this curfew as the night continues.
All right, our Glenna Milberg, trying to get safe out there. Thank you so much for your reporting and just an idea of just how those feeder bands are coming into Miami Beach and really just causing some trouble, and clearly not a place you want to be on the road.
Not at all. Let's head north from there to Hollywood. Christian De La Rosa is monitoring the situation there. Christian, fill us in.
Well, you can see the live picture of this large tree that was uprooted and it fell, and look at just how close it fell to this home right here. Just barely missed it. It actually fell on top of another tree, which seems to have saved the structure of this home and also some vehicles that were parked out here. I want to bring you a little bit closer. So neighbors tell us that they, just about an hour ago, noticed some very strong wind gusts, and then they heard the large boom. And take a look at the tree here, how it was uprooted and actually lifted part of the sidewalk. Take a look at how deep that is. Neighbors tell us that this tree has been around for at least 20 years. Well, it's gone now, and it's obviously obstructing the path of any emergency vehicles, FPL vehicles that may be driving through the area. Right across the street here, I want to bring you closer to the home here just to show you just how close. It really scared a lot of people because it was quiet, and then moments later winds picked up, a lot of rain came through. You can see right there where it fell on top of a tree and some of the damage. There's a big family inside of this home. Many of them evacuated and are staying with friends and family here. No one hurt, no vehicles damaged, but a pretty scary situation. This is a pretty huge tree out here in Hollywood on Northwest 78th. Back to you.
Okay, our Christian De La Rosa. Christian, thanks a lot. And those people are so lucky in the city of Hollywood to walk away and know that nothing happened, no injuries, besides the fact that their tree came down. But a lot of folks are dealing with that all across South Florida and going to have a lot of cleanup tomorrow.
Yeah, we're finding the situation in Fort Lauderdale as well. Ross Colombo live, getting pelted. Ross.
Well, Lauren Calvin, this just started. Another wave coming in, the wind picking up, the rain coming sideways, as you can no doubt see here in the lens. We're at Southeast 2nd Street and Southeast 3rd Avenue in downtown Fort Lauderdale. Overall, the city has fared pretty well, but I want to show you one of the things we just found here, this crosswalk thing. just got blown off here a little while ago, just showing you how intense these winds have been in the last hour or so. You know, the mayor is telling me that the city has not actually suffered a single injury so far. They've had some calls, but no one has been injured so far. That is good news. Overall, Fort Lauderdale doing pretty well. We did have that report of a tornado touching down in the Wilton Manors area. And we were out there with firefighters, and it turns out that they couldn't spot any damage, but it does seem to be a confirmed report that a tornado did touch down in that area. Fortunately, again, no injuries so far. But overall, I have to tell you, everyone seems to be obeying the curfew. And as soon as I say that, of course, look at this. 2 people biking. I want to see if those are officers. Can you see, Harlan, in your viewfinder? Those just like, let me see if I can flag them down and get them to stop. Hey, you guys. Can you stop for a second? We're live on the air right now. We're live on Channel 10. Can you stop for a moment?
Yeah, how you doing?
Where are you going, man?
We're just checking out the storm, no big deal.
Yeah, are you worried for your safety or anything?
A little bit, but we're heading back. We just went out for like a 10-minute lap.
Okay, so you were like,
are you worried
down?
for your safety right now?
Well, we have the police here and everything. Yeah. All right, are you hunkered down in an apartment over here? Where do you live?
Yeah, we're at the Camden right here.
Okay, and so how has it been for you so far?
Not bad, man. Just heavy rain. Nothing too out of the ordinary.
And that's it. So have the police stopped you or say anything about this curfew?
Yeah, they just stopped us. That's why we're headed home.
What did they say?
They were like, hey, man, curfew's what, 4 o'clock?
Yeah.
I didn't hear that, so.
It's kind of our fault because we were going down the middle of Las Olas. There's
I'm
no
sorry?
cars out.
Yeah.
So we were just kind of going down the middle of Las Olas. We were like, maybe that wasn't a good idea.
And what did you see when you were out there? Did you see any damage? What sorts of things do you see?
I mean, the water's just coming up. There's a few areas where there's little rivers starting and down by the IMAX.
Okay, so after all this, you guys didn't know anything about the curfew?
No.
No.
Okay, so the police have told you to go home, and that's where you're going right now?
Yeah, for now.
All right, guys, thanks for stopping. Stay safe out there, okay?
Yeah, you too.
Okay. Hey, listen, this actually... So you probably hear right now the police are again after them. You probably heard them on the loudspeaker. And this actually brings up a really good point, Lori and Calvin. We were talking with police earlier, and they say that it is a mandatory curfew that was called here at 4 o'clock. Generally, we haven't seen many people on the streets, but for those who are on the streets, there's really very little the police can do. I mean, they can't and will not arrest you for something like this. So it is really amazing how much voluntary compliance. As you can see, the wind speed picking up again and that rain going more and more sideways out here. We're actually going to head over to the beach in a little bit to see more of this, but it seems like everything that you've seen coming from Miami is starting to really hit this area hard as well.
And it's going to be this way for a while. Ross Palumbo live for us in Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah.
Be safe out there, Ross. Thanks a lot.
And as we look live right outside our studios here in Pembroke Park, I mean, the lightning and thunder is tremendous, and no doubt we're getting some power in our news studio. So hopefully we won't be anchoring by candlelight anytime soon. We are on generator, of course, and mega generators, but it's tremendous. This storm right outside our studios here is even impacting us here inside in the studio.
And we are now at the top of the hour right now, and our Betty Davis and Max Mayfield are going to be joining us here very shortly. And we can tell you this for us and for all of South Florida is a situation that we're watching very closely. And it seems to be changing so rapidly. And Betty is going to be joining us here right now to talk about what's over us as we speak. Betty.
Hi, we are looking at the bands of Irma as I feel as though I may be standing in the dark, and I think I am, but we can still talk about the Doppler radar. So let's stroll on over. There we go, and look at what's how things are evolving out there. Let's head over to graphics 41. We'll first talk about some of the local wind conditions, then jump into the Doppler radar, graphics 41. Wind sustained right now at 22 miles per hour for Fort Lauderdale and Miami. Marathon, tropical storm force 43, and Key West at 40. That 22 isn't really telling the full story for Miami and Fort Lauderdale. As we know, those rain bands are pushing in higher winds than that. In fact, right now, noting a northeast wind for Fort Lauderdale at 45 miles per hour. That's the gust in Marathon, gusting to 66 miles per hour. So Irma's rain bands are rotating in. If you've been listening to us throughout the night, throughout the day, then you know we just had quite the round of tornado warnings occurring. Those tornado warnings within the bands, that is happening way north of that actual center of circulation that is Irma. But let's get a little closer to home so I can show you what we're experiencing in places like Pembroke Pines and Pembroke Park, I should say, in many of your neighborhoods out there. It is this band in particular that has been so very persistent. Our Will Mensa was caught up in this down around Miami earlier, and I mentioned then that this was probably lift more toward the west-northwest, more northwest getting into Broward. So that's exactly what we are seeing happen out there right now with this rain band and bringing the gusty winds, the flashes of lightning as well, the very heavy rainfall occurring over parts of South Florida too. So there are storms within these bands that we will still have to monitor for the potential for rotation. Luckily at this moment, we're not noting rotation within these bands, but the winds definitely are gusty and these winds could do some damage out there. So for now, we are just in the thick of it, extending from Hollywood and Aventura up into Broward. We're talking about places like Pembroke Pines and Weston. Maybe you hear a little noise or notice a little flashing if you can see outside your house. That's the lightning embedded in some of these storms. Coral Springs into Weston, all of Broward simply covered right now. This is rain associated with the bands moving in from Irma. So very heavy rain is going to continue to lift in and pound Hollywood Beach to Fort Lauderdale Beach, north areas of Broward also getting into some of this, although I think this is going to be lifting away sooner rather than later from areas like Hialeah and maybe over toward Doral too. I think a lot of that Miami Lakes getting pounded, I think that's going to lift out and most of it is going to become focused more so up towards the Broward area. So that has just been one substantial rain band. Now, we're not the only ones getting the rain bands, Broward and Miami-Dade. The Keys also getting some of those bands, and within these, the winds may be even more intense coming in around Key Largo, down toward Isla Mirada, because these are the areas a little bit closer to the center of Irma. So there's Marathon, the Middle Keys, the Lower Keys, and there is that center of Irma. Just really offering up a full load of banding around that course, stretching all the way up into South Florida. And our Max Mayfield is standing here with me. Max, as we watch the conditions unfolding outside right now, the palms are swaying, the wind is sideways, Irma is churning, and we're caught up in something called that northeast quadrant. And we focus on that tonight when people wonder, Irma's way down there, why are we seeing these tornadoes? It's so far away from us.
Right. Well, this is not unusual. First of all, and most hurricanes actually do have some tornadoes with them, and they're very often on those outer rain bands well away from the center. So on graphics 47...
Max, I hate to interrupt you, but I'm hearing that we have to go back to Lori and Calvin.
All right, Betty, thanks a lot. We're going to go to an ABC News correspondent. She's going to talk with us, Eva Pilgrim. She's live in St. Petersburg, and I guess you all are just sort of watching and waiting to see when Irma arrives there. Eva, take it away.
That's right, guys. We aren't seeing the rain that you guys are seeing down south, but we are starting to see the wind pick up a little bit. And the interesting thing we saw today is this path of this hurricane has changed. The exodus from this area, one of the areas that a lot of people south had escaped to, thinking they were right out the storm here, they have now moved even further north, heading towards Jacksonville, heading towards Georgia, heading towards South Carolina. We saw a lot of traffic heading up 75 to get out of here, because the concern now is what will happen is if the storm will head this way and how close it will be and how strong the storm could potentially be as it takes land in this area. You know, this area does not handle rain well. Even a heavy rain causes this area to flood. And we're already starting to see, you know, the boats behind us, the sailboats going back and forth. The bridges in this area have already closed. The last flight out of Tampa has left. So the only way out at this point is to drive out. A lot of people hedging their bets at this point, trying to decide if they should still stay because they thought that this was going to be a safer location. Now they're reconsidering that. Of course, they just have to wait to see kind of what happens as we continue to monitor just where Irma decides to go, guys.
And Eva, we know that in the Tampa area, I mean, they haven't had a major hurricane in almost 100 years.
Right. They haven't had a major hurricane in a very, very long time. And so, you know, the difference between here and South Florida, where they have seen hurricane weather before, you know, a lot of those buildings are up to hurricane code. A lot of the buildings here are not in that situation. They were built under a different type of code. The areas are lower, so they typically have more water, hold more water. A lot of people jokingly trying to laugh off the idea that their homes are going to be under quite a bit of water if they get the rain and the storm surge that's predicted here. And that's one of the major concerns, is that storm surge. The water comes up that high, crashing onto land. It is going to cause a lot of destruction. It's going to cause a lot of flooding. It's not just the hurricane winds itself, but it's that water coming in with it that they're very much concerned about here.
And Eva, the governor has really tried to emphasize that, and I think that's why there has been somewhat of a major evacuation from that area. Eva Pilgrim, thank you so much for ABC. We know you're going to be watching that overnight and into tomorrow. Thanks for your time.
And we do want to let you know, and that it is just pouring this kind of lightning and storm right outside on the county line here in Pembroke Park. We're actually taking some hits on the lights in our studio even. It's really intense outside. As you look right outside the WPLG studios, these are the conditions that are outside. And we're in a very, very protected building. And yet here right now as we speak, we are taking another hit inside our studio.
Another power surge, and which only means that it's likely the folks who are living around in this area, in the neighborhood, it is very likely that they themselves have lost power, like many others, thousands of others all across South Florida. But right now, you're seeing complete darkness as lightning is hitting this area in Broward County and Pembroke Park. Our lights just came back on in our studio. So this is a very tough time for all of us as we are sort of bunkering in and just seeing these outer bands really smack South Florida from Irma. And our Max Mayfield and Betty Davis are standing by to talk about what we're dealing with out there. I guess we've been talking about others so much being hit by these bands. I guess we're getting hit with them right now, Betty.
This is an intense rain band. Graphics 41, you can see that rain band that has just sort of been clobbering our area, Pembroke Park, around Hollywood, Aventura getting clipped with it too. There are lightning strikes, and the areas of red, those little cores of red, that tells us that there's probably strong winds and also some very heavy rainfall. So it's the winds driving the rainfall, and on my left I can see how those palms are bending with what are definitely some strong winds occurring out there. And we knew that as the evening played out, the winds would get even stronger, gusting to becoming tropical storm force and then some. So that's what's happening out there right now within these bands, just not lifting out as quick as we would probably like. But I think with time we're going to see more of this band lifting up toward the north. So with time, I think we may find ourselves getting into a bit of a lull. We're just not there yet. And this is one extensive band associated with Irma. I mean, just look at Broward County and then look at how far-reaching this band is all the way back out over the Atlantic waters, just north of Bimini and beyond. So this is what's lifting in around Irma, causing all the issues. Some of you who are listening to us on the radio right now because you lost power, all the issues that you're seeing right now, these hefty rain bands that are moving in, producing these very strong winds.
From Christian De La Rosa in Hollywood. I mean, he had to basically get indoors somewhere. He said it's really, really coming down, and we can see that right there on your map.
Yes, we can. These rainfall rates, they are definitely impressive. I can show you some of those all day. We've talked about that potential for the rainfall being something that's worth paying attention to in terms of how much we get across the region. And within this band, where we see the cores of red, they are easily topping 1 inch per hour in some cases. And of course, when you add the rain to the to it all, driving that, the wind, driving the rain, that just makes the situation even worse out there.
And Betty, I think for a lot of people what makes it so difficult for them is not only losing the power, but it's just the intensity, as you talked about, of these bands, but the fact that it's going to be going on for a while and into the overnight hours.
Right, and I can bring our Max Mayfield into the discussion to explain to us what we're caught up in that's allowing for this to be continuing on for a while.
Right, and I think the good news is that band is, with the flow there, lifting out to the west-northwest, so it'll move on through here before too long, and there'll be another lull, and the heavy rain will certainly stop for at least a period of time, and the winds will also die down. So just hang in there. Those outer rain bands do frequently produce tornadoes. In fact, I just measured this on graphics 47. You can see that rain band that's over us right now, that's almost 200 miles away from the eye.
Wow.
If we can get graphics 47 up there.
I'm sure it's coming.
Okay.
200 miles away from the eye. So that's when we talk about, when we show you that cone, and a lot of people pay attention to the center line. And we always say the impacts extend well beyond the cone. And this is an example of that.
Really good example of that. And again, most hurricanes do have some tornadoes, and they're usually in that right front quadrant. Now, what that means is that if you're in the eye of the hurricane looking straight ahead in the direction of the motion, and divide that up in quadrants, the northeast side, the right front side usually has most of the tornadoes. They can occur anywhere, but most of the time they're in that right front quadrant. And that's exactly what we're having now. And we can't get that up there right now, but what that means is that when this starts moving more northward, tomorrow, we're still going to be in that right front quadrant. Hopefully those rain bands will be farther north of us, but they can occur closer too.
Oh yeah, well they can get out of here soon enough. I think I speak for all of South Florida when I say that. And Betty and Max, stand by for just a moment. On the left side of your screen, you're looking at Florida City.
And Betty and Max, can you zoom in on the radar toward Florida City? Because we're about to join Michael Seiden. We want to see what he is dealing with down there, both visually and on the radar.
Sure, we can do that, and I can already let you know what he has going on there isn't quite as bad as what we're seeing in parts of northeast Dade and up into Broward. That's not to say it's not bad out there, but let's just check in with him now. We can see for ourselves.
Hey Betty, yeah, we are getting some of that strong wind right now. You can see the palm trees bending in the wind. I can tell you though, this compared to what we saw earlier today, definitely not as bad. I don't want people to think though that, oh, you can go outside and drive around in this. Still very dangerous, but these strong gusts, not like what we saw before, but I can tell you that the wind really picked up here in the last 10 or 15 minutes. In fact, all day long we've been showing you a sign, the hotel sign. I don't think you can see it from our vantage point, but pieces of it were actually being blown off. And every once in a while we can kind of hear the metal crashing on the ground. I mean, the sign's still standing, but little pieces have blown off. Also here in Florida City, we are under a mandatory curfew, and it appears most people are abiding by that. We haven't seen too many people on the road other than first responders, so that's good news for the people who did not evacuate. They are listening to this curfew. But the big story out here tonight, Lori and Calvin, is the wind right now. We haven't really gotten much rain in the last several hours.
And, Michael, we were just hearing from Betty that there was a 62-mile-per-hour wind gust way up here at the Fort Lauderdale Airport. There was a 70-mile-per-hour one earlier. And no doubt you are just, that's what you're feeling, right? Just the back and forth. Sometimes these gusts, and now you're getting it.
Now exactly, right? Just like that. We're sitting here saying it hasn't been too bad, and just now we're starting to get that strong gust. I'm not sure if Betty and Max have an estimate on what we're feeling right now, but no doubt, right as you were talking, Lori, we started feeling that again. We're also feeling like a little mist too. Not the rain that we were feeling earlier when it felt like you were getting hit in the face with a pressure washer, but definitely getting a little bit of rain here now, and those winds picking up.
And Michael, we might have missed this, and if we did so, we apologize, but we got some power hits here in Pembroke Park. What about where you are? Did you feel any sort of power hits or see any power hits out there at the hotel where you guys are sort of bunkered in?
Yeah, we've had power all day and night. We have not had any issues yet. Wow, you guys, I'm sure you can see that. Oh wow, we are getting it now. We are getting that strong gust. But as far as power outages go, no, we've had power all night here. And speaking with a couple people who are seeking shelter inside our hotel, they tell us they have power at their homes as well. So we have not seen what, obviously our neighbors are seeing in Broward County and other parts, I believe, of Miami-Dade County where there have been reported power outages. Down here, it appears that everybody has power, but this is kind of unbelievable, right?
Michael,
right as we were,
and Michael, very quickly,
us down here.
And Michael, very quickly, is that the strongest wind you felt so far?
For sure, in the last 2 hours, absolutely. I still feel like before, when we were really getting the heavy rain and those gusts, it was a little bit more powerful. But we've been out here all day and night. But I would say for sure, since sunset, this has definitely been the most powerful wind we've gotten.
All right, Michael Seiden, hang on to your hat down there in Florida City.
Literally.
Literally. We are going to check back shortly, but let's head up to Pompano Beach.
That's right. Carlos Suarez is live there once again for us. And Carlos, you were talking about how things have intensified. I see once again, they are very intense for you.
That's exactly the case, Calvin and Lori. We are just north of that strong line of storms that Christian is talking about. But the situation here is not a whole lot better. We're just able to go live because of where we are situated at. The palm trees out here really tell the story, and my rain gear as well as my clothes tell the other part of the story. It has not stopped raining for the better part of 3 hours now. The winds out here are well over 35 to 40 miles an hour. When you take a look at the radar, you can see just how much of Broward County really is experiencing the same strong gusts of wind that we are here. To give folks at home a sense of where we are going live from the Pompano Beach fishing pier, which puts us just north of Atlantic Boulevard. The sheriff's office has been out here making sure that folks are not out on the beach. There is, of course, a mandatory curfew that got underway around 4 o'clock this afternoon. We ended up here at this location just because it wasn't safe, or we weren't actually able to go up to Deerfield Beach, which was our original plan to do. And then we made it down here. We found a safe enough location where we could go live from and park our live truck. We did have some power issues just before our live shot. A lot of that, I think, just has to do with the fact that a lot of our gear is saturated. We are soaked from head to toe out here. The wind has not let up. The rain is falling. It hasn't stopped falling, right? I can almost describe it as a deluge, if you will. The sheriff's office, again, making sure that folks that don't have any business being out here shouldn't be out here. The power on this stretch of roadway is still on. A quick look at some of the neighboring high rises, and there's only about maybe a handful of units that have their power on. That means that people are probably home. The few folks that we did encounter were several hours ago. We got here maybe like around 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. We've only seen maybe 2 or 3 folks. A lot of them live along this stretch of the beach, and they said they were just going to try to take in what was left of the weather before going back home and then settling in for the night. Right. Again, we are just north of that strong line of storm that Christian is talking about. Okay. The situation as a whole, not a whole lot better, but we're just in a better situation to go live from.
Carlos,
guys.
Okay, Carlos, thanks a lot in Pompano Beach for us. Carlos, thanks a lot.
We have a chance now to go to the National Hurricane Center with Acting Director Ed Rappaport. Ed, we understand that you have recorded a wind gust near hurricane strength now down in the Keys?
Yes, there's been one down there, and of course we had several hours ago one at Fort Lauderdale Airport, 70 miles per hour. So the winds will be increasing. Much higher winds will be occurring down there in the lower and middle Keys than what we get here. But we could still see gusts to hurricane force on and off for the next 24 hours.
And you say more intense wind, but it's the duration of those sustained hurricane force winds that could be an issue for so many down there in the Keys, huh?
That's right. When we're looking at a passage of the hurricane over the Florida Keys during the day tomorrow, the center arriving perhaps on the lower Keys around daybreak, but it's going to be preceded for about 3 hours by sustained hurricane force winds, and another 3 hours afterwards for hurricane force winds. And so that's going to give them as much as 6 hours with a little break during the eye. And then, of course, we've got 24 to 36 hours total for this area for tropical storm force winds.
Ed, give us some timeline now. As you're watching this, what time do you think we're really dealing with landfall in the lower Keys?
The lower Keys, we're talking about, again, near daybreak, perhaps 5 to 8 a.m., and then moving on to the southwest coast of Florida and making landfall there during the early afternoon tomorrow.
And what do you say to those people who are on the southwestern side of the Florida Peninsula? What can they brace for, especially in the Tampa Bay area, where some 4 million people live in low-lying areas?
Well, we're concerned, as we've been talking about for many days now, about the storm surge. Florida Keys first, southwest Florida, and now all the way up to Tampa, as you mentioned, could have a 5 to 8 foot storm surge in that area, but even up to 16 feet as you go a little bit further south on the southwest coast.
16 feet. Can you highlight that for us, Ed, and show us a little more the areas you're talking about?
Yeah, we're talking about mostly the unpopulated areas, but here it's going to be 10 to 16 feet, and then a little farther to the north, we'll have as much as 5 to 10 feet through the Fort Myers area and Naples.
And Ed, this storm has caused us so much angst, but for those people who are sitting back and thinking, well, Miami-Dade, Broward County, they sort of dodged a bullet. Is this a prime example of how, even if we are warning people, look, this is a Category 4, Category 5 storm, even if you're not getting a direct hit, you can still feel these outer bands like we are feeling right now?
Right, and in some ways we were, of course, quite fortunate, but our good fortune was unfortunately bad luck for the West Coast. We've been talking about for 4 days now that the storm would be approaching us and then make a turn near us or near the West Coast. It turned out to be the West Coast. That was good luck for us, but not for them.
And Ed, we have your buddy Max Mayfield right here. He has a few questions to throw your way. Max, go right ahead.
Hi, Ed. Looking at the radar, have you got the radar behind you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, it just kind of looked like here the last few hours that western edge has kind of been eroding from west to east there. I don't know. I know y'all were talking about or almost hoping for some wind shear later on. Is that anything to make anything of yet, or can you tell?
Perhaps, and I guess what you're referring to here is this
right.
sort of flat line, and that's probably indicative of two things. One is we may have some shear, but it's also an indication that it's probably bumping up now against the flow that's going to turn it to the north. So confirming both of those aspects, I think, is this rather flattening radar depiction, as you said.
Okay, I know the time frame there. I know you've already seen the new models, and I would expect no major changes as far as you can tell so far.
As far as I know at this stage. Yeah, at this stage, I don't think we're going to have much of a change. It's mainly, again, as we've been talking about, it's mostly a West Coast event in Florida Keys, and we'll have our periods of rough weather as we've already had on and off for another day.
And how about the tornadoes? You think they're going to stay in those real far out rain bands, or I mean, usually they're in that right front quadrant, I know, but how about, I mean, it would be nice if these would move out beyond us and not have to worry about it tomorrow.
Yes, I would agree with that. We've had, of course, this one very intense band, and if you look down here, we don't see anything that's quite that intense, but that will change, I'm sure, as the center moves closer to us, and probably have another squall or two with embedded tornadoes. Wouldn't be surprised.
Okay, thank you very much, Ed.
Thank you.
And Max, we thank you too as well.
All righty, let's check in with some of our crews right now. Todd Tongan is live in Southwest Ranches for us to give us a sense, oh boy, Todd, how your time has changed.
Yeah, this is the first time we've seen rain and wind together and really strong. As you can see, the rain's coming down very heavily. The wind is coming in gusts. It's not quite as strong as my colleagues have seen along the coastline, obviously, because we are inland. We're at Southwest Ranches, but there's a lot of folks that live in Broward County and Miami-Dade County that live in the western areas, and they're wondering when they're going to get the weather that we've been talking about. And I can tell you, I think right now is probably about the time we're getting it. I know, Lori, you live in Davie. Calvin lives in Miramar. Right now, we're seeing the worst that we've seen thus far. Now, it's heavy rain, and it is some strong winds, but at this point, we've also seen a lot of lightning. But the major concern for us has been, we're worried about tornadoes here. So far, we've been lucky. The tornadoes have been to the north of us, which is rather ironic, since Irma is so far south, we thought we'd be in that zone, but we're not out of the clear yet, obviously. The rain is coming down pretty heavily right now, but it's not sideways, as you can see, and it's not quite we're not dealing with the kind of winds that they're dealing with on the coast. But of course, we're shuttered up, we're safe here, and we expect it to get worse.
And Todd, are you either hearing about or seeing any downed trees, or lots of downed trees where you are in Southwest Ranches?
Not yet. Calvin, that's going to come. That's for sure. I mean, we went through Wilma, and Wilma actually came from the west, if you recall, came from the west to the east. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with this storm, because we've never dealt with this type of a storm that's so large, is so broad, and that is coming at us from the east. I've lived here over 20 years. It's going to be interesting. Now, that way is east, that's west. We're expecting that most of the weather is going to come from the east and probably from the north. But as that storm shifts, it's going to be interesting to see what happens. But yeah, we're expecting a lot of downed trees. I've got the chainsaw fired up. It's ready to go. But if that's, if it's just some downed trees and some roof tiles, hey,
yeah, it's
we're
pretty
okay.
lucky. Yeah. Do you feel pretty secure where you are too as well, Todd?
Yeah, we feel good. We've got shutters all around the house. We've got our live truck is parked in a pretty secure location. We still have power, which is amazing, because the area that we are at right now, we lose power in a bad afternoon thunderstorm here in South Florida. So I'm really actually kind of shocked that we still have power. I'm guessing we won't have it for long, and we'll probably be the last ones to get power back, because there's only about 60 or 70 homes on this grid that have power. So we're not a high priority. But for now, it's just a heavy rainstorm and a lot of wind. And at this point, we don't have any damage or any tree branches down at this point. But that could change.
All right, good to know. Todd, thanks so much. We'll let you dry out that microphone. We can kind of hear the water getting to it there.
Yeah, we almost lost our connection with him. And let's take you down to Fort Lauderdale at our Russ Palumbo, who is live there. And Russ, you told us you were going down to the beach area. How's it looking out there?
Well, Calvin and Lori, here we go. We're at the beach, and look at this. This is the strongest we've seen these winds come in, and this is the worst part of it here at the beach. It's picking up the sand. If you look here in the light, you can see not only the sand, the water just flying across the A1A here, and I'll tell you, this is the hard part for us, because now the sand is coming in so hard, it actually stings. So it's just coming in from every direction. If you can see the trees here above me, these are definitely the strongest winds that we've had coming in off the ocean at this point. I would say, if I had to guess, about 20 miles an hour already at this point. And of course, as we all know, it's only going to get worse. Harlan, if you can come over here, I want to show you something really interesting. The closer you get to the car lights, you can really get a good look at this rain and the sand that it's carrying as it blows across the way here. Look at that. It is real. I hope that you can see this on the video. It is really starting to get intense over here. And remember, one of the worst parts about this in the beginning is what causes so much damage here. Harlan, if we can turn around for a second, look at this. This is the elbow room, and it's this sort of wind that is going to push this water into that building right there. The hurricane shutters not even closed all the way, and really nothing up on top. And that's going to be a big problem for a lot of these businesses down here. We want to see if we can go here a little bit on the beach so you can see these waves, because of the lighting situation. It's a little hard to see them from over here, but I want you to see, wow, really want you to see what's happening here. Now, keep in mind, it's hard for the photographers to face directly into this. It's really hard for them to face directly into this because it can be damaging to the lens, but I think we might be close enough here. Think we can turn around for a second and look at the waves? Okay, look at that. I hope you can see this. The waves out here now really crashing in, you guys. I would say that they're probably coming in about 10 feet high at this point. So really getting intense here. And even the time we've been live, these winds have really intensified. Now, fortunately, we've seen no one out here on the beach but the police officers. And I can tell you, there are plenty of officers out here. This is definitely the time to start hunkering down. We saw those two guys in the bicycles on the street. I think they made it home really just in time, because at this point, you know, we're starting to get to that point where we can't stand up anymore.
And no doubt, Ross, I don't know if you can hear us very well, but on the radar, I mean, you are just getting the worst of it right now. This big red line that is coming across.
Yeah, we're right in the thick of it. I can hear you. So I really think that from everything I've seen so far, this is probably the worst of it. I have to tell you, remember, some of these businesses back here behind me, Lori and Calvin, they're definitely going to have some problems. Because right here,
Ross,
you
it
can
looks
see
like
that
you
the
can
storm
barely
shutters
stand
here.
out
Let's
there.
go over here and take a look at this.
Go ahead. Ross, it looks like you can barely stand.
It's
Yeah,
bad.
Go ahead.
We can, when these wind gusts come, we're already to that point now. We want to take a look over here, because look, we saw the whole night ago. This is opened up here. I mean, I don't know if this was just carelessness or someone's on the inside there. These lights have been on for a while, but this is definitely going to cause some problems here. You know, getting inside here. I mean, these are just, it looks like just regular glass sliding doors. And when we've been looking down the street,
and you've seen
there have
more
already
than
been
one
problems with the, yeah. And this is the front line.
We're going to try to stay with this picture as long as we can. That's always
but there's
tough.
still power right there. It's amazing.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that's really tough. You know, Ross could barely stand out there, and we're going to try to check back in with him very shortly. Fort Lauderdale Beach is really getting pounded.
Let's get down to Surfside, though. Derek Shore is there for us to survey the action there. Derek?
And if you haven't seen me go live in the last little while, that is because at a certain point we just couldn't be out in the elements. We had to get back into our truck, and we sat there for a number of minutes. That's because the lightning was so incredible. There were just bolt after bolt, and it was very, very close. The thunder almost immediately after, and after one of those bolts of lightning, just a few seconds later, this neighborhood right behind me, you can see, is completely dark. An indicator light up there, I believe, indicating that indeed this neighborhood does not have power. All of the lights went out. The street lights went out as well. And there was a point in which these palm trees were actually bending. And all of a sudden, as we were getting out of the truck, we started to hear this huge crash, and we didn't know what was going on. We heard a crash, and then we heard thump and thump and thump and thump, and it was getting closer. And this is what it was. It was Big Daddy's liquor sign that was ripped off their building, and it was literally cartwheeling down the street here. This is the back kind of really hard, rigid aluminum sign, and this is why they don't want people out on the streets, because if someone were driving right by this could have killed someone, quite honestly. I mean, this is very heavy, it's very rigid, and it's very sharp. There's nails even in it. And here's the front of Big Daddy himself. This is now laying in the parking lot after it came barreling down the street. It literally, these winds were so strong, it looked like a leaf just kind of being tossed onto the ground and then just kind of skipping down the road. But of course, it was making such a loud sound. So the rain has tapered off here a little bit, and that's the reason we're out here reporting with you. We are braced between two buildings to keep our truck and ourselves safe, and so we can avoid situations like this flying debris that could really, really cause some damage. We've also seen Surfside police all throughout this area. They are going up and down. They want to make sure no one is out on the roadways and no one is walking around to kind of survey this damage or figure out when indeed the electricity will go on. We've already seen trucks in this area, I believe, that are electric service trucks. I'm not sure, but either way, not worth it. Just call if you want to call, but if not, don't come out. The power is out, and indeed they will restore it when they can. But quite a scary moment for us while we were standing here with the lightning, and then certainly just a few minutes ago when this sign came crashing down. We'll send it back to you.
You ended up coming across the Big Daddy sign, and then you also got the Sunny Isles Beach sign. I mean, that was an incredible visual to see the whole city's sign down, broken in two.
Well, and what is incredible is that these are really in Sunny Isles Beach, Surfside, all of this kind of area has really been peppered with some really strong winds and really, what I would consider the most extensive damage we've seen. Of course, we haven't seen catastrophic damage, but certainly we saw a hotel that had roofing torn off of it, a tree that had fallen. And seriously, to pull this down, I don't know how long the sign's been up, but certainly for it to push this sign, just kind of have it cartwheeling down the road like it was nothing. I mean, I could barely pick this up with one hand. I mean, this is heavy. And so for it to do that, and you can see there are nails and screws in here that would seriously be very, very damaging. So that's why you have to take cover, and that's why we're kind of wedged between these two buildings, because if we had been standing right here on this sidewalk, we may not have been able to get out in time, get out of the way in time after that crash.
All right,
Lori,
Derek Shore
Calvin.
in Surfside. Okay, Derek, thanks a lot for that. And the AP reporting today, even right now, wind gusts near hurricane strength recorded in the Florida Keys as the center of Irma begins to move much closer. So this storm is certainly about to make landfall in a very short amount of time.
And now you're looking live in downtown Miami. I mean, the water is really stacking up outside the American Airlines Arena there. The traffic lights are just kind of swaying in the wind. The palms are blowing. There's a lot of standing water in downtown. And this is video that's come to us from the South Beach area from a viewer. Kind of in
sideways there, too, as well.
Really is. A lot of folks up in these new high-rises that now have the hurricane-proof glass. So they are fairly safe, and they are watching this.
Yeah, and a state of emergency has been declared there, so no one is on the road there. You can see this is normally a place where everyone goes, or just about everyone who comes to town wants to go to. But tonight, Barron, they have heeded the warnings to get off the streets. And this is a video coming in again, once again, of South Beach. Very popular area, but tonight, desolate. No one there.
Let's check our cameras outside again here in Pembroke Park Studios. We are right here on the county line, on the Miami-Dade Broward line, and it has just, I mean, some of these storms are really kicking up strongly out there with the lightning and the thunder. We have taken several power surges here in our building, but we are all safe, even if we might have to come to you in the dark once in a while. It's all right. We are right here, and we have a big cement building, and a lot of our crews have brought some of their own family in.
Absolutely,
because we know we're here with you for the duration.
Well, let's go down to our...
It's going to be all night.
Exactly. Right? It's going to be all night, no doubt about it. We're going to bring every angle of Irma to you, especially as it makes landfall in the lower Keys later on overnight and into the morning. Let's check in on with our Will Manso in downtown Miami with the very latest. And Will, command is picked up for you. It's so intense. Another band coming your way.
Yeah, Calvin and Lori, since it's not raining at the moment, it is really windy, but since it's not raining at the moment, we can't step outside of the balcony. We haven't seen lightning in about a half hour, so that's a good sign for us. But the wind has remained steady. We've been checking it with a meter every few minutes, and it's sustained around 35, 36 miles per hour with gusts well into 40 miles an hour. But since we've got a chance that we can come out to the balcony, I'm going to ask David Silver, a photographer, to come out with me. We got to walk carefully here because it's so windy. Again, we're on a balcony, so we're safe here. But I just want to take our time. I want to show you the street flooding going on just off of Biscayne Boulevard, Northeast 8th Street. Take a look at this right now. I don't know what you can see in this picture, if you can see what we're seeing, but this street is just flooded out. This is Northeast 8th Street, which runs right into the American Airlines Arena. Anyone who comes maybe to the game, and check out the parking lot. If you look at the parking lot right next to the street, the flooding continues into that lot. We've seen this after that really heavy squall and that rain that we had earlier in the evening about an hour ago. Lasted about 30 minutes, and then when we look outside, this is what we end up seeing. So I want to give you one more look down here of what's going on down on the street at Northeast 8th Street, and this is just part of the flooding we have seen in this area. We knew that there would be some flooding here, and we're getting some of it there. You can see if any car tried to drive through there, it would be very difficult right now. I'm not sure how much of that you could truly sense or see, but it's pretty bad. Now we're going to step back a little bit because this wind is really picking up here, but I wanted to give you a vantage point of that right now. The winds here continue, again, sustained. Well, before I'm going to let David Silver go back inside here so he can get a little shelter here while we do that. And let you know, though, that the good news is, Calvin and Lori, that the rain has certainly slowed down. The wind has remained the same. We continue to have light here, which is good. Power is not out in this area. I'm looking right at the Arch Center, Perez Building, the Frost. All those buildings have light. So for now, we have power here in this area. But this wind has just been relentless for the last hour, and we expect it to only get stronger and stronger as the evening progresses.
And well, you might have mentioned this, but you haven't seen anyone, once again, trying to jog or drive on those streets right below you.
No, thank goodness. You know, not that we have been looking every moment, but since the last time we spoke, I've been keeping my eye out on the street, and we've been looking at the wind and the rain. I haven't seen one car go by. Very early, maybe about half hour ago, I did see a Miami police car drive by, with his lights on, but that's the last car I saw. I haven't seen any people walking, obviously. I haven't seen anything going on, which is the way you want to see it, because right now we're a little higher here. We're on the 3rd floor, but even down there, even if the winds are in the low 30s, to walk in that and with the way when it starts pelting you with the rain and with the lightning that we saw earlier, there's no reason to be out on the streets right now anywhere in South Florida. It's certainly here, not in downtown Miami.
Will Manso, just an incredible shot, and we could make out all that standing water very easily from David's camera. Thank you. And at this point, you can see on the radar, I mean, he is just getting pelted with it. When we see that red, you know it's bad. You know
Absolutely. And Betty has talked about it. It's not just those bands that are coming through in the wind gusts, but it's those storms where they have other wind gusts inside of those storms that could go as high as, 50, 60 miles an hour. And in this case, the winds are coming up to 70 miles an hour. I believe earlier tonight, Betty told us. Yeah, in Fort Lauderdale. Yeah.
Yes. And so what Will is experiencing is not even hurricane force gusts necessarily, but we have had at least 2 recorded hurricane force gusts at Fort Lauderdale Airport, and also the National Hurricane Center verifying that for us.
And can we also sort of emphasize too as well that it's the sustained winds over a course of time. We're talking hours, as we heard from Ed Rappaport. It's going to be a long time that this is going to stick around, for hours. And so I think if you're getting that pounding hour after hour after hour, you just kind of wonder, what kind of damage are we going to see when the sun rises?
And Carlos Suarez is live before us in Pompano Beach right now. You thought you were soaked about 20 minutes ago, Carlos. I'm sure it's not getting any better.
No, it is not. I feel my photographer and I feel like we're soaked to the point that now we're just starting to get a little bit cold out here. The rain hasn't let up. The winds out here are quite strong. One thing that we have noticed from our the last time we joined you guys live is just how much the ocean has swelled. You can get a real sense of how the ocean is churning out here by the simple fact that the whitecaps are visible at this late hour. I'm not sure how much of it you can see, but the whitecaps go beyond what's left of the fishing pier out here. Of course, once the storm surge comes in, plus all this rainfall and high tide, we can expect a good portion of this stretch of Pompano Beach to start encroaching a bit on where we are. To give everybody a sense, we are at the old fishing pier. The one that was out here was damaged by Hurricane Matthew as well as Superstorm Sandy, and all the way back to Hurricane Wilma. It was damaged to the point that it's now actually getting replaced. The wind, again, has not let up. The rain has been falling now for the better part of the last almost 4 hours. A quick look at the radar, and we can see that some of the strongest line of storms behind us is slowly making its way here every so often, and we're about to see it right now. It'll just, the deluge, the sky opens up, and then all of a sudden we're in for a soaking. The power on this stretch of Pompano Beach is still on. I can tell you that because a quick look at the high rises just on the other side from where we are going live shows that a couple of units have their lights on. We haven't seen a Broward Sheriff's deputy in this part of the beach in a while. The last time we did see one, we talked to him about that tornado that we saw come on shore just to the south of where we are. As you can tell, the rain once again is picking up on this side of Broward County. We of course are under a mandatory curfew, and we've long been in a mandatory evacuation. And so the few folks that have been here, excuse me, I'll just clear out my ear here. The few folks that we've run into have decided to ride out the storm, but they say that they've lived out here their entire lives, and so they're just going to stick it through. We did find a few folks behind us the last time we were here. It seemed like they just wanted to get on camera. We let them know that we weren't going to put them on television, and they decided to go ahead and get out of here. Again, the conditions out here not much better from the last time we spoke to you guys. The radar shows the winds out here well over 40 miles an hour. It's not too bad exactly where we are because we're being protected by basically a structure that used to connect out to the pier. It's a concession stand basically, and we're able, there's an awning here, and this is where we've decided to set up. That being said, our equipment is saturated to the point that it's blown a fuse in our live truck, so we're having a bit of electrical problems out here. Not one that poses a threat to our safety, of course, but it just means that going live out here has been a little bit more challenging to spend a little more time in our live truck, actually. In fact, you might not be able to see it, but there's a sheriff's deputy that just pulled up behind me. Donnie, can you see? You'll see the blue light. We're parked just in front of that blue light. That deputy has basically made the rounds the entire time we've been out here. and every so often they'll just come out here, make sure that we're okay. Then they go on and just ask us if we've seen anyone on the beach. Again, the wind out here, the rain is the real problem. The good news for the folks that live in Pompano Beach right now is that the power is still on. They're just having to, deal with some of the howling winds, but the rain is just not seeming to want to let up. Guys?
Yeah, some challenging circumstances for you out there. Carlos, thanks a lot for that. And my, oh my, Pompano Beach, the rain is really, really coming down.
And our last numbers out of Broward County were around 18,400 power outages. So they're very lucky to still have power right there in Pompano Beach, at least in that part of it.
Let's take it out of Florida City.
Michael Seiden is there live. Michael, what are you experiencing now?
Now, Lori and Calvin, no reported power outages here, but that wind has picked up, still getting those strong gusts. In fact, right now, my photojournalist, Nick, he is in a safe place right now because we've already gone through one camera because we got so much rain before. We don't want to ruin our second camera, so you're not going to be able to see this. But when I look out to US 1 right now, I literally see a stop sign that is halfway bent over. I can see it swaying right now in the wind. I'm hoping that at some point we'll be able to get you live pictures of that, but just take a look at this too. You can see the palm trees right here at our hotel. They are bending in the wind. And then the big sign here that says Home Suites by Hilton, big sheets of metal have been flying off of it and crashing down into the parking lot. The sign is still standing, but that's going to become problematic as these winds continue to pick up. But here we really haven't been getting much rain in the last couple of hours. It has been all about the wind. In fact, earlier tonight I talked to a woman and her daughter. They live in Homestead. They were in their house when a tornado warning was issued, and they told us as they fled from their house back to this hotel, they were having trouble on the road driving. It was so windy out there. And, right now we are in a mandatory curfew. It went into effect at 8 o'clock tonight. And the good news is when I look out at US 1, I have not seen anybody on the road, so apparently people are complying with this mandatory curfew. But back here, just so much wind, and it's interesting when you walk out here, you really do have to hang on to your hat because when you get those powerful gusts, your hat will just blow right off of your head. And here it is again. We're getting that wind. It just keeps coming and coming and coming, and there it is right there. Almost lost my hat there. So really the big story here in Florida City, no reported power outages. We're just getting a lot of wind, but we have gotten a break from all that rain. And I've spoken with a couple city officials, also a police officer. They told me it's really been all quiet on their end, but officers, again, they're working Alpha Bravo, which is cop talk for 12 hours on, 12 hours off. So they are ready for just about anything. But for the most part, it appears everybody is following this curfew. We don't see anybody out here. And believe me, you don't want to be driving. You don't want to be walking around out here because it is so windy.
Changing so rapidly, as we see the weather changing so rapidly in Florida City, you can't help but to think about those who are the less fortunate and who can't totally defend for themselves. What about the homeless there? Have you had a chance to talk with police about how they were handling that situation in Florida City?
Right, that's a great point, Calvin. Well, two things. First off, before we get into the homeless, there's 3 or 4 mobile home parks here in Florida City, and last night we actually had a chance to go out with police, and they went through these mobile home parks, and they were basically warning everyone who was staying put to get out. As you know, I mean, there is absolutely no way a mobile home can withstand the type of powerful punch that Irma is packing right now. So, they were trying to encourage people to get out, even saying, hey, call the police department if you need help evacuating. We can get you to a shelter. But a lot of people staying back, and, officers telling me that, look, a lot of people living in there, they don't have the means to get a hotel. But still, these shelters welcoming people for free. As far as the homeless population, we really haven't seen too many of the homeless out here. Speaking with a couple residents here, they tell me that, we had gotten some reports that maybe there was a group of about 30 or 40 who kind of had set up camp, under an overpass, but we haven't really seen anybody out here. I know police told us they made it very clear they are here to help. They wanted to make sure that people were in a safe place. But at this point, now it's about hunkering down, riding out this storm, and getting ready for a response if they need one.
Luckily, there in Miami-Dade County, luckily the mayor telling us almost 30,000 people are in shelters right now. They have those 42 shelters up and running, some not far from you, Michael. And at least those folks are together riding this out, because it's going to be a long night as we look at the radar there. I mean, this is not stopping, and at least down in the Keys, too. I mean, we're not expecting actual landfall until about 5 or 6 a.m. over the lower Keys. And as Max Mayfield is telling us, Michael, this system is kind of slowing down a little bit, not in intensity, but just in speed, and it's going to drag this out.
Yeah, and I was wondering, I don't know if Max or Betty has a reading right now, if they can give us, I think before they had gotten a reading over by Homestead Air Force Base. I don't know, Max, if you can hear me, if you have any idea how fast these winds are right now.
Well, Max and Betty are back in the Weather Center right now, getting ready for the top of the hour at 10 o'clock. So, Michael, we apologize. We'll certainly relay your thoughts and your questions to them. But right now, you are getting a band as we can look at the right side of our screen, and you are getting one of those feeder bands right over Homestead.
And that's why our signal is just freezing right there, because as you see on the right side, I mean, the radar, there is hardly a quiet spot. I mean, maybe right in the Miami area, a little bit, a couple of gray spots. The rest is just covered.
And it seems to be so consistent. You know, you get one, and then you may get a lull, and you get another one, and you may get a lull, and then you get another violent one, and it may be a lull again. So I think that's what's making it so tough for a lot of people. Not to mention, once again, we cannot stress this is going to go on for a while. It's going to go on for hours as we head into the overnight hours.
And we're in that northeast quadrant from noon to 3, if you will, if you looked at a clock. I mean, we're in that northeast quadrant. That's where the tornadoes tend to form. And you saw a few hours ago, we had 4 tornado warnings go off within a matter of a few minutes. And that is really kind of that dirty side, if you will, the really rough weather. And that is what we're experiencing up in Broward and Miami-Dade counties.
And Ed really made the point to Ed Rappaport with the National Hurricane Center. He said, look, you know, this is a storm where some people might have thought that they dodged a bullet because it sort of wobbled to the west, but we're on the dirty side of that storm, so we haven't dodged a bullet, and that's why the county leaders have been saying, look, the curfews are in effect, stay off the roadways, because this is obviously a very dangerous storm.
And we're getting in more and more pictures of downed trees. We're going to put those together for you so you have them. Thank you to our viewers who are trying to safely capture those, and we are so sorry to see what you're dealing with in some neighborhoods. Let's check in with Jeff Weinseer if we have him. He is live in Hollywood for us, and he's been in that area all day long. Jeff, what's it like now?
It is quiet now, but boy, did we have a band come through here within the last half hour. Some of the most serious rain that I have seen all day. Right now, it is extremely quiet, but we left Hollywood Beach because there were reports that there was a tornado that had touched down at the Sawgrass Mills Mall in that area. Now, we raced out there as fast as we could. It was teeming. There was nobody on the road up I-95 and then west on 595. The only cars that were on the road with us were Fort Lauderdale police officers that were speeding west with their lights on. We don't know what they were going to. There were no reports of any damage in the area. So when we got to the Sawgrass Mills Mall, there were plantation police officers around there. We asked them if there were any tornado touchdowns. They said no. We circled that entire area around the Sawgrass Mills Mall. There are some trees down, some palm fronds down. We then went south on the Sawgrass Expressway. We said south on the Sawgrass Expressway, got off in Weston. We circled that entire area there, palm fronds around there as well, but no major damage. We got back on the Sawgrass Expressway. We headed north. We got off at Oakland Park Boulevard. We went all the way east, and that is when the heavens opened. What we also noticed is that a lot of the street lights are out. We also noticed that across from the Sawgrass Mills Mall, it is a staging area for all the power company trucks that have actually come in. They're staging across from the Sawgrass Mills Mall to either help us out or possibly staging in this area to head to the West Coast wherever they are needed. They were already here from as far as Missouri because we pulled in there to take a look. It was raining so hard, but the crews are there sitting in their trucks as it is raining across from the Sawgrass Mills Mall. Again, we were east on Oakland Park Boulevard. We took that all the way to I-95. You had talked about some extreme winds near the Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport. We came south on I-95. The winds were, you could not see in front of you. There were no other cars on the road. No one is really on I-95 at all. Police are driving around in all of the cities that we were in, Plantation, Sunrise, the city of Hollywood. They are all driving around with their overhead lights on. We did see this last band that came through in Hollywood. We got off at Sterling Road, came down Park Road. We are now at a gas station just west of TY Park, just west of I-95. There are a whole lot of trees down in some of the residential Hollywood areas. Sterling Road, the main roads seem to be clear. But Calvin and Lori, it is quiet now, and then 10 minutes from now, the heavens will open up. There will be some severe winds. There are sporadic lights out, not large areas. In fact, when we drove by the Broward Sheriff's Office on Broward Boulevard, it was pitch black. The entire Sheriff's Office, that area was all out of electricity. We even saw a convenience store on Broward Boulevard just west of the Sheriff's Office that was actually opened. There are people hanging out outside of that convenience store, which was unusual to see. But most people are inside. The roads are clear. You can see this is Sheridan Street behind me, just west of I-95, and you can see if Frank pans up to the palm fronts, it is very quiet now, almost eerie compared to what we had here about a half hour ago.
All right, as it should be. Curfew in effect. Okay, Jeff Weinseer in Hollywood for us. Jeff, thanks a lot.
And we're told we have some great images coming out of both Florida City and Pompano Beach. Let's see, where do we want to go right now?
This is in Pompano Beach.
Carlos Suarez there live for us. Carlos, oh boy, it is really picking up.
Yeah, Carlos was live there for us, but you can see because of those strong winds, it's causing our picture to go in and out. And this is sort of the glory of live television. When you have strong winds like this, we are so reliant upon our cell phones, and those can be, well, not so dependable in moments like this because the winds have kicked up so much. But that was the picture from Pompano where the rain is coming down sideways and the wind gusts have really picked up.
Carlos, let's try to join you now if we can. Take it away.
Hey, Calvin and Lori, boy, have things really taken a turn for the worse out here. The last time we joined you, we started seeing some of the strongest winds that we have seen the entire day. We didn't feel safe enough to be from the last location that we were at, so we moved to the back of here. But as you can see, boy, are we getting pelted right now. The rain is to 45 miles.
All right, Carlos, we're going to try to stay with you as long as we possibly can. Go ahead. Go ahead, Carlos. We're going to try to stay with the shot. This is Pompano Beach, clearly, where they're getting one of those violent and very intense bands coming through. Yeah. We're going to try to go now to Terrell Fournet, and Terrell is standing by live for us, I believe, in Homestead, where at least at the Homestead Motor Speedway, a tornado touchdown not far from you in Florida City.
Yeah, we are very near the Homestead city line, still actually in the city of Florida City here in the southern stretch of southwest Miami-Dade. But I can tell you that the National Weather Service has confirmed that tornado touchdown near the Homestead Speedway. It is a relatively remote area, so not many people live in that particular area where that tornado touched down. And we also know that very minor damage associated with that tornado touchdown. So we're getting in a rain shower right now. You could probably see the rain picking up a little bit. This is really the first time over the past couple of hours, because it's been primarily just a wind event here in this area. The wind has really been battering us if we step out of our news vehicle, and also the trees in the background, if you could see that. Not much wind right now. Again, the rain falling. Sometimes it just happens like that. Sometimes you get this really strong rain shower, as we've been seeing earlier in the day, and then sometimes the wind picks up, and then sometimes you have both at the same time. So it's really, it really has not been a very consistent event when it comes with these outer bands that have been moving through the area. I can also tell you that some people here in the area of Homestead, about 700 people are without power right now. That is the very latest numbers. And some people were also worried about flooding. We're told that the city of Homestead, they issued about 18,000 bags of sand, just worried about possible flooding from that storm surge, and obviously the rain that Hurricane Irma is expected to bring to this area. But for the most part, out and about, driving around Homestead, driving around Florida City, you don't really see many people out on the roads, and that's exactly what people here who run this city want to see, because there is a curfew in effect, at least for the Florida City area. We did see earlier today some down power lines, and we also have heard about a water main break in the city of Homestead. Both of those incidents affected quite a lot of people. Some people were without water for quite a long time, and because of that down power line, obviously some people were without power. But again, the official numbers for the city of Homestead, a little more than 700 people without power because of all of this gusting winds and because of the power issues created with these down power lines and blown generators.
And Terrell, we know you are really in the thick of it down there. We do have Betty Davis here right now, so she can give you a little sense of what is going on in Florida City. Let's bring her in here. Betty?
Hi, Terrell. You've been getting involved in one of those rain bands, and we'll walk you through the Doppler radar in just a second. But first, let's talk about some of the wind speeds we are finding being reported across the area. These are sustained winds between Fort Lauderdale and Miami, around 20-25 miles per hour, but that's really not painting the full picture of what's occurring out there, because we do know that those winds spike in intensity when we get the bands lifting through and some of the stronger gusts associated with those bands, as we're seeing right now around Marathon, with winds sustained at 45, Key West into a northeast wind at 36 miles per hour, gusting for Key West to 67 miles per hour. Marathon with a northeast wind gust at 61, while Fort Lauderdale almost 50 miles per hour right now, with the wind gust in Miami showing 38 miles per hour. Notice Homestead, no data is reporting here. Earlier when our Michael Sidon, it was really earlier this afternoon, got caught up in a hefty band, or one of those hefty storms rolling in off the Atlantic associated with Irma, it seemed to have knocked that station out for the time being. So no reporting coming in there. I think that's just a testimony to how strong the winds are, maybe knocking that gauge offline. Let's show you the Doppler radar and Irma, that center of circulation churning down just offshore of that north coast of Cuba, but those rain bands extending out really far beyond, all the way up into areas of South Florida. In fact, just under 200 miles away, that main band that's now entering Broward County. But even beyond that, we have some rain bands into Palm Beach County as well. So let's zoom into the area that is impacting parts of Broward, Miami-Dade, and the Keys, and let's count these bands, so to speak. So here's one rain band, this one's stretching back up and over into Broward County, and then that's one rain band, and then we'll find another rain band, this one stretching from the Atlantic waters up and over into South Dade, and this is what our Terrell Fournay is caught up in right now out in Florida City. And then there's this third rain band, and this one really substantial, impacting the Keys right now. So all of this is going to continue to rotate up and around Irma and move into more of our areas tonight. I think the good news right now for a place like downtown Miami, Miami Beach, and Hollywood, which were so hard hit earlier, including in Pembroke Park right outside our studios, that rain band, we talked about how it would eventually lift up and get up into Broward County and lift away, and that is occurring. We are still in the thick of things around Coral Springs, but the general trend is for these bands to lift up toward the north-northwest. So that's the scene right now in Broward. I do want to just get a closer look at what's occurring right now around the Coral Springs area, as you've been caught up in some of the heftier rains, and no doubt those winds on the gusty side too. So with these bands, we talk about those individual storms that occasionally show the spin on the Doppler radar. You get those little, the velocity data showing that the storms could produce some rotation. That's not the case. I just wanted to get an up-close look at what's occurring here around the Coral Springs area, down around Sunrise, where we now find this heavy rainfall. This is going to be lifting away from the Sawgrass Expressway, lifting away from Coral Springs, and eventually you'll get into some quieter weather. But let's just turn on the velocity data, see if anything's jumping out at us. I may have seen a little spike of red and green next to each other, but nothing standing out. So as for now, it looks like that's simply a case of a storm that's producing some gusty winds as it's translating northwest of the BB&T Center, right around the Sunrise area. All right, let's inspect that next band. This is the one our Terrell Fournay has been caught up in, and it's bringing lots of heavy rainfall, of course. And speaking of the rain, let's see what the rainfall rates are looking at right about now. Looking like down around deep south Miami-Dade, where earlier today a tornado has been confirmed. A really busy time, right around 6:30 and 8 p.m. when we had all the tornado warnings going down. These rainfall rates not necessarily as impressive as we have seen, but these rains are persistent, so it does add up over time, and we continue to be under a flood watch through Monday evening. So that band is going to continue to lift in toward the west-northwest. Eventually, it's going to lift a bit more north. And the places that are catching a break right now, i.e. places like downtown Miami, Miami Beach, even looking north of 41, some of your communities that seem to be in a little lull, say around Doral or Miami Gardens. Here too, as Irma continues to move, these rain bands will continue to lift. So more weather is going to make a comeback. More bands will lift back into your community. So if you are noticing a lull in the action around your neighborhood, enjoy it for now, in that the rains may not be as heavy and the winds may not be as strong, because the energy with this system is going to continue to build over us as we're moving through tonight and into tomorrow too, as the core of Irma gets closer to the Keys. Now here's that third rain band we've been talking about right here, and that one already starting to impact parts of the Keys, moving on in and spreading no doubt some squally weather. We just showed you some of the wind gusts and sustained winds around this area where they've been feeling these tropical storm conditions throughout the Keys. So around Marathon, just covered, it's persistent, and the wind is just simply blowing that rain sideways. So this is going to lift up and over, coming back down into Key West as well. So these are Irma's rain bands. These are a little closer to that center of circulation, not the eye wall, but just a little closer to the center of circulation. So I would suspect that those would be a little stronger. Now here is Irma and its eye itself, and I'll be chatting with our Max Mayfield about this to see what's happening with this eye. Maybe another eye wall will eventually take over. But this is the core of Irma. This is what we are waiting for to make that journey toward the lower Keys and score that landfall come early Sunday. But for now, we're just going to be wrapped up in the thick of these rain bands that bring that inclement weather from time to time. We are still under a tornado watch, though we haven't had any tornado warnings lately. That threat still is there as what we continue to track Irma. Flood watch, as I mentioned, through Monday evening. I'll show you some of the rain accumulation forecasts, and I'll have to see if this gets any updates. But for now, we are still planning on the possibility for 10 to 20 inches of rainfall for the Florida Keys, some isolated amounts of 25 inches, and then other areas of the Florida Peninsula will be feeling Irma as well. So into the Florida Peninsula, even beyond South Florida, there could be some 8 to 15 inches of rainfall, some isolated amounts of 20 inches. But the story for us for tonight is those rain bands. I know the weather may seem to be improving for some of you out there. The winds are never really going to die down. They're only going to get stronger. But don't think you can venture out now just because you have a rain band lifting out, because you're going to have more of that kind of weather lifting in for tonight with even stronger winds. All right, with that, let's bring in our hurricane specialist, Max Mayfield.
Okay, let's just look at the radar loop. If I could get the radar on 47, please. Betty was talking about the eye wall there in Irma, and it looks to me like, or we'll try it on 41 if you can't. Okay, let's look at 41 on the radar. The NOAA plane was in there earlier tonight, and now they have gone back, and the Air Force is on its way out there. Should be there, within an hour or so. I don't know if they're going to make it in time for this 11 o'clock advisory, but it sure looks like that little innermost, that real tight eye wall is losing some steam, and the outer eye wall is taking over there. So we've seen, a lot of these little fluctuations, and there's the inner one right there.
Right, graphics 41, and we can tell this weather story to our viewers about what's occurring right now with Irma, which is still, by the way, a very powerful hurricane.
And you can see that red around the, that's kind of the outermost eye wall, and I think that's becoming the dominant one now. And the difficult part of that is knowing Even if that does take over, we don't know the timing on, if that has enough time, it will contract and may become smaller again, and it may indeed start intensifying again. So we're looking forward to getting that airplane out there, and we'll report that as soon as they get in there. They like to fly all 4 quadrants, but in this case, it's so close to Cuba, they're not going to be able to do all that, at least on the southern side.
Well, so that's what's going on with the eye of Irma. We got to bring it back locally for just a second and check in with our Andrew Perez. I think he has some flooding to report about in North Miami.
Yeah, we've been pretty busy so far the last hour. It's taken us a while actually to get back on air for you because of the things we've been dealing with. Our equipment also took a hit, so you got to bear with us here during the storm. But let's start with some of the good news. You can see behind me the rain has stopped. It was a pretty vicious rain for a while there. Also, we've noticed people here in North Miami. We're right off West Dixie Highway in North Miami. People still have power around this area, but take a walk with me because here is some of the bad news. And again, obviously we're expecting a lot more rain. Keep that in mind. But we're already seeing some flooding in several neighborhoods all over North Miami. Take a look all the way down the street. It's reaching up to some of these homes here as well. There's a business down at the corner, a tire shop, an auto shop that is also getting flooded out right now. Here's the situation in North Miami. Right now, the city is under a curfew as well, like many cities. The curfew began at 10 p.m. It's going to last until at least 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. And the city's saying that they're doing that more for safety, not only to keep people safe from the storm, and to keep first responders safe as well, but also to make sure there's no criminal activity, that nobody's taking advantage of what people are going through. But let me tell you, the people in this city are very resilient. We met a great group. I actually filed the story, sent the video to the station. We're hoping to air that later on here on Local 10 News. They are seeking shelter in a church. They didn't want to go to the big shelters, a lot of the overflow shelters. One of them is in North Miami. But that one's crowded too. So these people, they're seeking shelter in a church. They're in there. They've got their cots. They've got their bedding all over the pews in the church, kind of setting up. They're having prayer. They're eating. And they're riding out the storm there. That's how they're spending the time. They can hear the rain. They can hear the wind. They're just staying safe inside. That's how kind of people are riding out. They see things like this out their window, flooding that's going on, the rain that's been going on. It's been on and off nonstop. We saw that we're going to get hit pretty soon in a little while with a lot more rain. So we're preparing for that, and it's only expected to get worse. But so far, that is the situation here in North Miami. People already dealing with flooding out here, and it's expected to get worse.
Andrew Perez live in North Miami. Thank you so much. We'll be checking back in with you as we're noting that area in a bit of a lull. We now have a chance to talk to a reporter in Punta Gorda, Florida, Miguel Marquez. Are you there, Miguel?
Has just started here from Irma and a little bit of wind, but these are very light winds and very light rains at the moment.
And we can see that on the radar here too. Punta Gorda, of course, is where the eye of Hurricane Charlie made landfall in 2004. Really clobbered that area, and they had loss of life and tremendous damage. Charlie was a really, really small hurricane. This one is much different. This one is much larger, and we'll have more storm surge with this one too. Are the people, Miguel, are they actually evacuating up there?
They are evacuating. In fact, Charlotte County has no more room at any of the 3 shelters that have been set up in the county itself. They have 5 shelters that have been set up in Sarasota County to service the residents of Charlotte if they need to go up there. So they are moving people up there. If people show up to shelters here, they won't turn them away. Certainly, if they don't have gas, are elderly, or have disability issues, they will take them in on an emergent basis. But for the most part, they're trying to move people up to these other shelters in Sarasota County. People are very, very attuned to Charlie here and that track, and the track right now isn't far different from that of Charlie. It's right to the west of Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte in this area, and that they're on the right side, the dirty side of the storm if it stays on that track. So people are watching it very, very closely. They're also expecting a 10 to 15 foot storm surge here. Basically that wave of water that comes in from the ocean goes far inland and then washes out very quickly and takes everything with it. So people really watching things. There's not a lot of high ground here. About 60% of the county is on mandatory evacuation orders because it's in lowlands. They expect if and when that storm surge comes, it is just going to wipe through the county.
Miguel Marquez live in Punta Gorda, Florida. Thank you so much. And Max, we've talked a lot tonight about where this storm is going to be headed and how the western side of the peninsula, this is going to be big for them.
It is, and that example there in Punta Gorda that is at the head of Charlotte Harbor, and so when they have that onshore flow, that's actually going to be after the eye passes them. As the hurricane goes up there towards Charlotte Harbor and Punta Gorda, that counterclockwise flow is going to be from the east to the west. That's going to actually push water out of the bay initially, and then once it moves north of them, on the back side, it comes in from the west. That's when they'll have the tremendous storm surge flooding up there.
And just trying to move people, make people are in a safer place, and the weather conditions already going downhill in that area from Irma. So no doubt the reach, the stretch of Irma, it just cannot be understated as we continue to watch it affecting both sides of the peninsula, spreading those rain bands out tonight all the way from the Keys into areas of South Florida, including Palm Beach, beyond, reaching all the way over toward that other side of the peninsula. So we'll meet you back here in a few minutes with a lot more on Hurricane Irma, its track, as we count down to that landfall we're anticipating.
All right, and now only 95 miles southeast of the Florida Keys, so they are bracing for what will be a very rough and long night.
Yes, and Will Manso is in downtown Miami. He has been positioned there all through the night. And Will, that wind is just not giving you a break.
No, it's not. And, we were listening to Betty earlier, and she was saying that the sustained winds in Miami were about 38 miles per hour. And, well, that's very accurate, as you would expect from Betty, but we have our wind meter out here that we've been checking out. And pretty much the entire night for the last 90 minutes or so, 2 hours, the wind has been anywhere from 30. The reality for us is this is the reality. It's not going to really change. Earlier in the evening when we were talking, I'm going to step out and show you a little bit too, but earlier in the evening when we were talking, I kept saying that there'd be squally weather and then it would calm down, it would be calm. There is no more calm. All the wind now, for the most part, throughout the last 2 hours or so, hour and a half, has been in that sustained 35 plus range with gusts into the 40s. Now, the one thing we haven't seen in the last hour or so, and we spoke about a half hour ago and I told you the same thing, it hasn't changed. We haven't seen any rain, which is good. I mean, it's nice to not get pelted by rain and to see that rain coming in sideways as it was earlier. But when we spoke last, I said, well, I wonder why that's the case. It seems like we're getting a really long break. And Betty had mentioned that we would get a break. And I just saw the radar that I know you guys have constantly up. And you see that there's that huge amount of rain north of us and the huge amount of rain south of us. And right now, at the moment, we just happen to be in a pocket where it's not raining. We know that's going to change. We know that the wind's going to continue to pick up, and we know that the rain will come back. But right now, it's a nice break in this area to not have that strong rain. The wind remains. As you take a look right now, I'm going to take a look at what David Silver, our photographer, is shooting right now. He's taking a look at the arena. We showed you earlier as well the Hotel Intercontinental here with the sign that it had up that's saying, "Stay safe, Miami, keep calm," which is instead of the dancing woman that it normally has. So right now, everything remains on as far as power. I mean, it's a beautiful scene, as downtown Miami always is, with the gorgeous buildings that are in this area, with the Arch Center there, the Perez Museum, the Frost Science Museum there, the American Airlines Arena, the Freedom Tower. All these things are lit and bright and beautiful. Unfortunately, they're beautiful on a night where we're having these strong winds, the rain we had earlier, and we don't expect it, Lori and Calvin, obviously, to get any better now for the rest of the evening and into tomorrow with Irma approaching.
Well, at least you are getting green right now, Will, not yellow and red. So luckily you're getting a little bit of reprieve. And now the AAA was completely lit up earlier, but that's normal for it to kill some of the lights, correct?
Yeah, they have like the little sequence of pattern when it gets into nighttime that they have in it. Obviously a beautiful building, and you see the lights. And actually for us, it's been important because the particular spot we're in right now doesn't have lights. It's not out of power. This unit right here, this area, this business center doesn't have any lights. So we're actually getting all of our light from all of these beautiful buildings that are shining those lights into us. So that's why we are able to see in here as we report here with those lights. So we certainly hope that the power doesn't go out.
We have suddenly jumped over to a driving picture we have from one of our crews in Miami now.
This is West Palm Beach here, where a curfew went into effect yesterday, as a matter of fact. But the streets are barren in West Palm Beach and downtown, in the downtown area. But once again, a curfew did go into effect there. So people are, in fact, heeding the warnings to stay off the streets in West Palm Beach as Irma makes its way up the center of the state, and certainly the southwest side of the state. But certainly the people on the southeast side have, certainly felt like they have dodged a bullet.
And that's good, because certainly the hurricane watch, the storm surge warning, the flood watch runs all the way from Jupiter Inlet all the way down the east coast of Florida, and then it goes right back up to Bonita Beach. So it has affected such a large area, and good to see that our neighbors to West Palm Beach there are also taking this very seriously.
That's right. Irma's outer bands are no match for some trees, as we saw all across South Florida. So let's check it out with Kristen De La Rosa, who has the story now from Hollywood.
This is 78th and 37th Street, and throughout the evening we've seen the progression of the branches that are falling being larger and larger, and now this is a pretty large tree that's now blocking this entire road. And you can see here, if we pan to the right, it was uprooted and it came down, and it was pretty loud based on what neighbors are telling us. Want to bring in Miss Pineda over here, you were inside of the home that was barely missed by this tree. So tell me what happened. You guys were watching a movie.
Yeah, we were watching Avatar, just me and the girls, and all of a sudden we hear the wind, and we get a tornado alert. And then my dad and our friend was outside trying to fix their generator, and all of a sudden they start screaming. We come outside and we see like the gust of wind and the rain, and then we hear the tree fall. And we're trying to close down the garage. And
what did it sound like?
It sounded like a big like
someone knocking on the window.
Yeah, like someone knocking on the window. Like if Hawk came and she tried to knock on my door, that's exactly what it sounded like.
And what do you make of the fact this tree barely missed the home, and you guys actually evacuated to this home with family?
Exactly, but the thing is, my car's right over there too. It missed my car by like 5 feet. By like a hair.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. So.
And we were talking about earlier, there's been so much talk about how this storm
we didn't think it was going to be crazy, but seeing this, everybody needs to be careful, because we don't know what Mother Nature can do. She could pick up quickly and destroy everything or keep on moving, so everybody needs to be safe.
Thanks again, and we're just glad that you're safe and that this tree missed your home. Want to take you closer just to see the strong winds. Look at this. It was uprooted. The sidewalk is clearly damaged. And then if you pan over that way, we can show everybody just how close this tree came to falling on this home, missing vehicles. So a lot of people pretty shocked with what happened. Actually, look at that. Look at that. Look at up there. I mean, I don't know how good our lighting is at this point, but it actually fell on top of another tree. You could probably say that this tree saved the lives of, probably some of the people staying in this home and this home's structure. Guys, back to you.
All right. Our Kristen De La Rosa, there for us in Hollywood. Quite the situation. And you hear about that, of trees coming down, absolutely, all across South Florida, those strong winds, those strong gusts.
We have
really
Ross Palumbo. Ross has been traveling the area there in Fort Lauderdale Beach. He's been up and down, and you were amazed how many businesses you found, Ross, right there on Las Olas that really didn't have secured shutters.
Yeah, the businesses here, they're going to have a lot of problems, Lori. Last time I came to you, remember, the winds were twice as strong as they are now. The rain was coming down, the sand being blown up. We're in a little bit of a lull, but we're actually closer now to the water. So I wanted to show you, because we have the light here a little closer. Look at how this is roiling at this point. This is really the worst that we've seen all day long. When the mayor was out here with me, he was really pointing out, I don't know how well you can see this, but the water coming in right now, it's so dirty and full of grit that it's picking up from the ground on the way in, all the sand. It really shows how roiling these waves are. It's not just a clear blue wave like on a beautiful day. It really shows how out there in the distance, how choppy it is. Waves about 5 to 10 feet here along the shoreline. But the good news is the rain, for the moment, has appeared to stop. And the wind, though, still howling, not as much as it was in the past. I want you to see here along A1A, those businesses we were talking about. We found at least 2 that the shutters are loose on. They seem safe now, but you know as well as I do, when that rain's coming down sideways, it's just getting pushed inside those businesses and probably already a bit of a mess. And we still have hours upon hours to go. I also want to show you these buildings here that you can see, most of them hotels and condos along the way. And look, this is really a good sign. Remember, we're in the mandatory evacuation area and very few lights. On this one building here, I only count 3 condos that have lights on, and those just may be on timers. But look at how dark almost all of the buildings are. That means that these people really did get out of the area. You see in the distance there, the police patrolling down A1A. They've been going back and forth. They're all over the place out here. And another good thing, Lauren Calvin, we haven't seen really a single person out here since we ran into those 2 guys that were simply just biking, saying they couldn't remember or didn't hear that there was a curfew. So the curfew is in effect. We're in a bit of a lull, but you saw just a few moments ago when I came live to you how bad it can get out here.
But
that's
Ross,
the situation now in Fort Lauderdale,
yeah.
and we're
and Ross, we just want to be crystal clear here that many of the business owners who are watching may see their business on television and may think, well, police are not patrolling those areas along A1A where you were able to walk right up to those businesses. So
I just seem to have lost my earpiece here for a moment, Calvin, but I think what you're trying to ask is that of all these business owners, they're probably worried that they're getting damage. And we're not saying that we've seen any damage out here in the businesses. Absolutely not. What we're saying is that there are at least 2 businesses in this one block that you can see the hurricane shutters have come ajar. Right there, a firefighter patrolling down A1A, just part of the elaborate response we've seen out here. We really have seen a lot of rescuers combing this area to make sure no one's out here, to make sure the properties are safe, and as we were talking earlier, Calvin, to make sure that there are no looters. But again, we haven't seen any damage to businesses. We've just seen some damage to the shutters. No telling yet what kind of water may have gotten inside.
Okay, and daylight will show us a whole lot more. Our Ross Palumbo on Fort Lauderdale Beach. Ross, thanks a lot for that.
And just keep in mind, as you see those conditions on Fort Lauderdale Beach, the National Weather Service says the first hurricane force wind gusts have already been recorded. We've mentioned that to you down in the Florida Keys. They did mark one at 74 miles an hour. And remember that the center of Irma, which is supposed to go over the lower Keys, most likely Key West, 6 a.m. in the morning, is going to have sustained 120 mile per hour winds. So it's really beyond anything we have seen so far.
And with that said, we have been saying for most of the evening that Irma is a Category 3 storm. We also heard from the National Hurricane Center that that's going to intensify to a Category 4. And, you know, Max Mayfield likes to use the example of freight train versus being run over by an 18-wheeler. It really doesn't matter the category. The fact that these winds are sustained over hours and hours and hours is a lot for people like Barb, who we spoke with earlier today. I mean, she says she's hunkered down, but the Florida Key is not a good place to be.
No, and it's going to be a very rough overnight and very rough all during the day tomorrow. So we'll get you every report we can out of Key West. Meantime, as all this, before some of this bad weather rolled into our area, Andrew Perez checked in with a church in North Miami, serving its members as a shelter.
So we went to go kind of get out of some of the rain, some of the wind that we're experiencing right now because of Irma. We stopped at a church where we found there are several people in here taking refuge. I want you to take a walk with me. We spoke with them already, and they were okay with this. This is Shalom Community Church, which is in North Miami. And you can see this is a chapel here on the side. You've got beds, you've got blankets, people who brought their essentials, who didn't want to go to a formal county-sponsored shelter. You take a walk here. We're going to go meet the pastor. I want to introduce you to him. How are you?
I am doing wonderful.
Doing wonderful. Tell the folks at home your name.
My name is Pastor Joanem Frenzy Floreal, best known in the community as Pastor Fanfan.
All right. So first things first, I mean, you opened up the church to your congregants?
Yes, indeed. Some members of the church were asked to evacuate. Therefore, I opened up the church to receive my members. And as their leader, as their pastor, I'm here to be there with them.
What have you guys kind of been doing so far to pass the time as the storm? I mean, it's getting rough outside right now.
Yes. By the way, we just we ate a little while ago. We have a cook. We have a kitchen in the fellowship hall. We just ate. So basically, I'm not going to expose my members to severe weather conditions. So we're going to wait until Irma goes through to know exactly what step to take next.
Our Andrew Perez there at a church. And Andrew, thanks a lot for that report. We want to take you back now to Broward County here in Pembroke Park, where the cameras we have set up here just outside our studios. And you can see the wind still whipping up those palm trees just along the Miami-Dade Broward County line and right along Hallandale Beach Boulevard. And here's another view. Well, at least the lights are on out there.
Yes, that's a good sign. Are they hooked to our generator? We're not quite sure, but it's probably. We do have the lights right there, and at least for the last 20 minutes or so, things have quieted down in this area right on the county line. I guess everyone's getting a bit of a reprieve. As you've seen on the radar there, it was just quieting down ever so much, and we haven't taken those kind of power surges in a few minutes here.
And those bands have been intense. You know, it's not just our reporters who are feeling them out in the field. I mean, we are feeling the impact of those bands right here in Broward County and, of course, in Pembroke Park. So here's one more look at how the winds are whipping up just outside our studios there. That's the balcony just upstairs on our second floor, just overlooking our parking lot. And it's not slowing down anytime soon. And you can see here the forecast track just off of Cuba, Irma's eye is, and heading right towards the Florida Keys, less than 100 miles southeast of Key West. And we have spoken with so many people, and I think a couple of people today told us via Skype that some 25% of the population in Key West decided to stick around, even though there were mandatory evacuation orders that went into effect earlier this week. We heard from the Monroe County mayor to county leaders who have really gotten the word out, trying to get people to leave the Keys before Irma arrives. But some people just did not listen. Many are, you know, they decided to make their living on a boat, and others who wanted to protect their property, they were so concerned and decided to stick around. And well, later tonight and into the wee hours of the morning, they will feel the fury of Hurricane Irma.
But speaking of that, we have some incredible rescue men, these para-rescue men from the Air Force who have just flown in. We're going to bring you some of their pictures shortly. It's just incredible that they have arrived with rescue gear down into the Keys. They have arrived at the Coast Guard station on an HC-130 aircraft. They are coming in from Anchorage just to respond alongside federal, state, and local first responders to rescue anyone in distress from Hurricane Irma as it passes through the lower Keys. So that is an incredible effort. We'll bring you more of their pictures because, as you see on this image, it is only 95 miles southeast of Key West right now, expected to grow from a Category 3 to a Category 4 over these warm waters between Cuba and the Keys. And if anything, it is slowing down. And as Max explains, that is not a good thing.
Yeah, slowing down, which means that it's going to spend a lot more time over the Florida Straits and west of us as well. But also it's re-intensifying, going from a Category 3 to a Category 4 in those warm waters right by the Key West area. So this is obviously not a good time. And many of them are feeling those winds already. The wind gusts up to 60, 70 miles an hour in the Florida Keys already being reported by the National Hurricane Center.
We've had them noted in two faraway places, both in the Keys and also all the way up north at Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport. We've had these hurricane force gusts recorded already, and that is just the beginning. Our 11 o'clock advisory is not far off. As soon as that comes in, Betty and Max will get it right to you. But this is the current image of monster Hurricane Irma, which is still just roaring there. We can only imagine what it has done to northern Cuba. Our Hatzel Vela will bring us a report as well coming up shortly. He is gathering all the images he can, but we've already seen quite a bit of destruction.
And we also saw the winds whipping up. One of the correspondents too, Patrick Oppman, just yesterday, and about how he was in one of the small towns where the eye of Hurricane Irma came very close to, I think, about 20 miles south of where they were. And just a tough area to be, but he was not hurt. But you saw how strong those winds were, so you can only imagine what's in store for the Florida Keys later on this this evening and also into the wee hours of the morning.
And if you look at the very top of your screen, look at all that red. It goes all the way up toward Palm Beach County. We have a live picture out of there right now of some of the cranes in Palm Beach just spinning around. They certainly have their share of construction, just like we do in downtown Miami especially. But here are some of the cranes in Palm Beach County. It's no doubt a bit of a concern that the construction companies have tried to allow them to sway in the breeze, and that is what they're meant to do, built to do.
They're designed to do. Yeah. But what's interesting too is, at least in Brickell and in downtown Miami, there was simply not enough time to actually bring them down or to bring them to a secure place. You can almost make the argument here, although we don't know this for sure, but you can almost make the argument in Palm Beach as well that they simply did not have enough time because the focus was on the storm coming to Miami-Dade County and Broward County and not so much to West Palm Beach.
You see the lightning going there. It is a light show over Palm Beach tonight, as it is all the way down the coast and then up the southwest coast. So speaking of the light show, let's check in Surfside. That is where the wind has also been doing some real damage to some very iconic business signs you might recognize. Derek Shore shows us.
Well, it has calmed down for the moment here in Surfside, but it has been an incredible last couple of hours here. In fact, we weren't able to bring you any reports for some time because it simply was too dangerous. We had to get back in our vehicle. The lightning so very close, and one of those bolts that really struck right above us, or so it seemed, actually ended up knocking out the power to this entire neighborhood. Throughout this area in Surfside, I can tell you, we have seen police going up and down the road, wanting to make sure no one is out on the street and wanting to make sure that indeed everyone is inside safely. Now, I want to tell you about a quick story here. We were standing here just a few minutes before we were going to go live, and we heard this huge crash. We didn't know what was going on, and we heard something kind of coming closer and closer towards us. Look over to the left, and here we see this huge piece of metal coming at us. And what this is Joe Flanagan. This is Big Daddy's, the back of his head from the liquor store, Big Daddy's Liquor, right here in Surfside. And then here comes his face coming right at us throughout this storm. This is probably the scariest moment for us so far, because this thing, the winds were just tossing this piece of metal for so long and very easily. It was kind of just doing somersaults and cartwheels like a leaf in the wind, and it is very dangerous. So this is why first responders, why everyone is urging you not to be out on the roadways, because should this have hit someone on the road, which it definitely could have, it could have killed them. It's important to stay indoors, and of course, we will be here to bring it to you. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Derek Shore there in Surfside for us.
Yeah, we are seeing firsthand the power of Mother Nature and the fury of Irma. Let's turn now to Florida City and our Terrell Fournay, who's covering that area for us. How have conditions been for you?
Well, the rain has been falling now for the past perhaps 15 minutes, which is probably the longest stretch throughout the day here in this area. The rain has usually been on and then off again, and then the winds pick up, and then the winds pull back. So that's pretty much been the case here in the Florida City area. And if you notice, the wind is pushing the rain to fall at an angle, and every so often, take a look at the parking lot here. You can see which direction the wind is actually pushing the water. It's actually making a pretty unique design across the pavement here in the parking lot of where we are standing. But take a look at the palm trees over there. You know, they are swaying in the wind, and when you get one of those real big, strong gusts of wind, it appears that those palm trees just appear to be very, very battered. And this is another strong gust of wind that is rolling through the area. Just a little bit to the north of here, Homestead. We talked a little bit about the tornado warnings that went out earlier this evening. We all got an alert on our phones earlier this evening saying that there was a tornado warning here for this area. And sure enough, there was a reported tornado touchdown at the Homestead Speedway, just a couple of miles away from here. The National Weather Service actually confirmed that a tornado actually touched down in that area. Fortunately, not many people live in that area, so there were no reported injuries, and the damage in that area is very minor. So that is the good news. Just to the south of here, along US 1, You probably can't make out where the actual street is because there are no cars that are actually going in the northbound or southbound lanes, and that's actually a very good sign because everyone should be where they are supposed to be at this hour while the storm is rolling in. There is actually a curfew here in the Florida City area, but again, just to the south of here, you have the entrance to the Florida Keys just a few miles down US 1, and we know that the Florida Highway Patrol, well, they were actually going to lock down the bridges once we got to those 40-mile-per-hour gusts of wind. And in some areas here across South Florida, we've actually surpassed those gusts of wind. So the bridges, again, locked down across, especially the Keys, but in other areas across South Florida as well. Over 1,000 Florida Highway Patrol troopers making sure that no one crosses those bridges when these gusts of wind, pick up across our area. They just want to make sure that everyone is safe.
Okay, our Terrell Fournay in Florida City. Terrell, thanks a lot for that.
And let's head north from there a bit. Janine Stanwood is in place in Coral Gables, where you've seen a couple of trees come down. Janine, hopefully not too much damage.
No, and in fact, Coral Gables, Lori, as you well know, is one of those places that's known for those beautiful big banyan trees. And in our travels around Coral Gables, we haven't seen any of those big ones fall over. But I want to show you video from a short time ago this evening where we did see a Norfolk Island pine just snap off at one point. It was snapped off from the trunk, and it was in a residential area near Majorca and Salcedo. We actually got a couple of phone calls from our viewers from Local 10 who said, hey, there's this tree that went down. It's one of those good situations, though, because it did fall down on a power line. Nobody was injured, and it wasn't in any sort of major thoroughfare that would block any emergency vehicles, for example. There were definitely ways that emergency vehicles could get around it. So that was sort of the good news there. It was just sort of a shocking sight, of course, because here in Coral Gables, I want to take you back to live pictures right now. It's kind of quiet. We had some squally rain bands that went through earlier, but right now, take a look. I mean, it's raining lightly. We have had a few wind gusts, but right now we're in one of those lulls. And but it is sort of interesting to see on a Saturday night. Normally this place would be booming, but right now, here we are, Aragon Avenue and Ponce de Leon Boulevard. It's a very major thoroughfare here. Miracle Mile, in fact, is right there. You're looking at Miracle Mile, which is pretty much a ghost town. You can sort of see brake lights right there. There's one car. We're seeing one or two cars around here, but not a lot. And in fact, as you know, and as in a lot of South Florida cities right now, there is a curfew. There was an 8 p.m. curfew that was established a little bit earlier tonight by the mayor, and it seems like most people are abiding by it. But for the most part, Calvin, Lori, a little bit of rain, a little bit of wind, but we're in one of those lulls right now. But of course, you can only hope that people don't take that to mean it's time to go out and have some fun, because this is just one lull of many, and more rain is sure to come later on.
And Janine, if you will, take us back to Sunny Isles Beach when you were there. I guess that was a good indicator of just how powerful and intense those rain bands can be. What was it like for you?
It was. And I don't know if we can roll video of that. We have to probably get that. But Sunny Isles Beach, gosh, this was, what time is that? Maybe 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, something like that.
Yes,
it was. Right. It was still light outside, and it was just intense. It was one of those things where there was some wind, there was some rain, and then all of a sudden you could almost not even see a thing, because not only was the rain just going sideways, but we were also by the beach, and so the sand was flying, and definitely it was kind of a scary situation. In fact, we ended up taking cover, thankfully, in a concrete area, so we were fine. But it was a scary situation, and the Sunny Isles Beach police officers, they were out there because they wanted to tell people that it was not a fun time to check out Mother Nature, to get out of there and go home. A lot of people, as you know, and we see this here in South Florida, there's just something about the fury of Mother Nature that wants to bring people outside to look at it. And it might be interesting to look at, but it's also very dangerous. And so that's why police were encouraging people to get the heck out of there. And that's the case here. That's why the officials here in Coral Gables want people to stay inside, because even though it looks pretty benign right now, things could, as you know, Calvin and Lori, could very easily change.
And that's the video we're seeing right now from a few hours ago in Sunny Isles Beach. The main street sign, the main city sign, was even ripped in half. It was pretty intense there. You know, Janine, as you're there in the Gables, some people who were in, you know, more toward the water fled Coral Gables. They got out. And I think the best service we can bring people is showing them when they're joining us online right now and joining us by radio as well, just letting them know that their place is fine. And so when you've been driving around the Coral Gables area, so far you have not seen any damage to apartment buildings or homes.
No, I haven't seen any significant damage. And Lori, you make a really good point. For a lot of people who maybe hold up somewhere inside, we're their eyes and ears. And so in our travels around Coral Gables and our travels down I-95 and the 836 and around South Florida, at least so far, and at least right here in Coral Gables, no, we have not seen any major damage. But we're here through the duration, and you are, and all of our crews are throughout South Florida, and we'll be watching out for all of our neighbors here.
And Janine, as we take a look at this video from Sunny Isles Beach, you know, it's always the things that we don't see that can be more interesting than the things that we do see. What was it like for your photographer who's holding the camera for you during that moment?
So what you didn't see was that my photographer was actually wearing goggles, because as a seasoned photojournalist, he knows when you are covering a hurricane, you got to wear goggles. So he was wearing, I don't think we have him out here for me to show him to you, but he was wearing goggles. And we sort of had our backs against the wall of our SUV, and you know, he was hanging on to the camera, and we were watching the wind and the rain come in. And you know, sometimes these stick mics are great because you can hear our voices, but you can't always hear the ambient noise. The Sunny Isles Beach police officers, I mean, they were blaring their sirens at anybody who was getting close toward the parking lot, towards the beach, because it was such a dangerous situation. I couldn't even believe that after one of those squalls that came in, there were still people who wanted to come to the beach and see what was going on. I can't even believe that they made it that far, even to get to that parking lot. And thankfully, the police turned them right around.
And yet the police presence, the fire presence has been incredible from city to city. And I think you've seen that everywhere you've gone.
Oh, the men and women, our first responders here in South Florida, really have been incredible. But the one thing that they do remind people in South Florida is that there's also a line in which, you know, there's a line in which they can't cross, because once it starts getting too dangerous for them, they can't be helpful to save you. And so we have here, at least in Coral Gables, we've seen officers patrolling the streets, making sure everything is fine, and that's been the case. I know when we were on I-95, we saw Miami-Dade police on the roads, and so of course we're seeing our first responders, because they're here and they're working the Alpha Bravo shifts, the 12 on, 12 off, and although we all know it's not 12 on, 12 off, it's 24 hours on, but that's what they're doing for the South Florida community.
Our Janine Stanwood, very near Miracle Mile, where it's a miracle that no one is out there with you right now. Janine, thanks a lot.
It is. Let's keep it that way.
All right. Let's move to downtown Miami now, just a little bit north of there, where Will Manso has had a different scene to deal with. It's been pretty darn windy, and it continues for you. I mean, some wind is really normal downtown, Will, but not this.
Now, it has really been that way for about 2 hours now, and as you can see, I think you probably see on the camera, we're starting to get a little bit of a squall of rain. I want to step out and show you how empty it is and how it's been the whole night with the curfew here, of course. And this is an area that was an evacuation zone B anyway, so there shouldn't have been people in this area, even though we know that there are residents in some of these high-rises that did stay. Now, the one thing I saw a few moments ago while Janine was filing her report was something interesting. I saw a City of Miami police truck working its way from the Hotel Intercontinental just south of here, and he was stopping at every intersection. It almost looked like he was stopping at every intersection, every light, even though the light was green and there's no traffic, and kind of surveying the area. So it seemed to me, and then he got to here to 8th where I am, and then he passed me and got to the next. He spent about 20 seconds at each intersection. I think he was just kind of glancing around to make sure that for some reason there wasn't anyone out here, there wasn't any issue going on or any problems, and he's kind of working his way down Biscayne Boulevard. So that's the only car we have seen in the last couple of hours. We saw an ambulance pass by earlier, and earlier before that, about an hour and a half ago, we saw another City of Miami police vehicle pass by. And that's the way it should be. Law enforcement doing their job and checking out the community, and everyone else indoors where they should be and remaining safe. Now, the wind here, as we said throughout the night, continues to be in that 30-plus range, sustained around 35, 38 miles per hour every time we check. I know Betty and Max, as they've been reporting, is about the same here in the Miami area and downtown.
The flooding that we saw earlier, and I don't know if David could get over by the curb where we had that flooding over by the parking meters, has actually subsided, which is good to see, because here on 8th Street and around those curbs and other areas around Biscayne Boulevard, we saw some flooding building, and I was worried that if it continued and then eventually when the real rain and storms come maybe later in the evening and tomorrow, that would be a pretty ugly scene. But it subsided a bit to the point where I think if a car did try to pass out Northeast 8th Street here, they could actually make it, where about an hour and a half ago, we showed you the video where it was just piling up that water because there was so much rain and it came so quickly. So right now, we continue here with this kind of eerie scene in downtown. Luckily, no people. Luckily, the lights are on. We've got power, with power in this building, powering along the buildings here, all the lights of the big buildings here in downtown. And right now, we're just in the holding pattern, Lori and Calvin. We're holding on, waiting for that, the real rainy weather to come and these winds to pick up. But right now, as I mentioned earlier, it's kind of a reality now that these sustained winds we have aren't going to get any better anytime soon. If anything, they're going to increase. Right now, they're in the mid-30s or so.
All right, Will Manso in downtown Miami. Will, thanks a lot. A very blustery and very windy scene for him. Well, hang on there. We'll check in with you very shortly.
And we will get that 11 o'clock advisory shortly as well. Betty and Max are working on that for us, and they will join us as soon as that comes in.
Well, the rain started early on Miami Beach, and
yes,
flooding may be an issue for so many out there.
Here is a report from Glenna Milberg that she filed from the beach just a short time ago.
Hello from Miami Beach. We're on Collins Avenue, just south of the Fontainebleau Hotel, if you know the area. Conditions seriously worsening in Miami Beach throughout the last few hours. Let me take you first to something that might be really scary to look at. The light signals like this literally bouncing in the wind, and you can even hear it if the wind's not too loud. Let me stop for a second so you can hear it. The big poles that shoot across with the signals, we are told, actually are made to do that. They're made to bounce and be flexible with the wind. And so if that is the case, then it's working. You think about palm trees, how thin and apparently fragile they look, but they are sustainable in hurricane force winds because they are thin and flexible. So that's the same concept of these type of street signs. What's going to be a major issue, it looks like, is flooding over here. Right now, it's about ankle deep. It's been raining like this for about an hour. That's significant because, you know, the drains and the pumping system that the city has put in to alleviate flooding, that's just not going to be able to contain this much water this fast. And as Hurricane Irma keeps sending feeding bands throughout the night, the water already beginning to pool should be really serious in some Miami Beach neighborhoods, possibly impassable with roads. Let's talk about impassable with roads. There should be nobody on the road, as there is a curfew right now that started at 8 o'clock. It extends till 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, a mandatory curfew. That's, of course, for people's safety, but it also is for the first responders to make sure that the roads are clear should they need to respond in an emergency way, if they can, if the conditions allow. And so the streets really have been clear. We haven't seen cars, we haven't seen people out, and that seems to show that people are heeding dangerous conditions and staying inside. You're looking at this fencing we see right now that looks like it might go. It has gotten worse. Such a sign that it is very dangerous to be out in such high winds because of what may fall, what may come apart. The winds are horizontal, what may hit people. And so Hurricane Irma is here and increasingly dangerous here on Miami Beach. A curfew, a state of emergency, and we will keep you posted throughout the night. I'm Glenna Milberg on Miami Beach.
Glenna, thanks so much. That was just moments ago on Miami Beach.
And now we take you to Florida City here, and one reason why it is dark right there is right before we brought you this live picture, we believe that a transformer just kind of blew, and you can see one light coming back on there. We have spoken with our Michael Seiden and Terrell Cornet there, and they say there haven't really been a lot of power outages in Florida City. This is a city that has a history of dealing with some bad storms, namely Hurricane Andrew back in 1992.
But not far from there, I just got a text from friends who are in the Redlands. They just lost power. They say the wind is just howling outside, and we know that almost 50,000 customers in Miami-Dade County are without power right now. Broward, much less than that. It's much more around
7,400. But
actually, it was up to 18,000 was the last check when it was 50,000 in Miami-Dade. So they are really significant outages, and again, more outages now in the Redlands area. But in Florida City, so far, they've held on to power.
And we're going to ask our correspondent there, Terrell Fournier, to just kind of stay back for just a minute, just to pause, and let's hear those howling winds now in Florida City.
Incredible. And we want to ask you to send us your pictures, your video, anything you can capture like this safely. And this is the address, share@local10.com. It's what we use all the time. If you are able to capture any images, let us know.
Safe.
So many of you have been emailing us here at the station too, and Calvin and I are sharing your information. You are our eyes and ears out there as well, on top of all of our reporters who are across the area as far as Cuba and up and down the southwest coast. And then we have our storm Skypers as well, and we will check in with them shortly down in Key West.
And a testament to just how dangerous and just how powerful those winds are, those wind gusts. In Miami-Dade, we just got the latest numbers from FPNL. 109,000 customers have outages in Miami-Dade County.
Double of just an hour ago.
Yeah. And in Broward, the number is now 49,210. And once again, those workers are not going to be getting up to try to restore power to any of those power lines simply because the winds are just too powerful to do it.
Oh, we're sorry to report that. So no doubt if you made it through most of the night now, you may very likely have lost power. So we hope you're listening to us on your battery-powered radios. And let's check in with Terrell Fournier, because we are being simulcast on all these radio partners of ours. Terrell, about 6 of them.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Can you hear us, Terrell? I don't think Terrell can hear us just
Yes,
yet.
I can hear you. I can hear you loud and clear. I can hear you.
Then
yes.
you take it away. We were
we've
just
been
listening
standing out
to the
here.
wind.
Yes, the wind is roaring through. We're getting in those strong gusts of wind. And I can tell you that we've been standing out here, and not once but twice there have been 2 pops over on the side over here. This is why it's so dangerous to be outside if you don't know what you're doing. There was a generator that just basically, it almost seems like it blew up or created some sort of spark. It was a spark and a loud noise. And then another 2 minutes went by and the same thing happened. And actually the hotel where we're staying at, they lost power. The power stayed off for about 30 seconds and then it came back on. I'm not sure if you can take a look on the other side over there, but those trees are a lot darker than what they had been, because there's an area over there where the lights just did not come back on. So, you know, I'm not sure what that actual generator powers, but, you know, very well some people could be without power. Obviously, more people than perhaps that actually had power over the past 10 minutes or so. But it was a very frightening experience, obviously, just hearing a pop and not knowing where it comes from. And then you look up and then you see the sparks flying after hearing that loud noise. So we're obviously taking precautions and we're still being safe.
Our Terrell Fournier. Terrell, try to stay safe. In Florida City, we'll be checking back in with you in just one moment. We are now at the top of the hour at 11 o'clock. Thank you for joining us. We continue our special coverage tracking Irma.
Hurricane Irma is moving in on South Florida and the Florida Keys. Our reporters are out in the field weathering Irma, even being caught in the gusts of the bands that have been coming in.
And it's becoming extremely dangerous out there. Signs are coming down. Look at the Flanagan sign, Big Daddy, brought down by Irma's strong winds.
And even earlier in the evening, the Sunny Isles Beach sign was brought down. This was all caused by Irma's first gusts of major winds.
And we had multiple tornado touchdowns in both Miami-Dade and Broward County. Our loyal Local 10 viewers sending us these videos, and Betty was getting the warnings as they were happening in real time on air.
This is a situation where there was actually a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Betty. We do have another tornado warning. Let's go to Miami-Dade County.
You are within the path of this particular storm that could produce a tornado. It's moving west at 35 miles per hour.
And this scary sight in the Brickell area, a construction crane being blown around like a toy all day long.
And thank you for tuning in with us on Local 10. And for those listening to the radio, we've been giving updates around the clock on 790 The Ticket, 101.5 Light FM, 104.3 The Shark, and 102.7 The Beach, and Pirate Radio if you live in the Keys. Good evening, everyone. I'm Calvin Hughes.
And I'm Lori Jennings. Thanks for being with us late tonight. Local 10 News has been on the air nonstop to make sure that you feel safe and prepared and that you have some company as Irma continues to close in on us.
And our crews are spread out all across South Florida.
Let's begin with your Weather Authority team who just got the latest 11 o'clock advisory. Hurricane specialist Max Mayfield is right here. And we begin with Chief Certified Meteorologist Betty Davis. Betty.
Hi, everyone. Irma is slowly making its way toward the Florida Keys. Right now, we're finding those maximum sustained winds at 120 miles per hour, gusts to 150, pressure 933 millibars, moving slowly toward the northwest at 6 miles per hour. That center of circulation is now just 90 miles southeast of Key West, Florida. Already, we've been feeling those rain bands lashing us tonight and feeling the winds increasing too, noting a 35 mile per hour wind gust at the moment out at Miami International Airport. But down by the Keys, the lower Keys, obviously those wind gusts are a lot more substantial. 66 mile per hour gust right now for Key West and Marathon, a 56 mile per hour wind gust. The Doppler radar, it is quite colorful as the center of circulation of Irma churns just offshore of that north coast of Cuba. As I said, it is going to slowly but surely get closer and closer to Key West, but those outer bands far reaching, extending even beyond our viewing area. The band that was so troublesome in Broward for a time, that has lifted up to the north. Though we have gone into a bit of a lull in some of your communities, I would advise you not to get too comfortable around, say, Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood, or Aventura, because there is more of this kind of weather offshore that is going to be moving in. So it's just a matter of time before we have another band working into parts of Broward and also coming into Miami-Dade. And speaking of bands of rainfall, we see one right now that has been just pounding areas of South Dade, right around that Homestead area. We've been getting into some of the heavier rainfall there. So here's that view around Homestead. Rain just sitting on top of you as it's taking a little while for this particular band to rotate out. So we're still caught up in that, but eventually it too will rotate out toward the northwest. There's another band as we look down through the Keys from Key Largo down toward Marathon, and then as we're heading down toward that core of Irma, more bands before we get to the eye wall. So there is still a lot of weather to get through as Irma nears Key West tonight toward tomorrow morning. Let's bring in our hurricane specialist, Max Mayfield, for a lot more as we have just gotten in that new advisory. Max?
Okay, we've been talking about the interaction with land, and that certainly did take something out of Irma. The last airplane that flew through there did report concentric eye walls, just like we've been talking about, and we can see on the radar. Now that it's pulling away from Cuba, you can see that actually it's very well defined now on the radar, but there's still two eye walls there. The outermost looks like it's going to dominate here before long. On the cone, this has changed so slightly you can't even tell it, just a little bit to the west, but not significantly at all. It's still going to go over the lower key. The eye will go over the lower keys very early tomorrow morning, probably around 5 or 6 o'clock, and then continue up the west coast. And by Sunday night, actually, the one thing, it has slowed down even more, which happens often when they start turning, and the direction now is northwest. So it's still on track. I think it is going to start accelerating now. Once it gets up to, closer to the peninsula, and by 8 p.m. Be up there between Fort Myers and Tampa. Note that they did bring it down to a Category 3 hurricane. They're forecasting a little bit of intensification now as it moves over the Keys, and then as it interacts with the Florida Peninsula, it'll go down from there. But The main thing, it's going to get out of here eventually here by Sunday, by late Sunday night, early Monday morning. The hazards, and the impacts from those hazards, these the forecast office takes them about 30 minutes to get these updated. So this is from the previous packets briefing they sent out. But basically, this is not going to change very much. The greatest potential is on the west side of the peninsula and the Florida Keys. So for our viewing area, we're really talking the Florida Keys, the wind threat and potential impacts, structural damage, some destruction of mobile homes, large trees snapped and uprooted, and widespread power outages. On the east side, which is mainly Miami-Dade and Broward, the metropolitan areas anyway, trees and power lines down, we've already seen that, damage to signs and awnings, damage to mobile homes and weaker structures. So these threats really haven't changed very much, although the storm surge, we are going to see a change there. The main threat is still, that's not changing on the Florida Keys or on the Gulf Coast, but in Miami-Dade, they're actually going to lower the storm surge for Broward County down to 2 feet. Miami-Dade is still 3 to 5 feet. So still some storm surge falling on the East Coast, but not nearly what they're going to have closer to the core in the Keys and from Cape Sable all the way up the West Coast there. The inland flooding impacts, this is huge. Betty's been showing some of these rainfall values, and we've already seen some of this happen. Floodwaters can enter structures. Ditches and canals may overflow, numerous road and bridge closures, and they're even saying some bridges weakened or even washed out. So big impacts with all the hazards, and I didn't put the tornadoes in there. We've been talking about those so much of the night, but we can still expect some isolated tornadoes anyway on those outer rain bands.
Right, and the thoughts really with the lower Keys tonight as you think about that core getting closer and closer, and it's been so sobering to look at some of the discussion coming from that local weather service office saying things like, we know there are people still here in the Keys, in the lower Keys, and we want to prepare them. Make sure you have your shoes on no matter what, and stay inside, do not go outside. Just reading language like that just really is sobering as we await the landfall of this early tomorrow.
I mean, this has gone down from a Category 4 forecast for the Keys to a Category 3, but that's still, I mean, still a dangerous major hurricane and will cause those damages we just talked about.
All right. I believe we have Michael Seiden in Florida City right now. We're going to check in with him. Oh, we'll go to Lori and Calvin.
All right, but no, Betty, let's follow your lead there. Head right down to Michael Seiden. We do have him live. Your signal's been going in and out, Michael. We know you lost some power there. Take it away.
Hey, Lori, yeah, I'm sorry about that. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, all right. So we are in Florida City right now, and the last 15, 20 minutes, we've been getting a lot of nasty weather out here, really strong wind gusts. And the big thing that's happened here, we will get these powerful gusts, and it's literally knocked the power off in our hotel. We've had the power go out. It sounded like possibly it's just been one power blast after another. In fact, my colleague Terrell Fournier was in the middle of his live shot, and I believe a transformer blew. So we're getting these strong winds right now. These are these gusts that we've been getting, but for the first time since we got down here, we are actually seeing the power knocked out. And in fact, right behind me, there's the sign there's our live truck driving through right there. But you see behind us, I don't know if you guys can see it in our shot, there's the hotel sign. We've seen pieces of metal actually flying off that sign and coming crashing down to the ground. But you can just see the palm trees here. They've been bending in the wind, but we have just gotten some really powerful gusts here, knocking the power out at our hotel. In fact, the general manager came down just to check on us to make sure we're okay. We're trying to be as safe as possible. Obviously, if this gets too out of control, we're going to go inside. But that's really been the big story here. We haven't had a ton of rain. Last 20 minutes, the rain's picked up, but it's been all about the wind, and it has really picked up, again, knocking the power off.
Okay, all right, Michael Seiden, thank you so much in Florida City. We're going to try to get to as many of our reporters as we possibly can before we talk with Ed Rappaport at the National Hurricane Center.
So let's get right to Glenna Milberg. She's been positioned on Miami Beach all through the evening. Glenna, good to see you're getting a little reprieve.
A little bit, and what an evening it has been, Lori, Calvin, and continues to be, but we know the worst is yet to come. Right now, we feel it's starting to rain again. It's bearable to be outside. It is not as dangerous as when the wind kicks up. That said, we have gone through some really difficult squalls, and I want to take you back to just a couple of hours ago, one of those, so you can see and sort of intuit what it was like to be in this huge gusting wind. Without a wind meter, I wouldn't know how fast that wind was, but very hard to stand in. We tried to surround ourselves someplace with concrete to be able to bring you the video and information. But on South Beach, Ocean Drive just a few hours ago, that's what it looked like. When those winds kick up, things fly around. There have been very dangerous moments around the beach, from flying things, we've seen street signs down, trees down across roads, and that is why the curfew that has been imposed from 8 o'clock this evening, or in the third hour, till 7 o'clock tomorrow, is very beneficial. So no one, by law, no one is supposed to be on the streets, and that is a very good idea in these conditions. The other issue for Miami Beach, of course, is water. I'm going to bring you over here while we still can. This is a street that started to flood. It has actually receded a bit. The break in between these squalls allow the drainage to occur, but as the night goes on and the weather gets worse, there is no doubt that this kind of flooding is going to be taking place in a lot of neighborhoods in Miami Beach. Very dangerous to drive through. It is a surreal time on this barrier island on a Saturday night. Vacant. There is no one on the streets. The first responders go by every once in a while. There will come a point where they do not anymore when the winds get so bad. We have seen a couple of people in windows. There are people who have decided to stay. They know that the worst of Irma is yet to come tonight, and they are hoping and praying and counting on that there is no worse that they can't handle, and that would be dangerous too. So that is the story on Miami Beach tonight. Curfew, a state of emergency as Hurricane Irma comes through. I'm Glenna Milberg on Miami Beach. Back to you.
Glenna, you know Miami Beach so well, and you know where that flooding is. They're so prone to it, so we'll be following it throughout the night. Thanks so much.
Following breaking news now from the Associated Press, is saying more than 170,000 homes and businesses without power in the state of Florida as Irma, with winds of 120 miles an hour, closes in. 170,000 homes and businesses without power.
And that's pretty much all in Miami-Dade and Broward counties, because we have about 110,000 in Miami-Dade and another 50 in Broward. So it's really specifically in this area, and no doubt more power outages down in Monroe County right now. And there will be more to come as the eye is now just 90 miles from Key West.
Yeah, it could be a while before those FPNL workers get those lines back up for a lot of people. Let's go now to North Miami, and our Andrew Perez was near a shelter there. And you also spoke with someone who took people in at the church.
Yeah, it was actually quite a sight. You know, fortunately, we finally got a break from all of the rain. It got really intense at one point. People were taking cover in the central parts of whatever building they were in. We went into a church. We spoke with some people there. So fortunately, we have a break from the rain. But believe it or not, one of the things people are dealing with already here in North Miami is flooding. I'm not sure if our producers are able to turn around the video that we sent back to the station of some of the flooding, but this break that we've had here, it's allowed us to kind of allow some of these floodwaters to recede before the next wave comes in. But it's been pretty intense, the flooding getting up to the cars at some point. Right now, the situation in North Miami is that there is a 10 p.m. curfew. So we're over an hour into that 10 p.m. curfew. It's going to last till at least 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Some people have not been heeding that mandatory curfew, but police are going around and they are strictly enforcing it as well, either citing people or removing them from the streets, telling them to go home right away. As you mentioned, we did go to the shelter. It was full. The Red Cross was there feeding everyone. We also went to a church. And in that church, everybody was in there. They were eating dinner. They were praying together, kind of buckling down to ride out the storm because they've seen the flooding that's been going on outside. They've seen a lot of the rain. So they've just been kind of standing there watching and waiting. And they say they're just going to be doing that for the next 24 to 48 hours.
Okay, Andrew, thanks a lot. And we have some more news now from the Associated Press. This is interesting as it relates to those 170,000 homes and businesses without power right now. FPNL has said that it has assembled the largest pre-storm workforce in U.S. history, having more than 16,000 workers on standby, waiting for what they expect to be millions of people who will lose power all across the state for a prolonged period of time.
And no doubt, with the wind, the rain, and the storm surge, I mean, we are definitely headed that direction. Right now, we're at about 170,000 across the state, mostly in Miami-Dade and Broward counties. Let's check in with Ross Palumbo. He's been all over the Fort Lauderdale Beach area for us. And Ross, what's happening now?
Well, Lauren, Calvin, it is all starting to pick up yet again. It looks like we're getting another band coming through this area. The wind speed is dramatically increased. If you want to take a look at the palm trees right here, you can see how dramatic the bend is. The city is telling us now that we've had gusts between 40 and 50 miles an hour. We know that some 50,000 people in Fort Lauderdale have lost power, and we know that, 50,000 in Broward County. We know that here in Fort Lauderdale, that number around 5,000, we believe, but those numbers are obviously going up. The wind out here so strong at one point that it actually knocked out the communications for the Fort Lauderdale Fire Department. They do have a backup system, and it worked perfectly. All their communications were transferred over to the county, so fire service never suffered a delay, but that's how strong the winds are. Their microwave dish was damaged. They believe it's back up working, but they're going to stick with the county for now just to make sure that everything's okay. Okay, while I'm talking to you, you can see the rain once again coming down hard, flying over sideways. And this wind speed in just the last 5 minutes has picked up dramatically. We're actually going to take you over here to show you the surf because there's been yet another... I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Ross, we're going to go to the National Hurricane Center. Thank you. Stand by for just a moment. We need to speak with Ed Rappaport, especially after that 11 o'clock advisory just came down.
Yes, Ed, give us the latest now on these new changes.
Not a big change, and especially not for southeast Florida. The hurricane appears to now be moving towards the northwest, towards the Florida Keys, as was forecast, slowly at first and then accelerating. I think landfall near Key West by daybreak tomorrow. A second landfall in southwestern Florida, perhaps near Fort Myers by sunset tomorrow, and then continuing up the state through the Tampa area and then ultimately exiting the state late on Monday.
And your friends Max Mayfield and Betty Davis are standing by to talk with you, to ask you more questions about that 11 o'clock advisory. Here they are.
Hi, Ed. We're noticing that the storm surge warning has been discontinued north of Miami Beach to Jupiter Inlet. Can you talk a bit more about that?
Yeah, the values that we expect now are below 3 feet in that area, so that's allowed us to bring down the warning over a small segment of the coast. But the rest of the state pretty much is still under a storm surge warning. And of course, the worst of it's going to be in the Keys and then southwest Florida up through Tampa.
Ed, right now the eye is about 165 miles away from Miami, but the closest point of approach to us is still yet to come tomorrow on the mainland. So I know the maximum intensity has been decreased a little bit. Would you expect similar conditions to what we had today here on the mainland in Miami-Dade and Broward? Or you think it'll still get worse as it gets closer?
I would think we'll have similar conditions, but maybe more of these bands, and those bands may have a little stronger wind because, as you said, we're going to be having the center cross a little bit more closely to us than it is now. And although the hurricane force winds don't extend quite out to the urban areas of southeast Florida, we certainly are going to be in the tropical storm force winds for many hours.
Okay, so the worst conditions still the lower Keys and the southwest coast, but still significant impacts elsewhere in the Keys and Miami-Dade and Broward County.
That's right. And again, conditions will not get any better probably until late Sunday. The worst of it, though, it looks like it's going to be near daybreak, maybe 6 hours of hurricane force winds in the lower Keys, 3 hours before the eye and 3 hours after.
Ed Rappaport with the National Hurricane Center, thank you so much for checking in with us tonight.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Let's head over to Lori and Calvin.
Okay, Betty, thank you.
And Betty and Max, can you just break that down for us a little bit? Because we didn't have much time with Ed there, but he is saying the worst would be maybe 7, 8 a.m. for Key West, but then 3 hours before and 3 hours after.
I think he's saying that the eye will be near Key West or somewhere nearby around 7 or 8, and then the eye wall will be there a few hours before and after that. Yeah.
Yeah, and we were talking about the closest point of approach to us and what that would mean for our conditions, basically meaning even as we're here tracking that landfall and it makes the landfall over the lower Keys, that doesn't mean our weather's going to improve or get any or lessen. The intensity of our winds will lessen. We'll still have stronger conditions, if not worse than what we have now in terms of those rain bands still coming in.
Well, Betty and Max, a good example of that is our Ross Palumbo just getting pelted right now on Fort Lauderdale Beach. Stand by, if you will, for just a moment. We're going to go to Ross Palumbo, and Ross, just kind of describe what you're feeling.
Well, Calvin, I can tell you the wind is picked up again dramatically. I mean, it's just right when you had to go to that weather advisor, it really started kicking in. And, you know, it's been coming and going in bands here, as you know, throughout the night. And once again, we see the waves are crashing in hard, and you see the rain coming down and the wind making it go sideways. This is almost as strong as it was the last time we came to you when the rain had gotten bad. But I can tell you this time, it seems like the drops are bigger. It's that hard type of rain that's really soaking you. And for the first time, we're starting to see this. Now, this is not dramatic yet, but it's the first time we've seen the pooling start to happen. Of course, that's a bad sign. We all remember what happened during Superstorm and eventually Hurricane Sandy down here when this street was flooded up around sunrise. So the conditions out here changing. The wind's coming in gusts right now.
And Ross, we see that you are right in the red on the radar.
We've seen like this.
You have the red in the radar coming right over Fort Lauderdale. Betty, what is he really experiencing there?
That is a storm within a band that's going to continue to be aimed at that area. So you'll get he's getting the gusts from that storm. That's going to move through, maybe a slight lull, and then just more sort of aimed at him as it's simply one of those rain bands. We talked about how there would be lulls in some areas at times, and then it would just pick back up, and that's what we're seeing. You can see this band extending all the way back out from the Fort Lauderdale coast back down toward Bimini. So this is what's rotating in around Irma. So you're just sort of getting the front end of that. There's a lot more to come for parts of Broward and other areas of South Florida tonight.
And Ross, once we have daylight, what are you expecting that people will find when they go out on A1A?
Well, you know, they're going to see that the stand piles, it's all starting again. And as you look over here, if you can come over here for a second, Harlan, you know, the palm fronds are already coming down. It hasn't been so bad right here where we're standing, but farther down there, it's that typical mess where we see the leaves and the branches. We showed you that dramatic tree that fell around Commercial and A1A a little earlier in the evening. But, you know, this is really worrisome when we start getting this pooling here. And we're just hoping that the drainage continues properly. You can see here the storm drains. We want to walk over here with me. Storm drains still open, not clogged. Everything's draining properly. Everything is working as it should. So, Calvin, as these bands continue to come in, we're going to keep a close eye on this. And, of course, the city's been out here all night long to make sure everything is draining properly. And, frankly, Fort Lauderdale has fared better than most parts of South Florida. We still have not a single injury to report out here. The biggest problem, again, the fire department having their communications wiped out temporarily. The backup system from the county kicked in and no service was lost. I want to show you police still patrolling out here. Another car just going by. And I know, Calvin, you've been asking about the looting situation out here. We have absolutely seen none of that. We haven't seen a single soul out here along A1A. for at least the last 2 hours.
Well, the next 12 to 18 hours are a real test for not only Fort Lauderdale, but for all of South Florida and, of course, for the Florida Keys. Russ, stay right there. We'll check back in with you momentarily.
That is a long rain band headed that way, and now about 50,000 customers in Broward County without power. As we look to the very shaky Miami Tower Cam, there are about 100,000 outages, 110,000 outages in Miami-Dade County right now, and no doubt when you see that amount of wind.
The power and fury of the outer bands of Hurricane Irma. Let's check in now with Will Manso, who's been feeling those outer bands as well. In terms of the wind, it looks like you're still getting whipped around there, Will.
Yeah, it's been the same story. You could come to me every 20 minutes and we would show you the same video. It's been unreal because for the first couple hours we were out here, when we first started talking hours ago, we talked so much about the up and down of it all, but now it's just been a steady force. And I'm going to get out of the way here. It's been a steady tropical storm force wind event here in downtown Miami. You're talking about 35 to 38 miles per hour sustained. The gusts that we've measured have only been in the mid 40s, upper 40s. We had a gust earlier in the night when we had that really bad squall that was 60 miles per hour, but that's the most that we've seen as far here in downtown that we've measured. But you see the rain coming down again, and you can hear the wind, the way it whips around, the fury that it has. It's been this way for a couple hours. Where the waves on Biscayne Bay continue to crash. The trees just swaying. It's just been that kind of night. Again, it's not something as powerful as Irma will be. We understand that. But the tropical storm force winds that we've faced have certainly been strong, and with good reason that there's a curfew in this area, and this is an evacuation area, Zone B, because of the potential storm surge. Now, we may have video from earlier. If we do, I'd love to show it. If not, I could just let you know. A lot of these streets here, these areas here in Biscayne Boulevard were flooded earlier when we did have that big rain come through. We do have that video, I understand, so we'd show it to you. This was over on Northeast 8th Street, which for anybody that's familiar with the American Airlines Arena, it's the street that leads you right up to the arena. A lot of times you'll park in that area. It's got the parking lots. It was all flooded out. I mean, it was to the point where if any car was coming through, they would have a tough time getting through. We've seen that water, though, subside, which is nice to see because we really haven't seen that much rain in the last couple of hours. So we've seen that water subside, but we certainly saw a lot of that water earlier. Now, as we come back out live in the distance, over by the steps at the arena, I think that's because there's light coming in. I think you could see the water on the ground, on the road, and then the wind just kind of whipping. It's been the same story all night, Lori and Calvin. Not much has changed. It really hasn't gotten worse throughout the evening since that big squall came through, but it's been very, very steady. And even this post in front of us here and the street signs and the street lights just swaying back and forth. It's just been that steady, steady wind in the mid-30s. Tropical storm force around 40 miles per hour that we've seen all night, and we'll wait and see throughout the night if it gets worse. We do anticipate we'll probably get a little stronger, but that's what we're dealing with right now in downtown Miami.
Well, Will, if we can take the radar on half the screen here, we can see that these squalls are coming your way. Just like we're watching in Fort Lauderdale Beach, they are getting nailed right now, and there is plenty more coming your way in downtown Miami. As you see some of that red and yellow, you can see it there heading right for downtown. So hang on tight because a lot more is going to come your way.
Yeah, and the thing is, you could feel it too, Lori. It's strange because when it gets really strong and you get that squall, obviously a lot of times we don't have that radar available. I've been trying to watch our coverage on my phone and trying to watch our live stream, but you could feel it. You feel that little extra gust, and we kind of look at each other and say, you know what, there's something coming. And within a minute or two, you feel that something. It's an extra 5, 10, 15 miles per hour in that wind. That's when you get those gusts into the 40s, close to 50, and you definitely feel it, and then you see that rain come. So I think that's what we're dealing with right now, and as you're saying, the radar is showing us that. We're definitely dealing with that now. It's very good that the people here in downtown Miami and all across South Florida are indoors right now.
And Will, for those who are catching your reports late tonight, the building that you're in is just across the street from the home of the Miami Heat. However, are there people in the building with you, or have they pretty much evacuated the building and they have thought to go to another place to be safe?
Well, this is a mandatory evacuation zone, but as we know, in all the mandatory evacuations areas, doesn't mean that everyone left, and that's the case in this particular building. We were told before the storm by management here that there were 40 to 50 residents total who were staying. We've only seen about a half dozen. I went down to the first floor. We're on the third floor. Went down to the first floor a little while ago just to see if there was any movement. There was a couple of security men that were here and said hello to them, and they were down there. They have a room set up with a bed laid out that they're staying here to protect the building. And then we saw 2 residents that had walked their dog that had come through and were taking the elevator. Now, I mentioned the elevator. They actually shut off the elevator a little while ago. The security came up over to us to the 3rd floor and said, look, we're going to shut this off. We don't want any issues with the elevator and if the power goes out. So if you need to go down, take the stairs. Trust me, Calvin and Lori, I was taking the stairs anyway. The last thing I want to do is get stuck in an elevator in the middle of a hurricane.
This is true. And they're... Well, you are the sports director after all. Any surprises in terms of college football today?
You know what? I've been trying to keep looking. I did see that tonight Ohio State lost, so I think South Florida fans, Miami fans that aren't big fans of Ohio State will be happy that Ohio State lost to Oklahoma. That's a game that's a game I know that a lot of fans on a beautiful night, if it was a regular night in South Florida, would have watched right here on Local 10. And obviously also Lori and Calvin, I know we haven't talked much sports tonight, but the Florida State game, Miami-Florida State game that was scheduled for next Saturday in Tallahassee has been moved to October 7th. So I think a lot of Canes and Knowles fans, understandably, they get what's going on, and with the storm kind of affecting the entire state of Florida, really no time to think football. So the Canes and the Knowles will play, but that game won't be until October 7th in Tallahassee.
And earlier, it was quite a few hours ago when FSU came out and canceled classes all throughout the week. They want classes canceled through Friday. And some good news is that our tornado watch is going to expire at midnight. We are less than half an hour away now from the tornado watch we've all been under expiring. We don't want to see any more of that wind up again when we had 4 tornado warnings all coming in at once. So we are still technically under that watch, and you are too, Will, down in that area, but luckily that will expire soon.
Well, thanks a lot. We're going to check back in with you very shortly, too, as well. Let's go now to Jeff Wines here, live in Hollywood in Broward County, to show us the situation that's happening out there. Jeff.
Calvin and Lori, after the last major squall that went through, Hollywood police are reporting multiple trees down throughout this city. Let's take a look at some video that we shot within the last hour. Tree branches down on fences, 1 tree branch down on a fence and the roof of a home. We're told that there was a tree down across Johnson Street, and Hollywood police officers actually pulled over and got that tree out of the roadway. We are told that there is also a tree on a roof at 21st and Fillmore. As we're driving around, there is a whole lot of debris on the road, tree branches. The lights are out. It is extremely dark. It is hard to see, and they just come up on you. The good news with this curfew, no one on the roads really, except for the police and the media. Traffic lights out throughout all of southern Broward County as well. Many people, those of us who are out, are treating it obviously as a 4-way stop. But overall, the damage that we've seen in southern Broward County this evening after that last major that went through about 9:30, 10 o'clock is mostly trees down. Crews, police department still out in the city of Hollywood. Fire rescue still responding to calls. When the winds are sustained 45 miles an hour, they will bring all of those in right now. And again, a tree was down across Johnson Street. You could hardly see it because of the water as well. It was the police department, those police officers, that actually came out and pulled the tree out of the way. Again, we have in Broward County as well, Hollywood police, Hallandale Beach police, they are blocking the bridges over the intercoastal. They do not want motorists on the barrier island whatsoever, so they have all of Sheridan Street, Hollywood Boulevard blocked off so that no one has access to the beach there. No one is on A1A. No one is supposed to be on the beaches right now. And overall, the damage right now seems to be trees that are down.
And Jeff, that really goes along with the new numbers out of Broward and from FP&L, now up to 63,240 customers without power in Broward. No doubt because of a lot of those trees that are down.
No doubt about that. Tree limbs are down, but we saw even before the storm come, they were coming around and cutting those trees down. And one of the most impressive things I must tell you that I have seen this evening driving all around Broward County are the electric companies that have come from all over the basically southeast United States. You should see how many trucks are staged across from Sawgrass Mills. Now, of course, some will stay here and deal with the southeast. Others will have to go to the west coast of Florida once the storm goes. But it is one impressive sight. And not only that, but they're staging here while the storm is still in our area. Normally it takes them days to come down. So this is very well organized, and it is massive. The entire parking lot is full of trucks, apparatus from all other states. It's really impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And we heard from FPNL, the company has organized the largest pre-storm operation in its history, with 16,000 workers coming in to make sure that power is restored once Irma pulls out of here. Jeff, thanks a lot for that.
And we do have some new video coming in now of that funnel cloud that formed, and most likely this was that tornado that happened right around the 7 p.m. hour in the Sunrise area. It is just incredible video to see just before, as the sun was setting, but you could make this out so clearly.
Yeah, that was such a very touch and go period in South Florida at around 7 o'clock all the way up until about 8:30, maybe 9 o'clock, where Betty Davis and our Jennifer Correa were on air just about, it seemed almost every 5 or 10 minutes they were telling us about a tornado warning that was going into effect. But this is the very first one that we saw that touched down, and our Carlos Suarez was lucky enough to see it, although he was unable to get video of it, but thankfully one of our viewers did. Let's go to him now in Pompano Beach with so much more about what he saw earlier today. Carlos.
Calvin and Lori, a little recap of the situation that we currently find ourselves in. About an hour to an hour and a half ago, we took quite the beating where we were going live from. We made the decision to actually go to the back part of the structure that we'd been going live from all day, just because the winds out here got far too dangerous. We weren't there but for a few minutes when we just made the decision to go ahead and head indoors. We went back into our live trucks for about the last hour or so until the weather cleared for us to be able to go live right now. The winds out here, they've remained pretty strong. This is picking right back up from where things were shortly before we were unable to just stay where we were. We are at the fishing pier here out in Pompano Beach, and as you can see, the power here amazingly is still on. We haven't seen a single issue with any of these high rises in terms of electricity. You were talking just before you tossed to me about the moment when we saw that tornado come ashore just south of where we were. We were watching this. We were watching both the north and south side of our live shot location because we'd seen two rather strong lines of storms on the radar, and it's right at the tail end of one of those that I spotted that water spout that then made its way on shore. From there, then of course it made touchdown and continue on in the path that it went on. The situation out here is just that. The rain hasn't really let up. The wind has remained a bit strong, but not as strong as it was about an hour ago. However, we have kept a close eye on the radar, and we can see that there is a rather strong line of storms just to the south of us. I believe that's what Ross Palumbo was going through, and we expect that same line of storm to make its way to where we are. For the folks at home, we are just north of Atlantic Boulevard at the fishing pier. And in fact, Donnie, I know you just came off the side of me here, but the pier that we are going live from is actually under construction because it was badly damaged in Hurricane Matthew, Superstorm Sandy, and as far back as 2005 and Hurricane Wilma. As a result, the city of Pompano Beach is actually in the process of building a brand new pier, and you're taking a look at the construction equipment that was tied down ahead of Hurricane Irma. What you're looking at the top part of this dumpster there is a rather large piece of machinery. We believe it belongs to like a forklift. They basically put that on top of a tarp. That's really held really firm. Outside of that, we haven't seen any construction debris fly around this construction site. There is some new development just to the north of us, and we haven't seen anything in terms of things getting loose on that end. But again, this portion of Pompano Beach still has power. The winds remain strong. The rain has tapered on and off throughout the night, but we've been here since about 4:30, 5 o'clock tonight, and it hasn't stopped raining a single bit. I'd be interested to see what the overall accumulation of that rain has been, because when I tell you that we get a break for maybe 1 or 2 minutes and then the heavens open up and we've got a deluge on our hand. I know some of my colleagues down south have had some equipment issues with water. We kind of ran into the same thing. Some of our electrical equipment was blowing a fuse because it was tripping the wire. It was tripping a fuse rather. So we're kind of making do without that power. But again, for anyone that's watching at home, we are right now in the back of a structure where we feel safe enough to go live and file this report. Calvin and Lori.
All right, Carlos, thanks a lot. We talk a lot about numbers tonight, and especially as it relates to those power outages all across South Florida.
The latest numbers just coming in as of 11:15, 63,240 outages in Broward County. That's where Carlos was just reporting live from in Pompano Beach. And in Miami-Dade, the power outages are up to 106,000 right now. That was as of 11:15. We are so sorry to report that, but let's hope FP&L, I mean, they are so ready to go. So hopefully these outages will not be as long as expected.
Well, they have their work cut out for them, no doubt about it. And Air Force pararescue men here from Anchorage, Alaska, are joining forces with our own Coast Guard and Air Force in Opelika tonight.
Look at these great pictures they sent us. They brought in all sorts of supplies and gear to help with rescue efforts after Hurricane Irma.
And you can see them unloading one of those high water military vehicles from the plane. And here's a better look, if you will. It will be paramount in helping with water rescues should Irma cause some severe flooding, and they are expected down in the Florida Keys.
We saw them in effect down for Harvey in Texas, and now they are here to help us. It is a great sight, but this is not. Look at this, closer to right here in South Florida. We're definitely feeling it. And when this is video sent to us from one of our viewers, the storm's winds there caused a power line explosion in Pembroke Pines.
Wow. Presumably causing an outage to folks in that neighborhood. And as the winds continue to pick up here, we'll be seeing more of this. So try to stay safe and try to stay indoors if you can.
Janine Stanwood is one of our many crews out and about there. She's been in Coral Gables, where fortunately the damage seems very minimal, maybe just a few trees down. And at some point, Janine, you'll be able to really get out and drive the whole city.
Right now, Coral Gables has seen such a lull in activity the last couple of hours. And right now, things are actually starting to sort of pick up. We were actually checking our Max tracker, and it looks like we're sort of on the edge of what looks to be sort of a squall line, but one of the outer bands. But right here, we're sort of in the middle of it all. It's Aragon Avenue and Ponce de Leon. And, normally on a Friday night, this would be a happening place. Saturday night, excuse me, I'm losing track of days, but right now for the last few hours it's been a ghost town, and that 8 o'clock curfew was put into place a little bit earlier tonight. But look, in all directions you're just not really seeing much of anything going on, and that's actually what local officials want to see. I want to show you some video from north and east of here from several hours ago when we were really caught in just a big squall line. This was in Sunny Isles Beach. We were out and about, and the next thing we knew, after a while, the rain just started pelting sideways. We could see the sand just coming right from the beach, and it was really hard to see. And of course, Sunny Isles Beach Police, they were out there right by that pier, and they were doing whatever they could to make sure that nobody got on the beach, because it was just such a dangerous situation. And then back here in Coral Gables, when we were sort of out and about, we actually saw a tree go down, not one of those big, beautiful banyan trees, but a big, nice Norfolk Island pine, and it snapped at the base, and some neighbors called Local 10. And thankfully, though, this was in a more residential area. Thankfully, also, it did not snap any power lines, and it didn't cause any major problems for anybody in that neighborhood. But it was still just kind of a sight to see, and it was a sight to see because at least here in Coral Gables, things have been, for the most part, relatively calm. But there are definitely some signs of Mother Nature, and so it just goes to show you that even though right now we're in a lull, that could not be the case in a few hours. And of course, a few hours earlier, there was some gust of wind and it knocked down that tree. So Lori, Calvin, that's sort of the situation here. Everybody is sort of cautiously waiting for conditions to change. But so far, a little more wind, a little more rain, but it has not been that bad.
All right, let's keep it that way. But there is still going to be more to come, with now the eye about 90 miles southeast of Key West. So we will keep an eye on those rain bands. There will be more for all of us.
Yeah, and so many of our crews have been feeling those rain bands, especially in Broward County. Let's go down to Todd Tongan in Southwest Ranches with more on what he felt earlier and how's it looking now, Todd?
Well, it's looking dark out here, Calvin. Last time I talked to you, I said I just couldn't believe that we still had power. Well, that must have jinxed it, because we are among the 63,240 people in Broward County that do not have power. We heard the transformer blow, and we lost power about 10 o'clock shortly after my last hit. So, of course, we have the flashlights, the lanterns, and the the battery-powered lights that everybody else is using. As far as debris and branches and things like that, at this point you see it's just a little messy out here, but it's just little stuff. We don't have any big branches down. I haven't seen any big trees down. So we had one really major squall come through that had a lot of wind and a lot of rainfall with it, and that's pretty much what it did right there, was just create a little bit of a mess. Other than that, we really haven't had as bad a weather as we've seen from my colleagues along the coastline, much, much worse. In fact, when they get one of those squalls, we can bet on probably about 15 to 20 minutes later we'll get it, but it won't be nearly as intense. Of course, we know that's all going to change throughout the night.
No doubt. And still that curfew is in effect. People, Broward County, they just don't want folks out on the roads because there are just enough trees down, correct, Todd, and just enough limbs, and you just don't know when road hazards will develop.
Well, this area is just loaded with large trees. You can see these big live oaks right here above me. They've been thinned, they have been trimmed, and so they should withstand tropical storm force winds. It shouldn't be a big problem. But as you said, Laura, you just never know when a branch or a tree is going to give way. We do have chainsaws out here. We're ready to clear the roads as soon as we can. But then, of course, you also have to add in that factor of the power lines. If there's down power lines on the road, that we just can't deal with that. We're going to have to leave that to the FPL. So, but at this point, I have to be honest with you, we have, other than that one major squall that came through that popped the power, we really haven't seen it as badly as they've seen in Miami-Dade.
Which is what I was going to ask you too.
Although we're getting one now.
Yeah, which is what I was going to ask you, Todd. What do you think residents are going to wake up to once we see, once we have daylight in Southwest Ranches?
I think they're going to see just some messy. Well, here's the thing, Calvin. According to Max and Betty and everybody, it sounds like the worst of what we're going to see is going to start really at about 4 a.m. Between 4 a.m. and 9 p.m. on Sunday night. At least that was the initial forecast I heard about 4 or 5 hours ago. That may have changed. So it's tough for me to tell you what we might see in the morning hours, because if it starts at 4 a.m., of course it's still dark out. By the time it gets bright out, we could see a totally different scenario here. I think, though, honestly, that we're probably going to see a lot more down branches, a lot more down trees. I mean, this is a heavily landscaped area. And frankly, it's going to be tropical storm force winds, not for just a short period of time. It's going to be a very long period of time that we're going to see this type of wind and squalls and rain. And sooner or later, something's going to give.
Our Todd Toggett in Southwest Ranches. Todd, thanks a lot.
Let's head all the way down to the other end of our viewing area. Florida City is where Terrell Fournay and several of our crews are riding this out. Terrell, give us a sense now. Are any of those bands coming through?
Definitely, and we're still experiencing that heavy wind. And I have to tell you, Lori, that our coverage here in the Florida City area is moving into its next phase. We were out in the open for most of the day, but because of how strong these winds have been, at least recently, well, we now have to report from a protected area. So we still are in an open air type of situation, but we still now have a covering overhead, at least, and that is to give us a little bit of control of just perhaps what the wind may be blowing in. I have to tell you also that the rain has been on and off, throughout the entire time that we have been here, but the wind has been more problematic. And right when we were preparing for our shot at 11 o'clock, this is what happened. We have some video to show you. There was a transformer and some power lines that is located next to our satellite equipment, and those power lines just exploded. The transformer exploded, and it caused a power line to actually hit the ground, and there was some subsequent sparking as well. Obviously a very dangerous situation, so we had to retreat from where we were just to get into a safe place. We actually had to move our satellite truck as well, just so there were no injuries associated with this. But this is just one of many problems that the wind is creating just by blowing through this area. We can only imagine that outside of here there are a number of power lines that are down throughout the community. We know that we've heard from city officials in the neighboring city of Homestead. They've been reporting a lot of trees trees down as well, and sometimes those trees are falling onto the power lines, forcing them down. So outside of where we are, we know that we have to keep our eyes and ears open because there is, again, a down power line, and the transformer just popped several times since we've been standing out here as well.
You are some of the crews we have there. Obviously, you're the closest to Key West at this point. And the eye is going to come, right now it's 90 miles southeast of your area. How many of you are together down there from Local 10?
Yeah, so we have a pretty large crew, and especially when we go into these situations, and you can show more of the trees while I talk about this, but when we go into these situations, we try to have as many eyes and ears, just because when I'm facing the camera, the photographer needs to watch what's behind my back, and we also have an engineer. So there's about 10 of us that is located here in the extreme Southwest Dade, Homestead, Florida City area. We are positioned here because it's just too dangerous to be in the Florida Keys. We were actually evacuated out of the Keys just yesterday because the forecast coming in just told us, we already knew it wasn't going to be safe for the residents and the visitors there, but for even us covering the media, we always have to be safe as well. So we are positioned here until at least the storm passes.
All right, our Terrell Fournay live for us in Florida City. Terrell, thanks a lot, and we cannot emphasize enough those numbers from FPNL are just eye-popping as it relates to all of the outages all across the area in South Florida.
It really is. Now we're at 63,000 in Broward and 106,000 in Miami-Dade. So we expected this. Could have been even worse, but it's a lot of outages for folks.
And from that 11 o'clock advisory, we also learned, too, that the Florida Keys really may soon be feeling the worst of Hurricane Irma at this point. But the great thing about the 11 o'clock advisory that we learned, too, is that we were thinking that it was going to intensify to a Category 4 going over the Florida Straits, but it's only going to stay at a Category 3, and it's really off the coastline southwest of us.
Yes, and as Max would say, the difference between a 3 and a 4 is not that great, but let's face it, we like to see those numbers go down. There was a slight budge to the west, and at this point we can expect landfall in Key West. They're saying around 7 or 8 a.m., but those bands, the eye wall, will just nail Key West for about 3 hours before and 3 hours after, about 6 sustained hours.
Yeah, 6 sustained hours of hurricane force wind, tropical storm force winds as well. Also 10 to 20 inches of rain they're expecting. Storm surge, 5 to 10 feet, if I'm not mistaken, in the Florida Keys area. But the lower Keys is the area that will feel the first impact of Hurricane Irma.
It's the storm surge up here, and Miami-Dade has lessened now, so that is some good news from 11 p.m. Now we're talking more like less. It's gone down to 3 to 5 feet of storm surge in Miami-Dade, and up in Broward it should be less than 2 feet.
2 feet.
So that's some big changes, and as Betty said too, the storm surge warning was kind of blocked after north of Broward County.
And I think some people may be thinking, that, somehow, our coverage was ramped up, thinking that, we were trying to sell something that wasn't there, or maybe we oversold. That is not the case. It's not a perfect science, not an exact science of trying to forecast a hurricane. They are known for being unpredictable and wobbling to the left or to the right. Got to keep in mind, had this storm wobbled more eastward, we'd be having a very different conversation right now.
And this is still a major hurricane. Anything Category 3, 4, 5, that is a major hurricane, and it is coming into our viewing area right over the Keys. So it's going to be a really rough night there, but our crews are all around to get you through the night, and we will be here. Our Andrew Perez has been out there tonight, and he shows us how much rain and lightning is going on right in North Miami.
We are still traveling all around North Miami. It is still very rainy right now. The one thing we've been dealing with quite a lot, actually, is all of the thunder, all of the lightning. The other thing is this rainwater, see, there was some of the lightning. This rainwater is starting to collect over here. Flooding, of course, we've been telling you all along, is a huge concern as Irma gets closer and closer. We have some video from earlier today. We were at the North Miami Senior High shelter, which was pretty much almost full. The Red Cross is based in there. They were feeding people. They said they barely have any room left. But of course, if somebody went up to their door, went knocking on their door saying, hey, I changed my mind, I want to ride out the storm in the shelter, they said, the employees there were telling me in good conscience, obviously, they just can't turn them away like that. This storm a lot of people aren't sure what to expect, especially with these rain bands. They come through, things pick up very quickly. We've had tornado warnings for a good part of the evening so far in Miami-Dade and Broward County. So people are still kind of waiting and watching, riding this storm out, trying to see what happens next. Right now, North Miami is under a curfew, that curfew from 10 p.m. all the way until 6 a.m. in the morning. So first responders, police will be traveling all around North Miami, making sure that curfew is followed strictly.
Andrew, thanks a lot. Let's take you out now to a look at I-95 south of Sunrise and a rare view at I-95 southbound at any hour in South Florida. No one on the streets, just rain dancing across the pavement, going sideways, the outer bands of Hurricane Irma. But a lot of people obviously being told to stay home as a result of Hurricane Irma. Those curfews that Andrew just talked about in effect in Broward County went into effect at 4 o'clock and is going to be that case indefinitely, but more than likely until the outer bands are out of South Florida.
And as we near the midnight hour, just know that the eye of Irma is expected over the lower Keys there, but around 7, 8 a.m. But the eye wall is going to really pound the area for about 3 hours before and 3 hours after, about 6 hours there. So by 3 a.m., we're really going to be seeing quite an impact, and that's going to affect the whole area. So these roads will hopefully remain very, very quiet so that first responders can get where they need to be. And it's been incredible to see the response of first responders out there already.
Yeah, only the essential vehicles are being allowed on the roadways there. And we have also been telling residents who decided not to go to the shelters, who decided to sort of bunker in, that if you do have an emergency, as long as the winds are over 39 miles an hour, tropical storm force winds, first responders will not respond to you. You can call 911, 311. They have to wait because they simply don't want to put their own lives in jeopardy.
Now, this is just south of Sunrise on 95. Let's take you a little south from there to Sunny Isles Beach. This was some of the damage we captured earlier. A lot of tiles coming off, a lot of pieces of shearing there, kind of a roofing came right off some of these buildings. And then our Derek Shore was able to capture the street sign, the main sign when you drive into Sunny Isles Beach. It was just broken in half. You can see that in a moment.
Yeah.
It was just wild.
Yeah, some of the signs too. Yeah, and some of the signs too were uprooted as well, along with a lot of trees you can see there, and palm trees that came down. But this area, Derek was showing us in one of his live reports just how strong those wind gusts were that went through Sunny Isles Beach and all throughout South Florida. It's been a tough day for so many people, especially for those folks who decided to, maybe try to weather the storm. But our reporters have been showing you why you should not and why that was not such a good idea to do that. But just some of the damage and destruction from the outer bands of Hurricane Irma. And overnight, well, those hurricane winds are going to pick up for so many people all across South Florida as well, especially in the Florida Keys.
Derek found the actual Sunny Isles Beach sign. It was just kind of broken in half and it came down. So they're going to have a little repair work to do, but could have been so much worse. And luckily, we've seen so many crews out there already. They've been chopping down the trees that have fallen in so many communities. So that is helping so that fewer power lines are coming down. The outages are significant enough, but it really could have been even worse by now.
If you're in the tree cutting business, you're going to be doing pretty well for the next few weeks to come. Well, the worst is yet to come, in fact, in Miami Beach, but already the flooding has already begun.
Local 10's Glenna Milberg knows that area inside and out. She reports from one South Beach neighborhood.
Hello from Miami Beach tonight. We are in between rain bands, an opportunity to actually speak so that you can hear without roaring wind like a freight train, without rain that just pelts down. That is yet to come, and it may be beginning at this point as we speak, but look what it has done so far. Street flooding like this is beginning around Miami Beach neighborhoods. The drainage system, when it rains and keeps raining without break, just cannot hold it. That makes roads very, very dangerous for cars. Of course, there are no cars on the road, as you can see, which is a very good thing. Mostly because, or at least partly because, there is a curfew in place. A curfew started at 8 o'clock last night until 7 o'clock in the morning. No one, no car, no business, nothing can be open and out by law, primarily so first responders have clear roads to get through at the height of the weather. As the evening goes on, the weather from Hurricane Irma, as it progresses, will get worse here as we speak, it's getting worse. You see some things have come off in the strong winds earlier, street signs. There have been trees down across streets that we've seen, and that makes this very, very dangerous place to be as things fly through the air and land at times blocks away. So anyone on Miami Beach who has decided to stay, who has decided to ignore the mandatory evacuation, is in for a very rough night. How dangerous it will be, how much common sense these people might have remains to be seen. Miami Beach, we know, is being spared the worst of Irma, but a very dangerous Irma nonetheless. And so, a state of emergency declared, a mandatory curfew is declared until 7 o'clock in the morning, and first responders at the Emergency Operations Center ready to respond afterwards. That is the latest from Miami Beach. I am Glenna Milberg.
Glenna, thank you. Right now, we are tracking Hurricane Irma, Category 3 storm, about 90 miles southeast of Key West. It is moving very slowly, heading northwest at just 6 miles an hour. Good morning. I'm Eric Yutzi. Calvin and Lori are now getting ready for the rest of the later part of the afternoon. JC and I are here with you for a while.
That's right. I'm JC Burge, and we will be with you for the next 12 hours. We are not leaving as this storm moves through. Let's give you the details of what remains in effect. We do have a hurricane warning in effect for all of South Florida as Irma's winds have weakened slightly to 120 miles an hour with gusts up to 150. And there are lots of ways that you can follow our storm coverage on your laptop or our app. Make sure all of your tablets and smartphones and your computers are charged up because many of us are already losing power. We'll be streaming our live newscast until Irma is no longer a threat here in South Florida.
You can follow us on all of our social media accounts. Facebook, you can like our page and watch our Facebook live streams. Twitter, we're tweeting out updates from our reporters and from public officials. And follow us on Instagram, too. Our handle there at Local 10 News.
Okay, radio partners, some of you are already listening to us on the radio. We do have 790 The Ticket, 101.5 Light FM, 104.3 The Shark, 102.7 The Beach, and Pirate Radio down in Key West. But we have to talk about this funnel cloud. Look at this. This formed in Plantation right near Sunrise Boulevard earlier in the evening. A lot of circulation happening with that cloud. Many were worried it was going to move on shore and touch down and turn into a tornado.
Oh, there he is. I was rolling on that one.
We saw transformers exploding. I'm sure it's happening all across South Florida. This one recorded right near Terrell Fournet's hotel in Florida City. That was sometime last night.
Conditions seriously worsening in Miami Beach throughout the last few hours. Let me take you first to something that might be really scary to look at. The light signals like this literally bouncing in the wind, and you can even hear it if the wind's not too loud. Let me stop for a second so you can hear it.
Glenna Milberg in Miami
poles
Beach. Transformers blowing, power lines down. I know Todd Tongan was in Southwest Ranches. They lost power there. We've lost power here in Pembroke Park. So this is typical as we see those tropical storm force winds move across South Florida.
Our weather authority team here for you this morning. Meteorologist Doris and Julie Durda. Julie, we begin with you.
Well, it's all about the radar this morning. We are tracking Irma as it's headed our way, and we have been feeling the effects of this system since yesterday afternoon. I want to remind you we are under a tornado watch. That will go until tomorrow afternoon as we are seeing those outer bands bring us some very heavy rain, gusty winds. This system is soaking South Florida, the Keys, and soaking even Central Florida. So as we zoom in, we've got a band of heavy rain right over portions of 595 in towards University Drive, all the way east in towards Hollywood, US 1, 441, Aventura. We're all seeing a shield of showers and storms this morning. Hialeah getting soaked, Miami. You notice how fast these showers are moving in. That's because wind gusts have been reported at times in the 50s. We do have moderate to heavy rain over Homestead, Upper Keys, looking at moderate to heavy rain, Key Largo, Island Mirada, Marathon. all the way down to Key West. We are also under that flood watch until Monday night at 8 p.m. Now, everybody wants to know the latest advisory. As of 12 a.m., we do have Category 3 Hurricane Irma, winds of 120 miles per hour, gusts 150 miles per hour. Pressure has risen to 932 millibars. The one thing we now pay attention to more than anything, obviously, is the strength, but it's how fast the system is moving, or we should say how slow it's moving, because the slower the system, the longer the impacts are going to be for us. We did prepare for this. We talked about this over the last few days, that we would be dealing with hurricane force winds for 14 hours, tropical storm force winds for at least 36 to 38 hours. Now, the forecast cone has shifted a bit more towards the west, but we are anticipating possible landfall over Key West and the lower Keys as a Category 3 hurricane sometime tomorrow morning, anywhere between 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. And of course, we're going to bring it to you live right here. We will notice that once the system does move through the lower Keys, it's going to head towards the west coast. As it does so, it's going to be a Category 3 hurricane near Naples. So look at this. We already have wind gusts reported in the 50s right now in Miami. We have 56 mile per hour wind gusts in Key West. I'm going to toss it over to meteorologist Luke Doris for more on the forecast and what tornado damage we could see.
Yeah, thank you, Julie. We experienced this over the evening, where we had at one point 4 tornado warnings at one time. We were in and out of them. This is one of the, of course, possible conditions when you do have a hurricane approach you. You can get these tornado spin-ups, and we've seen them. We have even seen some damage from them as well, from fallen trees to other damage around. And as we go through the rest of this evening, Julie just talked about it, and the rest of tonight, we do have that tornado watch in effect. So we have a moderate threat of potential tornado impacts. What we could see is at times brief spin-ups. Let me show you some of the possibilities that we could have as we go through tonight. With these brief spin-ups, we could have at times these tornadoes move in off the coast, move in from these bands. A few spots could have some considerable damage, though most of these tornadoes tend to be brief. They tend to be quick moving, but they are tornadoes. They can cause considerable damage. Of course, power loss, and mobile homes, of course, not a safe place to be. If we have warnings, we will, of course, pop in immediately, let you know the danger and how you can seek shelter. Small boats, of course, would be tossed about in that event. The potential storm surge has been reduced a little bit on the eastern seaboard toward Broward County, as that's 3 to 5 feet. In fact, the storm surge warning has been discontinued north of Miami Beach to Jupiter Inlet. So that goes from the northern part of Miami-Dade through Broward County. This threat still extreme in the Keys. That's where flooding over 9 feet above ground level will be possible, and you see the red kind of separating those two. We get to the high risk for a potential storm surge where flooding over 6 feet is possible in some locations. Inland flooding still a concern. We're still going to be seeing, of course, the storm surge go through the cuts and canals. On top of that, we're going to get a lot of rain out of this. We've already seen a fair amount. So flood waters, they can enter structures, ditches and canals. They may overflow. We could have a lot of bridge closures and bridges weakened or possibly going out. So the wind threat potential remains extreme up and down the spine of Florida, specifically on the west side. Of course, the further that you get away from the core of the storm, the weaker those winds would be. So the east, trees, power lines down, damage to signs and awnings, damage to mobile homes and weak structures. But on that extreme side, on the west, including western Broward County, western Miami-Dade, the middle and lower Keys, structural damage still a big concern. Damage of mobile homes from the straight line winds. Of course, we talked about that with the potential tornadoes as well. Large trees snapped and uprooted. We haven't had that strong of winds in Pembroke Park, but we have had, I pulled into the parking lot. We have trees down in our parking lot. Widespread power outages. We are already experiencing this. Let's talk a little bit about where we are in relation to Hurricane Irma. It's moving still just a bit to the northwest. You hear us talk a lot about the right front quadrant and also what that can do to potential impacts. Here's the cone. There's its motion. Let me get you back to how tornadoes can develop with this. As it moves to the north-northwest, let's cut this up into 4s. That gives us our 4 quadrants, our 4 sectors. This is eventually going to rotate and take more of a northerly turn, more of a beeline toward Key West. That's our right front quadrant. And there we'll turn it a little bit for you. And you can see, of course, the counterclockwise flow within the hurricane. That gives us that wind shear that we look for these tornadoes to possibly develop. That's the concern. That's why we have that tornado watch. And what happens, too, is as the counterclockwise flow goes over land, it slows down just a bit compared to if you go, a mile above the ground, and that creates that wind shear. You can get these tornado spin-ups that move through fairly quickly, guys. That's the way it's been looking for us.
Julie, you just mentioned for our friends down in the Keys, potential direct landfall, the eye wall, around 6 to 8 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Have they already started to see hurricane force winds? And if not, when should that really start to pick up?
Well, we've been seeing wind gusts, hurricane force winds from time to time for the last 2 or 3 hours. Again, landfall still not until another 6 hours or 7 hours. Remember, the eye is so large.
Right.
There's actually an inner eye and an even larger eye. And believe it or not, as the system has continued to push towards the north, we've been told that this last advisory as of 11 p.m., the tropical storm force winds now extend out from the center 205 miles. That's very impressive. So that's why we're dealing with tropical storm force winds already. And hurricane force winds extend out from the center 70 miles. So they're going to be dealing with not only hurricane force winds and tropical storm force winds, but also they're going to have to deal with the actual eye of the system, a major Category 3 hurricane that is going to be headed towards the lower Keys. And you can see the impacts already on our radar. The moderate to heavy rain. What we've had here in Miami-Dade and Broward is nothing like what our friends in the Keys will be dealing with as this eye wall does approach them going into the next 6-7 hours. So it's definitely something they all need to be alert and aware for. I mean, I'm sure they've been watching everything that's going on with Irma, and they've already dealt with the horrible conditions we've been seeing here in Miami-Dade and Broward. I've also heard the National Weather Service was saying their power has been out across much of Key West. We have the meteorologist, the local chapter in Key West, actually trying to tell us that they're going to be staying for the hurricane force winds, and they have already been dealing with the hurricane force winds in the Keys, and they're really trying to do some last minute safety tips for those that are still there in the Keys. And this would include to remind folks not to go outside. They need to be in a sheltered place, to get in interior rooms and stay away from windows. Make sure they are prepared for the worst that's yet to come.
Yeah, for those of us who have been down there doing stories with them, we know that's pretty close to the southernmost point, a couple blocks away, and it's a hurricane equipped building, a new building. I think it was built in the last 10 years. Julie, you just said something that I think people at home are going, what? Explain that to me. You said there's an inner eye and then an outer eye. We would love to hear the dynamics of that.
Let's zoom in on, let's see if we can grab our, on 41.
I'll probably get you over here on this one. Let me zoom you into the eye, and you'll see this. This happened tonight.
Go ahead.
And last well, what you've heard us talk about eye wall replacement cycles.
Right.
And basically, what you'll have is when the storm is at its strongest, your eye, your inner eye, will be really small. So a small, compact, symmetrical eye is a sign of an incredibly tense hurricane. But what happens over the course of time, usually about a day or so, then you get this outer eye that starts to develop, and you'll see it in some bands. Let me see if I can highlight that for you here. And right now, this is just one eye. Right. So this is intense at this moment, but it's tough to show because this loop doesn't go back far enough. But what you can see at times is 2 red zones, and that would be an outer eye that starts to develop. And when that happens, it will eventually start to dominate. The inner eye will weaken, and the outer eye, the bigger eye, will take over. Nice. And what happens then is your wind field will expand. Typically, your winds will drop. This is now a Category 3, and its winds are now further out. Julie just said 205 miles, is that right?
Yes, tropical storm.
For the tropical storm force, they were, when this was a Category 5, somewhere around 175, something like that. So although the storm has lessened its winds, it's expanded that over a much broader area, and it's because of those, at one point, 2 eyes, and now it's starting to go, and now it just has the 1, but it's going to start to intensify yet again.
Wow. Okay. Wow, that's a lot of good information.
Yeah, we're going to be watching this in the hours ahead. And I think, Julie, you're going to talk to Michael Seiden about
let's
this?
talk with Michael Seiden. As we go to our radar, we know, Michael, you've been dealing with some horrible conditions. Anything different compared to what you dealt with about 2 hours ago? I know you saw a little break, and now the storms are coming in, and we've got wind gusts in the 50s down there.
Yeah, Julie, I'd say the biggest difference in the last 2 hours is now we're starting to get more of that rain, but we have had these strong winds really all evening long. In fact, at one point, we had a transformer that actually blew right outside of our hotel, and I think we have video of that. I don't know if we can go to that right now, but my colleague, Terrell Fournay, he was going live on the other side of our hotel when that transformer blew. In fact, I think a power line actually fell too. Really some scary moments. I'm not sure if we're seeing that video or not. Do you guys have that video? Okay, I don't know if producers can hear us, but anyway, so this is what we've been seeing down here in Florida City. Throughout the day, the conditions have gotten worse and worse, but right now, the main story right here is just this nasty band that we're getting, this rain and this wind. And take a look, you can see the palm trees here just bending in the rain. Also, our hotel sign, at one point, there were sheets of metal falling off the sign. And then also, Nick, if you can just show them the flags, it's just a tremendous amount of wind and rain that we've been getting here. But that video, as you saw, the transformer blowing, and our hotel actually lost power for 2 or 3 times. The power went off and then it came back on. So kind of some frightening moments here, especially when we heard that pop. Didn't know exactly where it was coming from. But again, just being out here, we've been getting a lot of rain and strong winds.
About Homestead. In fact, this is still the case. You know, we have sensors all over South Florida that tell us here, we're just in the studio, of course, but to get the information of how strong the winds are, we have sensors all over South Florida. The one in Homestead is down, and we assume it's taken some sort of a strong hit from one of these lines that have moved through these intense bands. Your surrounding you has been a, what, 35 mile per hour. That's kind of down at the moment, but our gusts, let's check in on that. They have been well into tropical storm forces. You look at sustained winds to really classify, but our gusts are approaching 60 miles per hour. By the way, if that were a thunderstorm, let's just say we weren't dealing with a hurricane, that would be a severe thunderstorm that doesn't stop. It just continues for hours.
Yeah, and the thing is about being out here too, and I should mention too that we're in Florida City right now. We are under a mandatory evacuation that went into effect about 8 o'clock tonight, and there's good news in all of that because we haven't seen anybody out on the roads other than first responders, because you definitely don't want to be driving around in this mess. But what's been interesting tonight, what we've seen throughout the evening, is that we will have probably like 10 or 15 minutes of this where we're just getting this non-stop wind and rain. We're just getting punished by this weather out here, and then it'll get calm again, and then it just picks right back up. So no question about it, though, we are really starting to feel Irma here, and especially at our hotel. Just you look at the palm trees, and we, like I mentioned before, we've seen pieces of metal falling off the sign of our hotel. So I'll be curious to see what these gusts are, what they're going to be clocked at. Again, we're in Florida City, so only a couple miles from Homestead. And I think, Luke, you said that's where we can get our measurements from. So it'll be interesting to see what these come in at.
All right, Michael Seiden in Florida City, and we're going to keep an eye on everything that's happening as these bands are moving through. Now, of course, we have reporters all over South Florida. They are safe. We are taking care of them, but we want to make sure you know exactly what's going on as this hurricane moves towards South Florida. So Ross Palumbo has been keeping an eye on things in Fort Lauderdale. And what is it like there now, Ross?
Well, JC and Eric, take a look for yourself. It's all coming down hard yet again. It looks like another band is whipping in. Look at the palm trees above me. You can see the wind is really blowing now. And if you look over here and the lights, look how much rain is coming down. And we've been talking about this throughout most of the night. The raindrops just getting bigger and bigger. It's what we call the hard rain. It's really coming down. Within moments when you step outside, you're really getting drenched. We're already starting to see some damage here along A1A near Las Olas. This yogurt shop right here, look at this. This thing just got ripped off a little while ago, and it's flapping in the wind. The owner of this place certainly won't be happy to see that. But frankly, if that's the worst damage we see out here, we'll be doing pretty good. There are already pieces of buildings falling off, and little small things like this that could be dangerous. These are those bird spikes. The bird spikes that you see on the tops of sills, that sort of thing. We put them over here in the corner because we don't want these flying through the air, but they're just coming down from the building, and those will be airborne as soon as these wind speeds pick up. We know the wind gusts out here have been between 40 and 50 miles an hour tonight. This is the third time we've had a major band come in and send this kind of wind and rain flying in our faces. You know, when you're on this part, JC and Eric, as you know, when you're out here on the beach, the real problem is not just the rain and the water, it's the sand that it's picking up. And we're getting pelted by the sand. Of course, it's painful. The real problem brewing out there, take a look. I don't know if you can see this. It's very difficult to see, but the waves are really roiling and coming in now, probably by my guess, about 10 feet high. At this point, this is the worst rain that we've seen all night long since we've been out here. As you know, this is a mandatory evacuation area because it's so low-lying. It's also the mandatory curfew that's in effect. It's been in effect since about 4 p.m. tonight. The good thing is we haven't seen anyone come out here. Another good thing, police have been patrolling, fire has been patrolling. There hasn't been a single injury reported so far in Fort Lauderdale. You know that we have more than 60,000 people without power in Broward County and Fort Lauderdale. That number is above 5,000 right now. This wind and rain has caused a major problem with the fire department out here. It's knocked out one of their microwave dishes, so they lost communications. The good news is the county's backup system kicked right in, and they never lost any service ability. But that's something that's going to have to be repaired. Okay, right now, the wind and the rain really picking up. This is definitely the worst that we've seen it up until this point. It's probably about as bad as we ever saw it now when we were in Puerto Rico just the other day.
Yeah,
I gotta
Ross,
cover my ears here because the sand is so painful.
Ross, it's Julie.
But I would say this is about, JC and Eric, as bad as it ever got in Puerto Rico. We were fortunate there that Irma was a little far to the north, and it was never that bad. But if this is just the beginning of what we're going to see, it is definitely going to get worse. Another good thing so far out here tonight in Fort Lauderdale, here along A1A, the water here, I want to show you. Take a look at my feet here. The water here is beginning to pool, but at this point, it's still draining off the street. And JC and Eric, as you remember during Sandy, the big problem was flooding along here. The mayor has told us that the engineering has been worked out and that's not going to happen again. Of course, the major problem was Sunrise in A1A. We're going to give that a look, but we don't really think that there's a problem here so far. I'm going to send it back to you there in the studio for an update on the condition.
Hi, it's Julie. Hang in there. We do have you located about 168 miles away from the actual eye of Irma, and we have the radar up. You are definitely dealing with a very strong thunderstorm that is moving through the area. Have you been seeing any lightning strikes?
We have been seeing lightning strikes to the east and to the north. They seem to have died down for now.
And it looks
I guess our big question, Julie, is how much worse is this going to get? Are we about a quarter of the way through this now?
No, not at all. We still have about 6 hours before Irma makes landfall in the lower Keys, and so these outer bands are just going to continue to hit you. Our last report from the wind gusts, you are correct, about 52 miles per hour at times. Actually, our wind gauge went down in Fort Lauderdale because it is so windy. We've heard also, like you said, people have been losing power. It looks as though on the radar you still have a good amount of rain that's just offshore that's going to be headed your way. So you're going to be stuck in that for at least another 15 minutes before you see a little break from the heavy rain.
This is the worst. Yeah, this is the worst rain we have seen by far. And I can tell you the good thing is we have not lost power in this area, so that's really amazing.
That's great.
But the rain, Julie, as you know, it's not... It comes down harder and harder, and the drops are bigger and bigger, and it's really just a deluge at this point.
And Julie, when you're talking about Broward County, I mean, he could have another 12 hours plus of this, right?
Easily, because remember, Irma's coming from the south to the north, so it's going to take its time for us to actually see the system move through the central portions of our Miami-Dade area and then southern Broward and then into Fort Lauderdale and northern Broward. But this is the area that I'm highlighting that he's going to get hit with. Those storms are just going to continue to batter him right over the beach and towards Fort Lauderdale And then it looks as though as we zoom out, we do have some more. It won't be as heavy, but these rain bands are just going to continue.
I know, I heard you, but they're talking.
Just like covered in sand.
I know, that was painful, right?
I think something too, we talk so much about the eye. This is not done when we get even with the core of the storm, which will be to our west, but we're going to have the other whole half of the storm once it moves off to our north as well. And what we'll experience is, the closer that the eye, of course, moves to us, the more intense this will get. We've enjoyed a lot of the reporters. They discuss how it picked up and then we catch our lull. Those are going to become more and more infrequent. It's going to be more steady. The winds will continue to gradually ramp up, and what you're seeing right now in Fort Lauderdale will be more the picture as the standard rather than the breaks in between.
Luke, Julie, this is a pretty good indicator of what many here in South Florida will deal with. You said, Ross, at this point about 160-something miles?
68 miles,
from the eye, and
Mm-hmm.
now with the tropical storm force winds extending more than 200 miles away from the eye. So for those at home watching and wondering what may be coming and the extent of the damage you could be seeing, you're still far, far from the eye, and there's a whole lot of problems still ahead.
Yeah, I want to reiterate what Luke said. I mean, we're going to be dealing with this storm at least until maybe 8, 9 o'clock tomorrow night, or tonight, actually, Sunday night, because the system is so large. We're getting the first half of it. When the eye does pass along the western edge, we'll be dealing with the second half of it, which, again, it doesn't mean anything because technically the tropical storm force winds extend so far out. Remember, our state from coast to coast is only about 120 miles. So everybody and beyond are dealing with tropical storm force winds. And then it looks as though hurricane force winds are at 70 miles from the center. So, I mean, if you put the numbers together, we're all going to be dealing with this. And we're actually going to go to Christian right now. He's getting some of the rain bands that are coming in as well. Christian, how you doing?
Stand by.
I can't hear you. Christian.
Aha.
Hi, Christian. It's Julie.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Where are you?
Okay, so we're off of North Bayshore Drive. This is Biscayne Bay behind me. And this is certainly the strongest winds we've seen all day as we've been driving around the area. The water has been splashing onto this parking lot. We've seen some huge waves. Hats flying off. You see a lot of the boats in this area, they've been anchored. But take a look at what the wind is doing to some of the boats out here. Whoa. It is getting really windy. We have seen also some flooding. We've also seen several transformers also blowing up. We're gonna go ahead and move.
Yeah, I think you should, Christian. We're
gonna go ahead and move
the
in
building.
behind the vehicle. We do have a cement structure out here, but
good.
So
wow,
if you
listen
can
to
hear
the
me probably
difference.
a bit more clear.
Yeah.
I mean, this is probably a safer spot to get you this shot. Okay, so there you see. I mean, we've seen these waves. I mean, I don't know, maybe 10 feet high, and you can see how the parking lot is starting to get flooded. And this has been the situation out here for at least the past hour, and it just seems to just not be nonstop. I mean, I don't have a wind meter, but this is certainly strong stuff. I mean, I don't know, Julie, if you can give us an idea of what the wind gusts are in the North Miami area, but certainly this is the strongest winds we've seen all day.
Yeah, Christian, this is Luke here. We have a sensor at MIA, so near you, not necessarily right where you are, but it's clocked at 53 miles per hour right now. This is only going to go downhill from here. Our winds will continue to rise and be more steady as we go through this event. And something that strikes me as we take a look at your shot is I wonder what the landscapes will be on our beaches after this is done. You know, we have just beautiful landscapes down here, and anytime that you get swells like this and you get, even though our surge on, the coastal metros isn't expected to be as bad as it was previously, we still are going to get some surge out of this. What is that going to do? And are we going to see cuts and erosion, beach cuts and erosion out of this? And I think the answer is almost certainly, at least somewhat, yes.
And you know what scares me is the other picture that Christian is showing us is the boats that are out there. Do you guys remember yesterday you guys showed us the boats, I think it was of the Bahamas?
Puerto Rico, where
Puerto
they were,
Rico.
right, where they did not see the eye wall, and yet they were everywhere.
Right. So unfortunately, I mean, it looks as though we could be looking at that when the sun does rise come Monday morning, because we're not going to be seeing anything of sunshine going into our Sunday as we are waking up. Wow. We are going to deal with nothing but heavy rain, gusty winds, and Christian is living it for us and giving us a great story, showing us the pictures and looking at those waves. It's not good.
It is certainly impressive stuff, Julie. I can tell you just from driving in the area, it does seem like most people have evacuated. This, of course, was an evacuation zone along North Bayshore Drive. But again, it's just really, it's been impressive to see how gradually the effects of Irma have continued to just get increasingly just stronger and much more serious. I mean, talk about the wind roaring. That's what we've been listening to over the past hour. Certainly not what a lot of people imagined as they were hearing about Hurricane Irma weakening. This is a very, very strong storm, and it is what you're seeing right here live on TV.
Believe it or not, right now, Christian, you're actually in one of the weaker zones as far as our radar goes. You're somewhat in the lull between the two, and this is what you're experiencing now. So as you get a stronger thunderstorm to move through, it's actually going to pick up from there. So heads up for you out there at Key Biscayne.
And guys, can we talk about, not too long ago, you just said how the hurricane force winds and the tropical storm force winds extend out, and you had the numbers in the 200-mile zone. Mm-hmm. When we first talked about this system, I guess landfall first happened on Wednesday.
Mm-hmm. Barbuda.
In Barbuda, but I mean, we were watching this storm before Labor Day. Back then it was 400 miles out. Then yesterday we were in the 300-mile zone. So can you explain to people, has this storm, how has it gotten smaller? How have those winds, decreased in the spectrum of the amount they go out from that center?
Oh, I think there's some confusion. It's actually gone up.
Ask if we are...
so explain that, because it used to be a lot bigger, right?
No, this is as big as it's been as far as the extent of the tropical storm force winds. It was at 185. That is measurement from the eye to the edge, so that's a radius. If you were to take a diameter, you would double that.
Right.
So
I think that's what JC was saying. Is
right.
At one point the storm itself, the width, the diameter was 400.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not the tropical storm from the actual eye extending out.
Right. So was it a bigger storm before, and now it's a stronger storm? I mean, explain to us so we understand.
The cloud field is what we were showing earlier, not the extent of the tropical storm force winds. So the wind field is a little. What I think Julie showed previously was the water vapor imagery and how big the storm covered. Even though we didn't know how far the tropical storm force winds may have exceeded beyond that, we could get an idea of just the sheer size of the storm, not a wind measurement. Mm-hmm. This is what we're talking about now, is specifically how far out do these potentially destructive winds go, not a measurement of the total size from very tip of rain band to rain band.
Well, I think that's an important distinction. One of my favorite graphics that we've shown has been comparing the size and the width of the state of Florida against the overall diameter of the storm. What it sounds like you're saying is that you take the picture of the overall diameter of this storm, but that does not take into account how far out those tropical storm force winds could be felt.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And that ties us back into the cone, because I was getting so frustrated by all the emails, as I know you all were as well, saying we're in the cone, we're fine, or we're out of the cone rather. You know, when Miami-Dade and Broward were out of the cone, we're fine. And it's just, the cone is just a guide for the movement of that storm. It certainly does not say we can feel it right now, we can see it right now. You are going to get these, not only tropical storm force winds, but Julie and Luke, you said it all day yesterday, we're getting these hurricane force winds.
Yep. And that's why we've been saying, as soon as we notice that shift in the cone, whether it jogged from the west to the east, we always told you never really look in the middle of your screen and follow that middle line and follow the cone itself, because it's just a guidance. because this isn't a perfect science. As you've noticed and you've felt for the last 12 hours, we've already been dealing with tropical storm force winds from a storm that was over the northern central portions of Cuba. So if you put that into perspective, the closer it gets, the worse our weather is going to get. Whether you're inside this cone or not, we're talking to our reporters that are well over Key Biscayne and well just to the west of, if you were to follow this cone, and dealing with impacts of tropical storm force winds. They can't even stand up because they're dealing with storm gusts that are so strong. They're dealing with heavy rain. We had an outburst of tornado warnings around 7:30, all because of what's going on with the outer bands of Irma. So this is just a guidance that the National Hurricane Center gives to us for us to prepare for what could be the worst, and we only hope for the best.
Okay, let's see if we can do this again then. Let's say, and I know this isn't an exact science, but if that eye goes over Key West, right? Then you're saying hurricane force winds extend out how many miles?
70 miles.
Okay, and then the tropical storm force winds go out?
205.
So you're saying past Miami.
Yeah.
You know how when you're driving from Key West to Miami, you're saying, oh, it's about 160 miles. So that really gives you that number to see, even if this stays as the eye moving on shore as far south as Key West, you were talking about tropical storm force winds that go so much further all the way up through the Keys and into Miami-Dade County and Broward County.
It is a great area you're putting up right now, Julie. You're
That shows
extending
it
it,
right there.
by past where Ross is and now up. It's certainly into Palm Beach County.
Yeah, but West Palm, they're feeling the effects right now of Hurricane Irma. You can even see the rain band that's behind that arrow that I'm showing you. They're also seeing the reports. I bet their reporters are dealing with the same thing that our reporters are dealing with. So that is the great point that we want to make, and we've been trying to make since we've been watching this system, is no matter where you are in the forecast cone that is sent out by the National Hurricane Center director, we told you we are going to be dealing with the impacts from Hurricane Irma since day one.
And and I know we're going to get to Andrew in downtown Miami in just a second, but the map you have there on the right side of the screen is such an important thing when you superimpose in your mind where the cone goes, but you leave up this imagery right here. It shows you what you're talking about. You cannot feel or be lulled into a false sense of security by what the cone says, because this is the reality of what the extent of the storm will be.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and we get it too, guys. You know, we look at that cone sometimes and we understand that it's easy to focus on that because what gets all the attention is where is landfall going to occur. That's what the cone is for. It's easy and easy to understand why you could look at that and think, okay, maybe this isn't going to be a big deal for us. But that's why we try to explain and show these other graphics and go through this whole process with you and let you know that this is what you end up with, even though you're outside of the cone.
Wow.
So those are the extent of the tropical storm force winds. You take that by about a third of those red lines, and that's what you're talking about in terms of hurricane force winds.
And remember, we said 70 miles out, so Key West, if our gauge would be working, unfortunately it got hit pretty hard over the last few hours. 70 miles, they're dealing with hurricane force winds already. And the eye hasn't even made landfall. So if you think about it, that's why we keep telling you the worst is yet to come. Take Key West and add 70 miles from it, and we're going to be dealing with hurricane force winds. And remember, we want to remind you that this is a slow moving storm. So we are going to have to deal with this all the way till tomorrow night as the system continues to move north. Take 70 miles and go around, and you'll see all of us here in South Florida eventually will be dealing with 70 miles from the eye, and we'll be dealing with hurricane force winds. And we could have the tropical storm force winds sustained before we start to deal with the hurricane force winds, so we're getting a double whammy.
Julie, do me a favor, draw an arrow from that eye to downtown Miami, because that is where we're going to take you coming up right now, about 135 or so miles away from the eye, and that's where we have our own Andrew Perez. He has been watching what has been happening there overnight. Andrew, you with us?
You guys hear me? Okay. Yeah, it's been pretty hit or miss. Right now, we're in downtown Miami. We're in between bands, so you caught us at a good time right now. We're right next to the Intercontinental. Let me tell you, the sights and sounds coming out of downtown are just incredible. Take a walk with me really quick. I mean, how many times, think about it, especially on a Saturday night, could you stand in the middle of Biscayne Bay, let alone stand in the middle of Biscayne Boulevard, rather, while it's completely underwater? The winds have been whipping out here nonstop. You take a look, we've got sites like this all over downtown Miami on top of the flooding, trees knocked over. We ran into the Miami Fire Rescue Captain Ignatius Carroll. He's been out here. He's been going around kind of checking in, seeing what the conditions are so that he can prepare his crews, paramedics, firefighters, strategically place them around where they need to be or move them where they may need to be based on where the storm is going. I want you to take a listen at our interview. First things first, you guys are not responding to every single 911 call right now. It's too dangerous.
Right, it's too dangerous for us to respond to all the 911 calls, so we're using discretion on the calls we respond to. Obviously, house fires we're going to respond to as safely as possible, but as you can see with the type of wind gusts that we have here, it can be very dangerous to the first responders, projectiles that are flying in the air, and some wind gusts can even cause vehicles to overturn.
What have you guys done so far with your crews? Have you kind of doubled up on paramedics and fire, strategically placed them around? What's the setup now?
Well, besides the normal staffing we have, we've taken all of our available spare trucks and special teams, and we have staffed them as well and placed them throughout the city. And then we've also placed life safety teams around the whole city of Miami to be able to respond to assess damages after the storm has passed, because the one important thing that we need to do is make sure that we can clear the streets so we can respond. So that's the purpose behind having residents be self-sufficient for 72 hours. It'll be very difficult for us to respond to any kind of call.
Well, what have you seen so far with this storm kind of going around downtown Miami, going around the city?
As you can see, we see a lot of debris that's being thrown around as a result of the winds, tree branches coming down, light poles that we've seen actually come down. And this is the reason why a curfew is in place. This is not just to keep you in your homes, it's for your safety. And by doing that, it prevents anybody from being injured, and as a result, us having to try to come out.
And just remind folks what the curfew is.
The curfew is at 7 o'clock at night until 7 o'clock in the morning, and we urge people to continue to monitor the updates. But remember, even though the storm has moved a little bit to the west, and you think that we're in the clear, the winds that you see right now obviously indicate that it's still very dangerous.
And my last thing, your advice to people kind of riding out the storm over the next couple of hours, well into tomorrow.
The advice that we would give is that don't try to satisfy your curiosity by coming out to see what it's like. You have media out here giving that to you firsthand, and as you can see, lives have been lost as a result of people satisfying their curiosity.
So you heard it right there. We are under curfew. You also heard him talk about the wind. Some of the wind gusts down here have been so strong, so dangerous, especially once we get one of those bands come in, that he's saying he's had some issues where he felt like it was going to flip over some of these emergency vehicles. So you got to remember, stay in place, because crews may not be able to get to you if, God forbid something happens. He says that this is still a very volatile situation, and right now crews are just kind of waiting and watching as well.
All right, Andrew, we were just sitting here talking about this. We are seeing the outer bands, tropical storm force winds, which Julie and Luke really explained very well to us, but outer bands of these tropical storm force winds, and you show us these uprooted trees. You can only imagine when the storm gets closer, that center gets closer, and for those who are getting the hurricane force winds, how much worse this is going to get.
And that's why this curfew is in place, because the conditions are going to continue to deteriorate. That's what people need to understand. I've heard a lot of people talking about, okay, well, yeah, this isn't great, but it's not that bad. You got to remember, it's still going to get worse. We have not peaked out at this storm. I mean, look at where we are already here. Downtown Miami, this is a very busy area, very big touristy area. It's not very often we see this area flood like this. And again, we are not at the peak time of the storm. And it's not just here, folks. It's also further down by the AAA. We've got spotted flooding as well. We've got wind gusts as well. There's a lot of debris on the roadway. As we were driving in between bands to come down here from North Miami, we saw a lot of debris on the road ourselves. We had to drive very carefully, drive around some of those down trees, palm trees that are down in the ground, some of the leaves, some of the foliage. So crews are saying, you know what, just stay in place, enjoy your Sunday, relax, stay safe.
You say Sunday, we just started Sunday 42 minutes ago, This is going to go, he says, not the peak. We're just at the start. We're going all through Sunday, so we've got 24 hours of that, and then lingering into Monday. And, our weather authority meteorologist just said it was moving 6 miles an hour. So you know how slow this storm is, just dumping rain and just, wreaking havoc with those winds.
Yeah, we're looking at hurricane force winds impacting the area in Miami-Dade County and certainly where Andrew is, starting today within the next 3 hours and 15 minutes or so, and expanding and extending into late into this afternoon. So just the beginning of what is going to be a very long haul for all of us here in South Florida.
All right. Andrew is going to stay in that area of downtown Miami, but already seeing flooding in that location. And some areas that are getting the worst weather are as far south as you can go.
Yes.
We've taken all our crews out of the Keys. That was a safety measure that we decided before yesterday. But we have kept crews in Florida City, and that's as close as we're going to get to the Keys. And we know that they've been getting slammed with those bans.
They have been. We have Ian Margol. He is down there this morning. Ian, what's happening there?
Eric, JC, we're getting a very brief, it's picking up again. We're getting a very brief break right now. We've been getting slammed for like the last 30 minutes just standing out here. And what's really something you can't see because we're keeping our equipment as much undercover as we can. We have a flag just outside of where we're standing. There used to be 2 flags there. There's only 1 left. And actually the sign in front of our hotel, we are standing underneath a carport here just trying to keep some sort of cover. But the sign in front of our hotel has a big metal pole. It's about, I would say, 5 feet in diameter. The metal siding of it has ripped off entirely and went tumbling down the street. So these winds blowing this rain sideways, it's stinging your face in here. But the good thing, guys, what we were talking about earlier in the day yesterday was we were still seeing people, here's those winds again, we were still seeing people driving along here, and the good news is I can tell you we haven't seen any of that since we've been out here. We have seen a couple emergency vehicles going up and down this road. We're right at US 1, right where the turnpike ends, and if you were to go any further south, you would be heading toward the Florida Keys, the upper Keys up there. One of the things we have been seeing, we keep seeing a transformer blowing around our area, right behind our hotel. I'm trying to wipe off some of this water from my eyes here. We've seen a transformer blowing behind our hotel. You can see the video that Terrell Fournet, our colleague, took, sending out a blue arc, and we've been seeing the power go out. Unfortunately, we've been very lucky that it's come back on. But these are some strong winds, and we're only expecting them, Eric and JC, to get stronger as we keep going. But you can see behind me the trees getting blown around. These were actually bending. You can really see them start moving now. These were bending when we were looking outside, looking outside. These were bending even more so than this. So this is not even the strongest winds we've been experiencing this morning.
Yeah, for those of us who are used to thunderstorms in South Florida, we know that those palms can go from vertical to horizontal. But if you see a palm down, you know you've got some serious destructive hurricane winds. I'm glad you're getting a little break in there, but losing power is just happening more and more. In fact, can we give some of those numbers?
Yeah, we were at well over 165, about 170,000 in total.
Yeah.
Just in Miami-Dade and Broward County, confirmed as power losses here at the station, the area all around us amongst those who have lost power.
We're on our generator right now, in case you're wondering. But the breakdown, I know county by county, you guys want to know. Broward, more than 63,000. Miami-Dade, more than 106,000. And this is due to the hurricane, the winds, and exactly what Ian was describing. Down power lines, pop transformers, and also we have to worry about tornadic activity with a hurricane and with this rotation. And I just want to bring Luke back in to talk about this because I want to talk about the tornado watch we're under, and we've already seen 2 touchdowns.
Yeah. Catch me up a little bit. I know that
Plantation and Homestead.
Yes, I know that we had them about 7, 8 o'clock in the evening. I was trying to catch some rest between shows. I know that we had the warnings go through, and I caught kind of the tail end of that. And being on what we call the dirty side of the hurricane, you get this kind of setup where you get the right conditions to get these tornadoes to usually briefly spin up. They're fast moving most of the time, but they can certainly cause additional damage, of course, on top of what you have already seen from the tropical storm force winds. Let me show you this. This is a very large tornado watch. It extends all the way from the Keys up into Orlando, believe it or not, or at least near the Orlando area. I'll zoom out on this just a little bit, And look at that. It goes all the way up through West Palm Beach will be dealing with it, Fort Pierce, and yes, all the way up into Orlando. Far-reaching effects from Hurricane Irma. And this is going to be in effect until noon. We did have a tornado watch in effect yesterday, of course, and now it's Sunday, so earlier this evening, and that one was replaced by this one, so still set to go till noon. We'll be watching for these offshore lines of these bands moving in and see if we can spot any rotation on our radar, so we'll give you a heads up as best we can if they start to move in. And
Luke, explain to me why the conditions on this side of the storm, why is it called the dirty side, and what's the science behind why that is especially dangerous when it comes to the potential for tornadic activity?
Yeah, tornadoes and storm surge too. Those are the two main things why you don't want to be on the right front side of this, of any hurricane. So we'll focus specifically on the tornadic threat, since that is what we're on now, and then I'll kind of circle back into the storm surge threat. So it has to do with how the hurricane moves. It's moving usually to the north or northwest. At this point, it's moving northwest. It's eventually going to turn to the north. But if you take this line, so your direction of motion to the northwest, you put another line through, now you have four, what we call quadrants, 4 sectors. The right front, the one that is including Key West at this point, I'm going to spin it for you here in just a second because it's eventually going to turn. So there we go. That's after we get this turn to the north, more north, I should say. So what you have is counterclockwise flow around the hurricane. It spins counterclockwise, and what you'll get is these thunderstorms that spin around that center area of circulation. They travel over land, and while the winds will be very high off ground level, let's say 500, 1,000, 2,000 feet above ground level, your winds will remain very high. But once they get down to surface level, they slow down. And that creates something called wind shear. You get like the spinning air. If you can imagine, it's a horizontal roll of spinning air because the air at the bottom is moving slower than the air at the top. And what happens is you get a thunderstorm and it will suck that roll into it, and that's how your tornado gets created. That's why you'll see these brief spin-ups. I don't have a great graphic to display that. That's a difficult thing to try to show you in a graphic, but that's the science behind it. On top of that, you also get that storm surge threat because you get the piling of the ocean as it gets moved on shore. That's the big impacts. That's why you don't want to be on that side. It all has to do with the motion of that hurricane moving north. That adds to the wind speeds as well. If you're taking tornadoes out of the picture, you're just talking straight wind speeds, that right front quadrant is where you're going to have your highest wind speeds because you're going to add the forward speed of the hurricane. Right now it's only 6 miles per hour. Doesn't sound like much, but that can have impacts. So if you have a hurricane that's producing 120 mile per hour winds, on the right front side, you'll get 126 mile per hour winds. On the southwest side, it'd be slightly lower. So that's how that works, and that's why we call that one the dirty side.
Okay, that's really interesting. And of course, when you talk about that dirty side, that's all of us in South Florida.
Yes,
going to be
it is.
on that side.
Yes, we are. And we're going to be on this for quite a while. This is going to be lasting. We're expecting landfall somewhere in the Keys around daybreak. And then it's still going to continue to move up South Florida. And then eventually we'll get on that southwest side. But that still is going to bring some strong thunderstorms our way. We've got a lot of reporters out as well. And I've got something I want to display and show our reporters, our viewers as well. Let me get back over to the radar. And something is standing out to me as we go through this, as we go through tonight. And let's see, maybe you guys can pull up for me graphics 41. I've got radar ready to load up on that one if we can. But we have some really big bands. There we go. Let me show you this. So we've been talking about the lulls a little bit and how we'll catch breaks in in this rain bands and as they're moving through. Look at this. So let's go up to Fort Lauderdale, and we'll go up to Broward County. You see this little rain band right here. Well, how wide is that? 25 miles, something like that. Then you catch the grain. Of course, that's the break in the rain. And then you'll catch another band. Your winds will pick up, and you'll get more intense rain again, and then you'll catch a little lull. And then look at this band as you get closer to the eye wall. Check that out. It's twice as wide. It's a much, much larger band, and that's what we're trying to talk about is as this gets near, the conditions will go down. They'll be much more persistent.
So by the looks of that, the Keys will not be getting a break anytime soon.
They are in it. Yeah, they are in it for quite a while. And again, the worst of it should be around landfall. Major hurricane heading toward the Keys, especially the middle and lower Keys. The storm surge threat is very real. That risk remains high. And of course, the damaging winds with it as well. Category 3, strong Category 3 as well. We'll see if any strengthening occurs at this point. It calls for, the National Hurricane Center forecast calls for a Category 3 landfall. It looks like somewhere near the lower Keys.
And that storm surge number you'd put for the middle and lower Keys, about 9 feet?
Somewhere around 9 feet. And what that, that's above ground level. So you don't have to do any math. You don't have to figure out, is it high tide, is it low tide?
That's where you stand.
That's where you stand. It's going to be over your head. That is a worst case scenario. I want to emphasize that as well. That would be with all unfavorable conditions happening. But that is what can happen. And as we get closer to the event, that forecast kind of tightens up a little bit. So it's not out of the question that you see 9 feet of storm surge. Of course, that's not survivable if you can't get away from that.
You know, sometimes the best we can do in these situations is compare storms, Luke, because we haven't necessarily seen anything like this one moving through, and these ones are bigger, and these ones are smaller, and these ones are more powerful. I know people here in Florida cannot forget Charlie. Just taking us back a little bit, Charlie was August 2004. Remember, we had the worst seasons in 04 and 05. And this is the one that hit Port Charlotte, the Punta Gorda area. You know, that's when we remember that. Now, from what you guys are telling us with the wind field, this is 3 times larger than Charlie. And for all of us who remember, because that's the southwest coast, you know, when we're talking about Punta Gorda and we're talking about Port Charlotte, that's what, to kind of put it in perspective, people remember that area just got wiped out. And from what you guys are saying, this hurricane wind field is 3 times bigger than Charlie.
Yeah, Charlie was an especially small hurricane, and you know, the national, very compact. The National Hurricane Center, when we you know, people, I think it's human nature that we like rankings. We like to put things, you know, in a rank.
Sure.
So 3, 4, 5. People think, okay, 4, 5. Really, the National Hurricane Center, if you ever look at the cone on their website, it just says H or M. On their cone. Of course, they issue the ranking or the category based off the wind speeds, but an M is 3 and above. A major hurricane is 3 and above. They are all very destructive. You don't need a Category 5 to cause the immense damage that you're talking about there, JC.
Yeah, and because this, I mean, you're right, that was a small storm, and I think when it hit that southwest coast, you know, our areas that are going to get hit by this one too, Sanibel, Captiva, I mean, that was a Category 4 storm. 150-mile-per-hour winds, but I'm so glad you make that distinction with us, because 3, 4, 5, you're splitting hairs at this point.
That's why we were saying don't look at the number. When we saw some fluctuation with the strength of Irma, we said you just need to plan for a major hurricane that's going to hit us. 2-mile-per-hour winds is nothing. 5-mile-per-hour winds is really nothing. This system is going to be a Category 3 hurricane making landfall right around daybreak, 8, maybe 7, 8 o'clock. The forecast that I have next to you, our live look, is exactly what Eric and JC and I and Luke have been talking about. We don't want you to even focus on the actual center, because hurricane force winds extend out 70 miles, and that's the red, deep red shading that you're seeing. So as the system approaches, the hurricane approaches the Keys and makes landfall, parts of the middle and the upper Keys will be dealing with hurricane force winds, and tropical storm force winds are the outer circle that you see. Those lift all the way up towards Tampa. So I think I've been using that analogy for the last 2 days, that while parts of South Florida will be dealing with hurricane force winds, at the same time, tropical storm force winds extend all the way up towards Tampa.
This is a great graphic to show the cone and how we envision how the cone could impact us versus the reality of what this storm is bringing, Julie.
Yeah, and you know, it's not this, no storms look this perfect. They're never that symmetrical as they're making landfall. We've been seeing the outer bands that have been wrapping around land, so they're looking a little ragged. But regardless, this is our guidance to kind of know how far out from the center that most people will be affected with hurricane force winds, tropical storm force winds, and very strong tropical storm force winds are really going to be affecting South Florida, according to our timeline, at least until 5, 6, maybe even 8 o'clock tonight. It looks as though 11 o'clock tonight. So we're in for a rough day. It's going to be very rough. We want you to just hunker down and continue to watch us. Make sure you're listening to us on the radio. because it looks like a lot of power could be out. As we've already mentioned, there are some power outages. I think it's only going to get worse because of those stronger winds that are going to move in as the eye actually does make landfall. That's something we really need to pay attention to, because this is all happening as the eye is still 160 miles away from us. So once the system gets closer, makes landfall, it's only going to get worse. And we're talking hours upon hours of strong tropical storm force winds, heavy rain. Those bands are just going to continue to pound our shores. And unfortunately, Monday is not going to be a day we're going to be happy to see what's going to happen in the results of the system.
Yeah, Julie, we're on all of our radio partners right now. The simulcast is in effect with all of our radio stations, and we have about 6 partners. So you turn on the radio, you're going to find us.
If we have that graphic, it could be a good time right now just to pop that up, because the number of power outages in this area is increasing, about 170,000 combined in Miami-Dade and Broward County. So here you go. If you lose power, stay connected with us here. Sports Talk 790 The Ticket, 101.5 Light FM, 104.3 The Shark, 102.7 The Beach, and Pirate Radio 96.7 and 101.7 down in the Keys.
Okay, well, let's go to Hollywood right now, because we have Jeff Weinseer there, and we're getting an idea of how they're getting hit by those heavy rain bands and also those increased winds.
It is after 11 o'clock on Saturday night. Another squall coming through the city of Hollywood right now. Take a look. This is Sheridan Street west of I-95. In the area of Hollywood and Emerald Hills. It has been like this all evening long. Let's take a look at some video that we shot. Trees down in several areas, some on top of fences, some on top of roofs of homes. Lights are out in several areas throughout southeastern Broward County. If and when a curfew is lifted and you're allowed to go out and those lights are still out in the morning, make sure you treat that as a 4-way stop. Police are still on the street. In fact, we are told that the Hollywood Police Department actually removed a tree that was across Johnson Street late last night. We should also tell you that there's standing water throughout all of southeastern Broward County, localized flooding in the residential areas, and in the wee hours of the morning, it is extremely dark, so if you do head out and about, even though you're not supposed to, it's a curfew, make sure you are careful. That is the very latest in Hollywood. Jeff Weinseer, Local 10 News.
All right, Jeff, thank you. Of course, that was from a little while ago. It's gotten much worse. I mean, that's 2 hours later right now. Things are increasingly deteriorating out there, but that gives you an idea of what it looked like 2 hours ago.
Okay, we're going to continue chatting with our Weather Authority team, I think, right now. Is that right? Okay, Julie is still standing by. Julie?
You guys, so we were talking about the threat for tornadoes. We did have 2 tornadoes that were confirmed. The National Weather Service is going to give us more information on that, and it's something that is going to be continuing through our reality as the system, the hurricane, actually approaches from the lower Keys. Those outer bands are stretching all the way up to West Palm Beach. And again, we had a tornado outbreak. The warnings were one after another, right around 7:30. And then again, the National Weather Service confirmed that there was 2 tornadoes possible. I think we had some video of actual funnel cloud, but we weren't sure if it was going to come on shore. I'm not quite sure if that was some of the video we were going to show. But as of, since it's 1 a.m. right now, we haven't had any more reports of tornadic activity, but we don't want to let our guard down because we are in a tornado watch. And with these outer bands, you've heard Luke describe the description of the northeastern quadrant of the system, and the reason why we need to be really alert that once we do see a tornado warning, you need to go seek. Obviously, you're in shelter. You need to go even further inside to a bathroom, an enclosed area. Make sure you're away from the windows. Even though you have shutters up, you need to be in a very small, confined space. Again, we don't have any tornado warnings right now, but as we are under that tornado watch and as Irma gets closer and closer, there will be a possibility. On the radar, I don't know if you had mentioned this already.
Go ahead and pull up that radar, and we'll get back to you in just a second. We want to go to Christian De La Rosa. He is in Miami for us, and he was experiencing those bands already flooding in Miami as well. Let's see what Christian has, and we'd love to talk to him live. Christian, you there? No, we just lost him? Okay, we were just going to go to him, but we'll... Oh, there we go.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, guys. Hey,
it's gonna be one of those.
I'm gonna move into the wind, just to show you how strong things still are. Okay. All right. So now we're struggling to stay on our 2 feet, but just wanted to show you the strengths of the winds, the waves that continue to crash onto this parking lot, I can tell you that it actually seems to have weakened, these wind gusts, from when we last saw you, but the winds are still very, very strong. And you guys were saying earlier, I think Julie was saying, that this is probably the weakest part of Irma moving through. Want to pan over to that side, one of many boats that are anchored out here, and it's just been tossing it around. The wind has just been tossing it around all evening out here. Another interesting thing, you could just hear the roar of the wind. This is an area where most people have evacuated. We've also seen transformers blowing up, which is what we've seen throughout the region, but it's been really impressive to see how gradually the effects of the storm just seem to get stronger and stronger and stronger. Again, or just go ahead.
Just so I'm clear, your photographer there is zooming in. That's the bay beyond those.
That is
beyond those parking spaces, right?
Yeah, Biscayne Bay.
So again, and it's interesting. You know, I don't know if Julie can tell us if some of these outer bands are actually moving away from this area, because just a little while ago we saw waves that were maybe 10, 15 feet high crashing into this parking lot. You can see some of the debris on the ground right here. So I don't know if we have that asking us if the worst is still to come. That is what we've been hearing, though, right?
Yes, indeed it is. This is just a little break, but we have the outer bands. There's just to the east of you, Christian, you're going to see even more heavy rain, more gusty winds. The wind speeds at the moment did go down about 10 miles.
They're about 45 right now.
When we spoke to you earlier, they're at 55.
He talked about the water that was crashing up. There may be some waves crashing and extending and splashing up into the parking lot, but in terms of what the surge is there and the height of it, we are not close to the point where we are seeing really significant storm surge there. Is that right?
And Miami-Dade is not going to see the worst storm surge. Julie and Luke, when you're talking about waves and storm surge in that area where Christian is, what's he seeing right now?
Yeah, of course you're going to get, your surge is going to be minimal, and you're going to get the battering waves. That will all happen when you get the winds to pick up. But storm surge is a piling of the sea by